Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your disrespect and just fly on.
Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we've been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? That energy spat with disgust and it's whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation, facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground, y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just fly on.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business, I can just fly on.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. This cell is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the root. built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see. Every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirit's woke, we realize. All we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We LBA. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, to fight the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but not our scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know it's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our veins are power, our roots are trees. We know worlds. It's rhythm and grace, shows, and now we're reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans, still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never matter. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here, it's what I see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture, like an access card, backstage pass, a street facade, but now the mirror's in your face. No disguise, and you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't know. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. East came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. Wave that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You waving your flag on our soil, we're fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copies, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Still in my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in the skies. Hate y'all still, hate us outside. Study doctor, vampires, the blood of our gift. They copy the flavor, sip the juice. Love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound. How you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a proof face. The agent type with the prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we build our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean it. Smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, way they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid. You can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the card. Do you like that? you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
Thank y'all for hanging out late with us. This is going to be continuation of the Front Line Blacc news from season 6, episode 12, part 3. And I'm your host, Chan Krumman. I'm joined with the other host, Shabaka, for tonight. I don't know if Lady Che is going to be joining us, but if she does, she'll be our other host as well. And on this season 6, episode 12, part 3, continuation of the Front Line Blacc news, we'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 3. And that is Zambian Sista Checcs African immigrants who demand to be centered in Black History Month. Black student confronts school board after being punished as racist bullies walk free. HBCU blocks student from using the word Black in Black History Month flyer.
Oh, I would have been arrested.
Little baby named in shooting of NFL player after argument at Super Bowl party. And illegal news. Yep. Illegal migrant news, unhoused neighbor news, and local Denver/Aurora news. Since we're pressed for time, I'm not going to read the whole introduction. I'm just going to hop right into it. So,
okay, and I'm just going to follow your lead, Brother Che.
Yeah. But the links to all of our channels are in the description. And, let you know where we're based out of and all of that. It's fundamental, so please try it on viewers.
All right, Brother Che is out to Mile High Income City. And Shabaka Sankori here is coming to you from Sin City, Las Vegas, Nevada. Keep those cards and letters coming, folks, as they separate you from your cash. And then a few days ago, I got hit in the head by a one-armed bandit, the no good bastard. He got me for $65, the motherfucker.
Damn. All right, so Uncle Phil gonna give us an update on the Zambian sister who's checking.
Yeah.
Finally, they checking the African immigrants. Finally,
be centered in Black History Month. Okay, yeah, because Zambia has a very interesting history because see, they were colonized by them damn yeah, I was about to say the Nazis, but shit, it's the same shit. Yeah,
back when it was Upper Volta and Lower Volta.
Right. And wouldn't this be next to a country called Namibia as well too?
Yeah.
Okay, because I ain't got my African map with me. Shit. Okay.
Yes. Shabaka and those was watching. Zambia was Upper Volta.
Okay.
And Zimbabwe was Lower Volta.
Okay, and it was the Germans who went into Zambia. Am I correct on that, Brother Che?
Yeah, they went into Zambia and Zimbabwe.
Okay. Now, keep in mind, the reason why I mentioned the Germans, right? Because a lot of their high technology that they had during World War II, I would imagine that some of the raw materials for it came out of Zambia.
They went into Tanzania too.
Okay.
That was pieces of the pie they carved up during that conference.
What's that? The shit. The Berlin Conference.
Yeah, the Scramble for Africa, the Berlin Conference of 1884.
Okay, let me pull up some data on that, brother, as you do the intros.
A lot of people have been having this controversy about Black History Month, or, another iteration is Black American History Month. And there's immigrants, some that feel that they should be included in Black History Month. And so now something that we've never encountered before in Black America is fighting with other groups about our Black History Month. As we know, Carter G. Woodson is the creator of Black History Month. Originally, it was called Negro History Week. And then later
Right, I
it spun
remember
off
that.
into Black History Month. And when Carter G. Woodson created Negro History Week, we were the Negroes. Okay. It wasn't no one else here. We didn't have the diaspora here like that at all because they did not allow them to come in here. So how could Black History Month be about the diaspora when we look at the founding and the originator of Black History Month? That wasn't even on the menu. Now, remember how many times I've told you that at the American Embassy, it's those people at the embassy that pick certain ones to come here. They don't pick the brothers and sisters who are riders too much. They try not to. They don't want the brothers and sisters who are down, who want to unify with us, who want to get down with us. They usually don't try to pick them. They try to pick those who wasn't really no good even in their own homeland. They were selling them out over there. That's the ones they want, right? You know what I mean? Down brothers and sisters from the continent that want to come over here and would even link up with us, but that's not the ones they pick. Case in point, you have this one sister from Zambia, right? She's going to talk to her brethren that's immigrated here to America that's causing some issues about Black History Month. Let's go ahead and roll with this sister has to say all the way from Zambia.
This is for ignorant people or uneducated people or people who have chosen to be dumb. This right here is Africa, right? Black people are living whatever. The white Europeans come to Africa and they take out slaves. They take them to Europe and some to the United States. I don't know how they ended here. I don't know the history, but there's Black slaves in the United States. And these slaves fight their way up and they're no longer slaves. They become free and they have a month, February. February is Black History Month. Now you, as an African person, your ancestors remain here. You come to the internet and you start complaining, oh, why aren't Black Americans involving us in the February? Guys, are we serious? Each African country has a day called Independence Day where we were freed from the British. In Zambia, it's the 24th of October. I don't expect somebody from a different country to come and celebrate our Independence Day. The same way, we shouldn't want to involve ourselves in the Black History Month. I understand your race is Black. I understand that we are Black. But Black History Month is for the people who fought for their freedom in the United States. It's a United States holiday. So all you can do is say, hey, happy Black History Month. You can celebrate, but there's no need to start coming to the internet to argue, oh my God, why aren't we part of it? Why do you want to be part of it? For what? Your ancestors are from here. From here, you can celebrate your Independence Days and it can end here. Let these people do them and you do you.
Once again, this is why right there I cut for my brothers and sisters on the continent. They get it. They get it. And a lot of them, you know, when I go there, they be really speaking the real. I'm telling you they do. Now, what she said is that, hey, you have your homeland. You have every celebration in the homeland. You can celebrate that here in America. A lot of people do. You got Nigerian history, independence and all of that. And they celebrate that. That's a big thing here in Houston. The Caribbean people celebrate. You don't see us trying to say, oh, why aren't we involved? Let us in the Caribbean parade. Let us in the Nigerian independence parade. We don't say that. We do not center ourselves in nobody else's anything. When Jamaican people have their celebrations, we don't try to center ourselves or try to just get our way in their mess because it's not our history. We have our own history, Black History Month. Listen, for Sister Daphne to say, because it's actually sad. It's sad to have to say it. To say Black American History Month, to have to say that, that's bad. Because see, this is the deal. And this has been going on for a very long time. People think that whatever happens in our culture, they have a right to be a part of it and take from it. And what that has created with us in our culture is that people don't respect us and respect our culture because other cultures will not let you just come in, integrate yourself in their stuff, take from it, do whatever the hell you want to do with their culture. They won't do that. They're going to stop you at the door. And what's happening now, and people are getting upset about it, is that Black Americans have finally said, okay, you're going to respect us now. We're gatekeeping our culture. Would you stopping you at the door and say, no, baby. This is Black American History Month. Look at the origins. It has nothing to do with nobody else but us. Okay. We're honoring our culture. We're honoring our ancestors. We're honoring our inventors, our innovators. We're honoring our freedom fighters. We're honoring our politicians. We're honoring all these different people in our history in this particular month. We should be doing it 365, but definitely it's a focus on it during Black History Month. And we are not wrong to say we are going to center our community in our month. Just like Juneteenth. Juneteenth is not about everybody. Was everybody a slave? Hell no. Since everybody wasn't a slave in this country, I don't care what happened outside of America. We talking about in America. Your people was not slaves here. So Juneteenth has nothing to do with you because you was not on a plantation with my ancestors. It wasn't like that. You wasn't in Galveston, Texas when they found out 2 years after slavery should have been over that they were finally free. You wasn't a part of that. June 19, 1865 is about Black Americans. The term freedman, the Freedmen's Bank, the Freedmen's Bureau was about who is the freedman? Us, our ancestors, had nothing to do with nobody else. And it's not, listen, loving you and centering you doesn't mean hate for anybody else, anti anybody else. It don't mean xenophobia. And one thing that I won't do, I will not allow no one to lie on our people and our culture. See that throwing that xenophobia word, oh, you don't like immigrants. No. What you're really saying is, how dare you gatekeep your culture? How dare you not let me come in and do whatever I want to do? How dare you do that? How dare you make me respect you? So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to try to shame you and call you xenophobic. I'm going to try to shame you and call you anti-immigrant. I'm going to say you hate Africans. You hate Caribbeans. I'm going to say you, and that is furthest from the truth. So because I love myself, I love my community, I have to hate somebody else? No, that's the white supremacist idea. That's the way they are. We're not comparable to them. Now, I'm not silly. I understand there's some people online that will say some of the most egregious things about Africans and Caribbeans and all this. And if you think about most of the time people saying that stuff, how do you even know it's a Black person? That's number one. Some of them comments, you don't even see no faces to them. If I can't put a face with you, then I don't even acknowledge you a lot of times. That's number one. Let's say if a person do have a platform, they are speaking that way, right? Not to say I agree with them, because that's not every person, but we have to be honest. Some people have had some bad interactions with people from the diaspora, unfortunately. And I say, and I really mean unfortunately. And those things need to be talked about. Conversations need to be had. I don't really think it's that big of an issue personally that it can't be talked out. Now, some people say, I don't want to do this. We're not talking about, listen, some people bring a bone and carry a bone. Okay. That's fine. I'm not fighting with nobody 24/7. Listen, life is too short for that for me. I'd rather get along with the people that want to get along with me, and the people that don't want to get along with me, get the hell on. I don't care who you are and where you come from. I only want to be with the people that want to rock with me, the people that want to join with me. That is the only people that I want to deal with, period. And I tell Black Americans that if a person don't like you, okay, they don't like you. It's okay. Not everybody gonna like us like that. Get with the people that like you. There's some Black Americans not gonna like you. Descendants of slaves not gonna like you. Freedmen, foundation of Black Americans not gonna like you. That's okay. I don't have to like them either. I'm only about the people that's going to rock with me. That is it. I don't have to talk to everybody. And that's why I'm at with it. I don't care where you come from. If you rock with me, I rock with you. If you don't like me, okay, get the hell on. That's the kind I feel about it. I'm not wasting my time on people that don't like me. I've been living life long enough to say there's more people that rock with me than against me, from my experience, from here to all over the world. And the few people that don't like me, whether they are Black American or they can be African, Caribbean, or whatever community they come from, okay, they don't like me. I'm really not going to lose no sleep tonight because then people don't like me. I promise you I won't. I'm going to sleep good. I'm going to be turning over on and sleeping. Trust me, I'm going to be sleeping very good tonight. And not even thinking about them people. So I don't care. So a lot of people may not like me. I'm good with that. That's less people I got to deal with. You know what I'm saying? So this sister in Zambia, she's giving them education. And I love that. I love that. And she's young. That's a young sister. Sister, I don't know who you are, but I greatly appreciate that lesson that you was teaching your brethren that came over here to America to let them know you honor your homeland. You honor your traditions in the continent of Africa. You honor your celebrations. You honor your independence. That's what you honor. You don't be involved with somebody else's things. Now, like she said, you can say, hey, man, happy Black History Month. Okay, cool. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? If it wasn't been for our ancestors, none of you would have had the opportunity to come over here. Because I'm going to always repeat this. Them folks didn't want none of you here. They didn't want no African here. They didn't want no Caribbean here. They didn't want no Black Latino here. Anything Black. They didn't want you here. It was our ancestors that helped open the door to get you here. So if you want to celebrate anything, really celebrate Black History Month, that, the opportunities you have today, it wouldn't have been for our community, you wouldn't be here. The only thing I say about the whole thing is that if you're here, make sure you give back to the homeland. And the smart thing to do, the even better thing to do, is to build yourself up here and build yourself up in your homeland, and then build yourself up to where you live like a king or a queen in your homeland, and then you can return to your homeland and help the people there and give them opportunity. Because everybody can't flee. I'm a big on that. Everybody can't just be leaving, man. Now, the majority of Africans are in their homeland, okay? It's not that many that's in the United States. People talk about it, but it's not really a whole lot compared to the African continent. Everybody is not here. But we should respect each other. And respecting each other is respecting our traditions, is respecting our celebrations, respecting just everything that we have. Just respect each other. That's it. It's just respect. And I don't know why this year of all years, I think it's the first time I've ever seen this out of all the years I've been doing this, that we're fighting about our own history month. And this is why a lot of Black Americans are saying, okay, these people are trying to erase us, man. Why are we fighting tooth and nail about our history month? That's why a lot of Black Americans say they're not only saying no, they're saying hell no. This is enough. That's why many of us are saying that, because we're not going to let none of you erase our grandmothers and our grandfathers, our great grandmothers, our great grandfathers. We're not going to let you do that. No, they've done too much for us. Outside of the Lord, they've done too much for us to get us where we are today. I wouldn't be where I'm at today. It wouldn't have been for my family on that plantation. My great grandmother and grandfather, they were slaves. That's not that far. That's not that far ago. I'm not going to sit up here and let any of you erase them.
So is mine.
My great grandmother, grandfather, my great grandmother, grandfather, my grandmother and grandfather. I am not going to let any of you erase them. That's not going to happen. So y'all need to chill your nerves. You have your own celebrations. Do that, and I'm proud of you to do it. Please celebrate everything, your independence. Celebrate it all. I want you to. You can celebrate it right here in America. Have no problem with it with me. I will not center myself in anything. Y'all have y'all Caribbean festival. I was invited to the Houston Caribbean Festival. It was nice. I didn't center myself. I was just covering it. You can go look at the videos on my definitely on the app, ADNC app.
Out a Taste of Soul,
and I also got some of it on the YouTube channel. I just covered it. I talked to them about their culture. I didn't go center myself into the Caribbean parade. No, because I'm just there just to, hey, man, y'all having a good time? I want to be having a good time with you. I'm not centering myself. It's about Caribbean people today. It's not about me. But that's when you respect everybody's culture in the diaspora, you can do that. And most of us in Black America respect everybody else's culture in the diaspora. We're not trying to claim Nigerian Independence Day. For what? We ain't got nothing to do with it. Now we go over there with y'all and watch a parade or maybe eat some jollof or something. Okay, well, okay, we over there doing that. But we're not centering ourselves. And that's just really what it is. It's about respect. And I'm just letting everybody know. It's just not the diaspora. It's everybody. Because everybody been doing this to Black Americans. The day of y'all just coming in our culture, doing whatever y'all want to do with no pushback, them days are done. We are severely gatekeeping our culture because we have to. Because we see that if we don't, it won't be a culture to gatekeep anymore. This is that simple. So no, Black America, gatekeep the hell out of our culture. From our music, to our lingo, to our dance, to our inventions, to our innovation of this country, to everything we've done in this country. Gatekeep it. Let people know, oh, no. That potato chip you eating, that's my culture. Hey, that peanut butter you eating, that's my culture. Hey, that stoplight that you stopping in front of, that's my culture. You understand? Elevators, that's my culture. The refrigerated truck, that's my culture. Mm-hmm. Let people know what our culture is. Because they don't teach you our culture in school. So you got to let people know when they run off at the mouth about, they just think Black culture is hip hop. No, sir. If you stop in the stoplight, that's my culture.
Jazz is Black culture.
You understand? The filament of a light bulb. That's my culture. Black American culture. Freedmen, FBA, whatever you want to say, so long. That's our culture. And be proud to tell people about your culture. And when these people tell you something about, oh, these are like, what did your culture do in this country? Show me. Point to it. My culture is open heart surgery. What's yours?
I
point to what your culture is.
On the field, they stole our
working
culture.
Hard don't mean we're slaves. You ain't working more harder than we did in this land. So don't tell me about working hard. Tell me about working hard when you go work 250 some odd years for free. Then come tell me about it.
Late
Talk about working hard.
Yeah.
Please.
It's early in the morning where he's at, Shabaka. He's across the pond in London.
Okay. He's up there in London. Okay. What's happening over there in London, man? And I believe they got Mount Parnasse is in Paris. My bad. Okay. What's the Black
nobody work harder than Black people.
London, young Riaz.
Yeah. Brixton.
Brixton, yeah, that's right. Yeah, where Lennox Lewis is from. The
hardest workers I've ever seen has been Black people.
Yeah. All right, let me finish the clips about who got late.
Yeah, we're on the late show.
From back then even to now. And brothers and sisters be out here getting it. They work. And that's why a lot of Black people are successful, because they work for it. There ain't nobody give us nothing.
Shit, I worked my ass off.
We don't get no immigrant set aside. We don't get anything. We have to work.
Broke days, now
everything that we get. We get no special treatment in this country.
In my mind,
none.
The infamous words of
We're
Joe
sabotaged and still make
just one more round, boss.
Even with the police and all the different things that done us, what ICE is doing to some immigrants, please. That's nothing compared to what we've been through. What ICE is doing. That's nothing.
Okay, Brixton.
Man, these immigrants would not have survived the crack era. The way the cops was treating Black people. Man, I remember the crack era. I grew up in it.
Yeah.
Those who grew up in the crack era, you know what I'm talking about with 12.
Goddamn well,
please.
when I saw
ICE being nice to y'all. Y'all not really getting it that bad from ICE. You're really not.
So many homeless people in Los
But anyway, shout out to this sister for just giving some good education. Like I said, man, I definitely like to visit Zambia. That's definitely one country on my list. And anybody in Zambia, let me know, man, what we need to do to come out there. 'Cause I definitely love to go out there and visit with the brothers and sisters out there in Zambia. I've seen some videos from out there, but I definitely rock my brothers and sisters on the continent. They know.
Them motherfuckers is telegraphing themselves a mile away.
Yep. All right, Shabaka, what's your thoughts on what the sister from Zambia had to say?
Okay, I like to check out because I'm wondering if she's the same sister that went up there to France when the dump was talking about Africa's full of shithole countries in his first regime. Mm. And she says if it wasn't for these shithole countries, the goddamn New York Stock Exchange would not exist. If it wasn't for these shithole countries, the goddamn Federal Reserve of the United States will exist. You motherfuckers came here with lies, deceit, bullshit, stole our resources.
Yeah, I don't know if it's the same Sister Shabaka, but I do.
Only thing I know, Brother Che, I would know if it's the same sister because she was fine as hell and spoke eloquently and did not, and I'm trying to get that skill back, spoke eloquently, intelligently, and did not use not one cuss word.
Yeah, that's how I taught. Lady Che is like, well, how do you do that? She's like, I only see like 2 people in my whole life be able to do that. 2 or 3 people.
It's all kind of ways, Brother Che, you know, reading, listening, checking out videos, you know what I'm saying? And then I was trying to do some promotion on my like page, and them dirty bastards says I owe them $33.40 to Zuckerberg. You lousy motherfuckers, you. That's why I'm so glad I didn't attach my bank card to it.
Yeah.
Put it on a debit card.
That's why you always put on a debit card. So
exactly. Because, yeah.
Student confronts school board after being punished for as racist bullies walk away.
Oh, hell no.
So shout out to this young man. I believe he's FBA. Either way, shout out to him for telling the truth about his racist school and the bullying that was going on in his school.
And they walk free.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, see, he doesn't have a detail with him, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And finally, things start moving in the right direction. Listen to what he said.
Yeah.
Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Jefferson McClellan. My address is on file with the clerk, and I am an 8th grader at Gainesville Middle. Tonight, I want to talk about a serious issue at my school. Monkey, the only game a white person can beat a black person at is hangman. These aren't jokes. These are misunderstandings.
Okay.
It might be Ventura County. It might be somewhere else.
I think it is, yeah, because I think I remember seeing it. But go ahead, play it.
Jefferson McClellan in Gainesville. Yeah. No, this is in Florida, Shabaka, Georgia. Is it Georgia or Florida?
Oh my God. Down there with the panties, huh?
Mm-hmm.
These are racial slurs said directly to me by other students. I have reported this harassment before. Nothing seems to happen, and it keeps happening. Mm-hmm. Recently, after being told, shut up, I reacted. Mm-hmm. I hit another student for that. The school acted quickly. I was suspended for 3 days. I'm not standing here saying what I did was right. I'm here asking why. Why when racism is directed at me, the response is slow or silent. But when I react to it, the response is immediate and clear. I'm not asking for special treatment. I'm asking you to stop allowing people to hurt me.
Because you're black.
Get yourself off in some martial arts, young man, or boxing.
Put up this dynamic.
About 6 months, you stick with it, man. You be knocking the motherfuckers out, man, just with the thought of it. The right hand to hit all by itself.
But to answer his question, because you're black, young man.
Exactly. Exactly.
Dynamic leader. Man, I'm so proud of you, brother.
Young man needs to get on the pistol range. Young man needs to learn how to toss some shuriken.
You are a world changer.
Young man needs to know how to work that stick.
You got greatness written all over you.
With that ironwood and it will get their minds right.
A spot designated for adults only.
And I'm quite sure that when he was bullied by these white folks,
that's
there was
where
more than 2 of them that was approaching.
Grown people.
Oh, yeah. We see
address
here with our brother Carmelo Anthony, whose trial was coming up, Shabaka.
Oh, yeah. I hope he beats it.
Yeah, me too.
The school
clearly self-defense
about different grievances that may be happening. He is standing in the position.
Is well over 6 feet, but he put that blade on her ass, and I bet you that motherfucker rocking in the ground, man, is up there talking to the Almighty, regretting it.
His context was proper. His morality was intact. He is not asking for special treatment. He is giving the facts, understanding his own.
No, he need to give him some special
responsibility.
That stick upside that guy.
While at the same time maintaining
same white folks who want to be like me.
Accountability for how they treated him. in Virginia, Jefferson McClellan, an 8th grader at Gainesville Middle School, told the Prince William County School Board in January about the racist abuse he suffered inside of the school. This 8th grader said he is hurt but wanted to speak up so no other students have to experience what he did. Quote, I feel mad that I had to be called that any day or by anyone in my school, talking about the N-word. Quote, I want the next person who looks like me or who is me to feel safe and to feel respected in their school. It could be here, California, any state or any country. I want them to feel like they are respected or safe, end quote, he said. You know, if he was president, we'll be okay. I'm talking about his 8th grade self. If he were president right now, we will be in a far better condition than we are today. His moral clarity, his willingness to think about others. McClellan said he was called the N-word and a monkey among racial slurs. He said the bullying has happened multiple times over the past few years inside of the middle school. This recent time, he said he took matters into his own hands and physically fought back. He was suspended for 3 days as a result. The suspension was eventually reduced to 1 day, likely because they realized he was provoked into reaction, which typically is it doesn't work that way. If you aggressively approach someone and start utilizing racial slurs, you don't get to then yell, oh, I don't know where that came from. No, you invoked it. And so they reduced it to 1 day. I believe it's because they realized it was illegal. Quote, it's sad, it's hurtful, says it's disrespectful that I have to deal with this from middle school to grown-up age. It's not going to stop, McClellan said. Quote, if it does stop, it's a miracle. That's a miracle. The world we live in is not going to stop because people can say and do whatever they want without consequences.
They basically
just understand, brother, as long as you're here, as long as people like you are in the world, there will be consequences. And part of those consequences is bringing light, bringing exposure, providing a contrast between people like you and people like them. Okay?
Yep.
Prince William County Schools.
Okay, now
I said that they've now met.
That is the most perfect term right there, young Riaz.
And they've also met with his family, finally.
Let me write that down.
And they are doing what? They are working collaboratively. To support him. He just suspended him the other day. He said this has been happening for years. He addresses school board, and all of a sudden the word collaboratively is used. Yeah, he pulled your card. Embarrassed.
See, you have to remember,
it's all out now.
And it was probably a group of them that surrounded him.
Yeah.
He was subtle, but precise.
What, Khalifa?
Everybody believed him. And they knew
the kitty on TV. She wants to get on TV.
He exposed you. The principal at the middle school is now doing what? Working with the district's Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion to put together a comprehensive support plan in place. They're also giving special support. Special. Real special. Support
Kitty wants to get on TV.
To the particular school to navigate incidents involving racial discrimination and harassment. Prince William School said they are now committed to accountability. Yes, fostering school environments where all students feel protected. Put up their leader. Yeah.
Say, I told you the kitty wants to get on TV.
Can y'all please go ahead and make him chairman of the school board? Do yourselves a favor. All right, Sharon.
They don't.
All of a sudden, everybody gets it now.
Yeah, by collaborate, they meant go through the motions until the spotlight dims some, and they don't know it's not white hot as it is right now. There's no diversity, equity, inclusion there. If there were, if it was a proper office, this wouldn't be happening in the first place for years. Right. This one leaves me conflicted, Doc. I am proud, but also heartbroken. Number one, there's not a white person who was in that room with our future leader, he's leading right now, who doesn't understand what the hell he's talking about. You know exactly what he's talking about, as the great Jane Elliott would tell you, okay? They know exactly what it is. But the part that really leaves me heartbroken, not just for him, and by the way, he doesn't need special treatment, neither does the school. They need you to do the right thing.
Right.
And all that respect went out the window when she said she didn't support reparations, Shabaka.
Noted.
The part that leaves me heartbroken is, I'm a parent of a Black child, so are you. Yep. And we are often forced to raise our kids in this survival mode that, sadly, no fault of our own, it's survival. We're dehumanizing them instead of raising up a sensitive boy into a man who can go out into the world and be empathetic, loving, kind, decent. We have to harden that shell early on because ignorant adults don't know the right thing to do. They know the right thing to do. They're actively choosing not to.
It's heartbreaking. That's what Hollywood is about.
It's an unfortunate
Look at a movie called
lesson to
Home of the
learn
Brave
this
and
early
Imitation of Life.
that you have to make politicians do their damn jobs. Very effective, young man. Very proud of you.
A damn MAGA teacher
Blacc?
at that. That explains everything.
No, that was another story, Shabaka.
Oh, my bad.
So what are your thoughts about this young man, you know, speaking of that racism and white supremacy that he's experiencing at his school?
Okay, he needs a detail with him at school.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to get off into some martial arts or some boxing so where he can respond with deadly force in a split second, because it only takes a split second to get killed.
Yep. I agree wholeheartedly, Shabaka. And I don't know what his parents are doing, but they should have been there, had this talk with him.
Oh, absolutely. So probably what they need to do is like homeschool him for about 6 weeks, Brother Che, at home. And then after he finishes his study, get off in that damn gym, hit that heavy bag, learn to work that speed bag, learn to get that footwork together.
All of that.
And then when he sees that motherfucker again, as soon as he balls up with his fist, pow, ping, and put him on his back.
That's it. That's the only thing I understand.
Yeah, right. And I hate to have to go there, man, but because I've been through that bullshit.
You and me both, Shabaka. All
right.
What's it called? Black student confront. Okay, so that's that. And then we got the next story is HBCU block student from using the word black in Black History Month flyer.
Oh, god damn, man. Nah, I've heard it all. Let's see.
University is unable to use the word black during Black History Month. Let me take you to FAMU. Yep, Florida. Put it up full mass. In Florida, Aaliyah Stewart says she is in her final year at Florida A&M,
Black History
University College of Law,
brother, from
and she has encountered obstacles
until the
while trying to promote, well, Black History Month, because it's Black History Month. She's promoting events for the Black Law Students Association, BLSA, which I am a proud member myself. According to Stewart, certain words were flagged during the approval process of the event flyers. Quote, it was black, so that's a word that was flagged. The words affirmative action and the word women as well, according to Stewart. Stewart says she was told those words could not be broadcast or published. Quote, we couldn't use the word black in Black History Month.
August 17th.
We would have to abbreviate
Asian Heritage Month for me.
Quote, I was very angry and baffled because this is a historically Black college and university. Well, you got to say.
It's interesting. Young Rios brings that up because here in Denver they have the Dragon Boat Festival, Asian Festival, which is usually at the end of July.
And I think in San Francisco, Brother Che, that the Chinese do celebrate the Chinese New Year. What did you say? The Year of the Horse?
Yeah, the Fire Horse, Shabaka. Happened this month.
Yeah. Oh, shit. Well, getting old ain't nothing nice, people.
Right.
Damn aches and pains and shit.
HBCU now. You cannot say historically Black college anymore, obviously. And for them to say we can't use the word Black was kind of insane. I agree with you, dear sister. So for the past several years, Florida's 12 public universities have been prohibited from using state or federal funds for diversity, equity, and inclusion. They call them DEI woke.
Yeah, Ron DePanty.
Following legislation signed by the governor and reinforced by the State Board of Governors. In 2024, the State Board of Governors, which oversees Florida's 12 public universities, including FAMU, voted to ban the use of state or federal dollars for diversity programs and activities aligning with the law signed by the governor. Obviously, racist legislation, not rooted in sound judgment, antithetical to the Constitution.
When I see on you, young Rios, if you
to many
stop by the Los
court
Angeles
decisions,
Police
except
Department
those
in
in
California,
some of those in the modern context. For Stewart, the
the
situation
subject is a Black male.
has cast a
Now, that's
shadow
what I'm
on her
saying.
final year of law school. Quote,
I don't know, depending on what you're pretty dark, Rios, so they probably, they'll put you in a category with us.
And he says he's not Indian or Arab. So I take it, young Rios, that you are of African descent, are you not?
He's Pakistani, Shabaka.
Oh, okay.
At least his parents are Pakistani.
Okay.
But he was born in London.
Okay. All righty.
Yeah, they would put you in a category like a Myron Gaines or something. They was saying nigga and all that.
Yeah, and then keep in mind that England didn't want to have, what's the brother's name? Not Malik Yoba, but who was the brother there? Idris Elba.
Idris Elba.
Where they passed over him, man, because he was trying to do the next James Bond flick.
And they
passed over him.
It's Hollywood, Shabaka.
we're just trying to promote the core mission statement, diversity and inclusion for everybody. So it's very frustrating, she said.
It's Persian.
Stewart said she recently resubmitted a Black History Month flyer without abbreviations and is still waiting to hear back from university officials. I'm going to explain the law in just a moment. In a statement, the university did not deny the claims.
Persian modern day Iran, Iraq, and Pakistan.
Right. There you go. Yeah.
And
well, young Rios, if you're in that climate, man, you would have
Florida
no problem
A&M
being here
University
in Las Vegas in about 3 months.
Well, he's close to the Himalaya Mountains.
Okay.
But he's in London, Shabaka, so it's more Mediterranean than anything.
Right.
So
we support and have implemented the policy direction established by the governor. Okay, see, Ron DePanty is behind this bullshit. The legislature, which he controls, and the board of governors, and as relates to DEI and consistent with related federal court rulings.
Yeah, he's going to read it, Shabaka.
Consistently been in full compliance with Senate Bill 266 and Board of Governors Regulation 9.016. We support and have implemented the policy direction established by the governor, the legislature, and the Board of Governors as it relates to DEI, and consistent with related federal court rulings. Florida Agricultural and Mechanical University is committed to fostering a campus community that encourages the free exchange of ideas while ensuring an environment of mutual respect, safety, and awareness. The university recognized that freedom of expression is fundamental to academic inquiry, personal development, and civic engagement. Now, obviously, freedom of
I got a quick
expression
question.
Is limited to Black affirmative action and the word women, according to this law student.
People
The law does not prohibit
people, however,
the use of the word Black.
Since the 13th.
I'm not sure exactly where FAMU is getting this direction from, but it does not prohibit the use of the word Black. What it prohibits is the effective funding of programs that engage in what they call DEI, okay, which is already ridiculous, but it doesn't ban the use of the word Black. Now, maybe they don't want the fight. They don't want the smoke, okay? You happen to be a college that caters to Black folk. You are an HBCU. And the reason we go to HBCU.
It's the same school that white supremacists shot up. And whatever happened to that, we never heard nothing else about that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, precisely.
The reason why HBCUs exist is because of the community and the strength of Black culture and values, the expression of Black excellence, which includes dignity.
Yep.
Dignity. So you mean to tell me that Black people at a Black college cannot use the term Black during Black History Month? I don't give a damn what a law says. Thankfully, people like Rosa Parks and others did not either. Because if we would have had leaders like this during the 60s who decided to simply bend over and roll over, I already know people are going to email me from FAMU. But if we had leaders like this who simply said yes to every oppressive piece of legislation that came from Washington or came from a state government, we wouldn't have the rights we have today, period. Put them up full mass, culprit, and the president of FAMU. So you have, as we covered last year, the current president of FAMU, Marva Johnson, has close ties to the Florida governor, Ron DeSantis. The Florida Board of Governors voted to confirm Johnson last year, despite alumni groups, despite student organizations and faculty members saying they were largely concerned about Johnson's work under the DeSantis administration, who banned funding for diversity, equity, and inclusion programs at Florida colleges and blocked advanced placement African American studies curriculum in Florida high schools. In other words, he found his person, okay? So this is his person, blackface, to carry out a racist white agenda, period. All right? Okay. While Johnson has never worked in higher education in any capacity whatsoever, she spent 8 years on the Florida State Board of Education, including time as a chair. This is a political appointment. During the hiring process, critics highlighted her lack of experience, as did some trustees who voted against her. Johnson is one of multiple presidential hires with ties to DeSantis or the GOP since 2022, and the state legislature passed a bill allowing universities to shield applicant identities until the end of the hiring process, breaking with longstanding tradition of making those names public and obviously open to public vetting. All right, dear brother, thoughts here?
Well, let me say this. Now that it's History Month, because I'm not allowed to say the word
right, History Month.
All right, it's History Month. I want to know why police officers are allowed to say Black when they're describing the person they're pursuing, or the person that they say this is what the description is. They're allowed to say Black then, especially in Florida. I wonder why the news says Black every time there's a criminal that commits any type of crime who happens to be Black, and that person is part of this whole, but when they're white, they're simply a lone wolf. They get to say Black then. When it comes to President Obama, a lot of people love pointing out how he was the first Black president, even though he was half white, so equally as white as he was Black, and yet the black is what they
Obama still
blame
qualified
for
the
any
option block,
inadequacy
brother.
that they see. It's because it's
That's the thing. We're not on that no more, Shabaki. Just because you qualify for the auction block, that's that flat blackness. We're not on that no more. That's why this sister was talking about delineation earlier. If we're not.
Okay. Brother Check. Now, if I may read this here, this is out of a book Young Riaz called "The Panther's a Black Cat," and this, I believe, is one of the elements of the 10-point program and platform of the Black student unions here in the United States. Number 5, we want an education for our people that teaches us how to survive in present day society. We believe that
you're a third generation immigrant.
Okay. We believe that if the educational system does not teach us how to survive in society and the world, it loses its meaning for existence. And we want all racist teachers to be excluded and restricted from all public schools. Okay, see people, that right there tells you what the crux of the problem is because what it is in the long run is demasculization. That's what the hell it is.
Remember that video I played earlier on Shabaka's Smiths and Hands? That's how they. That's what. Remember the one that was all sassy and moist and all that. That's how they want it.
Yeah.
It's like that.
Yeah. Don't look white folks in the eye and all that old bullshit.
Well, that's the black codes right there.
Yeah.
We call that reckless eyeballing.
Yeah, that bullshit. And if you're a white broad looking at your Johnson, but she don't get charged with reckless eyeballing. But the white female tell the brother that he better fuck her or she's gonna cry rape, and then when she gets caught, just like with the Tulsa race ride and with the Emmett Till case, oh, he raped me.
Yep, that's that Mandingo.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, that's why it took me until 24 to K and L to K and N. Okay, young Riaz, could you specify that, please? Your last statement.
Yeah, the last part of it. What's the K and I?
Okay, just it took me until 24 to know myself. Okay, all right, okay. You know, in your teens and 20s, people, those are your formative years.
Yeah.
And you got that youth on your side, and that's where you got ideas. You say innovation. In the United States, young Riaz, they don't want black men doing that. What they want in the United States for black males here, young Riaz, is to be incarcerated by the age of 18. So they could, what is that there before they send them to prison? The YA, the Youth Authority.
Yeah, the Youth Authority.
Yeah, which is conditioning them for prison. And who was our girl, man, who said that there with even in elementary schools with the school bells, they got detention. They want you to do everything by a fucking bell. So already they teaching you and grooming you. Yeah. So they, he says his identity crisis started the day I was born.
Damn.
Wow. Okay, young Riaz, here's a suggestion, brother. You need to look at a film called The Imitation of Life with Juanita Moore. Okay, well, you pull up Juanita Moore, it will bring it to you because I forgot who the main white star was, who she worked for. Wait a minute. It was Lana Turner.
Lana Turner.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Say, and that there will go to show you, young Riaz, of the identity crisis that they tried to.
Hey, Jab's in the building. Salute, Jab.
Hey, Machiavelli. Hey, what's going on with you people? How you be? How you be? Yeah, we're doing the extra show. This is the late show. Everybody get on the late show.
Yeah, because they waking up on the East Coast. That's Jab. That's Jab Jamboree.
Oh, okay, Machiavelli, okay, Jab, yeah, salute.
That's a brother. That's the boxing game.
Oh, okay, man. Yeah, you doing your training, man. You staying away from that real estate with that grass on top, man.
You got another fight up this year? Remember he got that fight last year.
Yeah, and I think brother related, he won the fight. Okay. And I respect that, man, because that work is nothing nice.
Right. So I'm gonna move on to the next topic, Shabaka.
Okay.
Little baby named and shooting of NFL player after argument at Super Bowl party. So for those that don't,
how in the hell did that happen?
Little Baby is a rapper off the West Coast.
Okay.
The cats younger than me, Shabaka, the YNs as they call them. That's who they listen to.
Damn.
One of the artists they listen to was Lil Baby.
And happening now here in the WREL Live Center this morning, 49ers defensive lineman Keon White here was shot after the Super Bowl at a post-Super Bowl event. And if this name sounds familiar to you, that's because he is a Garner native and went to Garner High School. Authorities say that he was hosting an event at a nightclub after the Super Bowl where he was shot in the ankle following some type of altercation there in San Francisco. The 49ers releasing a statement saying that Keon White was a victim of a shooting and sustained a bullet wound to his ankle this morning in San Francisco. He's currently undergoing surgery at a local hospital. Of course, this is a story that we will continue to follow here in the live.
The 49ers, one of their players shot early this morning in San Francisco. The team says defensive end Keon White was shot in the ankle. Good evening. I'm Claudine Wong.
And Mike Meehan, San Francisco police confirming they did respond to a report of shots fired on Mission right near South Bend.
He's in the South Market
Police did not
District.
identify White as the victim.
The 80
but the
right
team
there is
has
what takes you
since
to the
confirmed
Bay
he was
Bridge.
shot.
Police
The
described his
101 is
injury
what
as
takes you to the Bay
non-life-threatening.
Bridge.
According to police, officers responded to reports of a shooting following an argument that started inside of a business. No arrests have been made. A suspect has not been identified. I spoke with Dr. Rick.
Details in the shooting that hurt 49ers defensive end Keon White. It happened early yesterday morning at a nightclub in San Francisco's Mission District. Our partner,
Oh, man, what
Standard
the
report,
fuck is he
White
doing
was
in the
hosting a
Mission
Super Bowl
District?
party at Delia Lounge on Mission Street. At some point, White got into an argument involving rapper Lil Baby. That's when White was shot in the ankle. Nearby residents say they were woken up by police activity.
Windows like right by my bed, and so I saw lights. Like I think that's why I woke up at first. I think I kind of knew that it wasn't like the most safe place, but honestly, I mean, like it kind of seems par for the course. Like I'm not like entirely like, how could this happen here?
No arrests have been made. Our sister network ESPN reports White had surgery yesterday and it was a success.
After being shot early this morning in San Francisco. This is now the second Niners player shot in the city in the past 2 years.
Law enforcement analyst Michael Leninger says investigators will now comb through
that
witnesses
motherfucker's a
and
Barbary
any video
Coast.
in the
Shit.
venue or area.
I assure you that at least one individual there knows who the shooter is, and I'm relatively
That's
certain
near the
at this
16th
point
Street
that San
Park
Francisco
State.
PD knows who the shooter is as well.
Yo, it's Big Ant, the spokesman, man. We back. Another edition of Urban Politicians TV, UP TV. Make sure you stay on your pivot at all times, man. Had to come tap in. And first and foremost, I do want to send prayers over to Keon White. That he has a full and speedy recovery and everything gone back all right. They say that the surgery was successful and everything went okay, but it's still going to be a road
Machiavelli trying to get to Vegas in the next year.
Training things like that. So
Save
prayers
up your
go to
money,
him
man.
with how he was affected in this
Your driver's
situation right
license
here.
lasts
And I
for
have
7
links in the
years out
description
here.
where you can watch the clips in the beginning in full from WRAL News, Fox Local, ABC News as well. And I'm going to get into this write-up from the San Francisco Standard as they obtained a police report from the incident that went down and through it. And as it grew throughout the day, they eventually said that Lil Baby was somewhat involved with an argument before this incident went down. That doesn't mean that Lil Baby pulled the trigger. That doesn't mean that it was somebody from Lil Baby's entourage. They just said it was noted that he did have an argument with him at this stripper party right there. And I just got to say this, innocent until proven guilty. I'm not finna try to solve this case from a cell phone. We don't do that over here. But you know how it's going to look in the media. This is very bad publicity for Lil Baby. It's not a good look at all for Lil Baby, no matter what went down, no matter how it happened. You don't want your name and your brand connected to these type of headlines and stories as it is everywhere right now. They don't have anybody arrested. They only got witnesses saying they saw this, they saw that, but the write-up says this. San Francisco 49ers defensive end Keon White was shot early Monday morning at a Mission Street nightclub following an argument involving rapper Lil Baby. According to a police report viewed by The Standard, the San Francisco Police Department has not named a suspect. A party that began Sunday night continued into the early hours Monday at Dahlia's, a bar and nightclub at 1799 Mission Street. There were several strippers on the main floor.
That's the problem right there.
Where White was shot was downstairs. Social media posts that appeared to be from the party show Lil Baby, whose given name is Dominique Jones. The musician performed Sunday night in San Francisco, according to an event listing and social media posts. Representatives for the rapper did not respond to a request for comment. A witness interviewed by police said Jones' entourage was on the main floor and tried to enter White's private event. White got into an argument with the rapper, the witnesses told police. The witness said that when he went upstairs to ask for a manager's help, he heard 2 gunshots. Downstairs, he found that White had been shot in the left leg. The witness said he did not know who the shooter was. Another party attendee interviewed by The Standard said she did not witness the shooting, but heard 4 gunshots. Topless women were sweeping up dollar bills when police entered the club to investigate the 4:06 a.m. shooting, the report said. As I entered, I saw numerous scantily clad females picking up dollar bills that were strewn all over the floor. The police report says some of the females were topless and appeared to have been adult entertainers. As police went downstairs to locate the victim, who was found to be white, partygoers were still leaving, the report notes. When asked who had shot him, White was uncooperative, according to the report. A 49ers representative said White was undergoing treatment at a local hospital. Police found evidence that included a 9mm shell casing and a 45 caliber casing. Investigators pulled footage from surveillance cameras and found an abandoned cell phone. Jones is a Grammy-winning rapper from Atlanta. His 5th and most recent album, Wham, debuted last year at the top of the Billboard 200. Now, for Lil Baby, this is a very bad
that shit crazy.
headline.
That's the Barbary
Very bad
Coast
story. Doesn't mean that he did it. They're going to be looking at the surveillance footage. They're going to be trying to put the things together. Who knows who that cell phone can be for? That can be for anybody that got left at the scene. People get to shooting. People get to rumbling. Be a lot of people in the building. And sometimes these clubs be small. I don't know how big or small that club is on the inside. So people get to step in and you drop stuff. But for them to find that gun, somebody dropped that, a casing. They got a casing, They're finding that casing. They're going to pull a print off that. They're going to pull a print off their phone, see who what, and they're going to look at the surveillance footage. Innocent until proven guilty. I know the internet going to blame Lil Baby and say, oh, he did this. It was his. We got to wait and see, man. He innocent until proven guilty. For right now, I just got to cut Brad y'all the facts of it. You do want to stay away from this, but this is how the game go at times as rappers.
Because
this is how you make a living.
That
this is your lifestyle. You go perform an event. You get paid a nice amount of money to come there. Everything got to be on point, but sometimes things go left. It's a risk. As my boy Big Facts would say, this is the rap trap. This is the thing that, you take care of your family with. You got to go out there, take that risk. But we'll see what happens. Keep y'all updated on everything. Tell me what y'all think. We got more coming, more videos, all at 1,000 for shit show. Stay on your pivot.
Yeah, that is crazy job. All right, what are your thoughts about it on Lil Baby?
Okay, got caught up. Was over them women.
Show them family.
Remember me saying that it takes 6 guys to carry a man to his grave, but it only takes 1 woman to put him there. And if they up there with them damn hookers, man, that ain't nothing but bad news. Yeah. Them is high mileage jobs, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah, so we'll let y'all know what the latest is on Lil Baby.
Yeah, as the story unfolds, you know.
So moving along.
Like I said, if the two men gonna go out there and fight for some money.
Right. So moving along, we on to the immigrant news, illegal immigrant news.
Because that kitty cat is like water; it's everywhere.
Mm-hmm. So on illegal migrant news, the ICE protesters are worried if ICE
at polling stations in the 2026 midterms. Oh, hell no, that's election interference.
Yeah, that would be election interference. But
yeah.
At least I got to say about it.
Yeah.
Good to see you all. Hope you're doing well. All right, Janet, I saw there were trolls coming in messing with you, and they had blocked you from the channel, and I unblocked you. So I did see what was going on. So I do apologize for that. You did not do anything wrong, and you did not need to get kicked out. That was trolls doing that. So anyway, those are people that work for YouTube. You know, somebody just coming in here and being a nuisance,
Brother
they
Checcs?
can't do that.
Yeah.
You know, somebody behind the
too.
scenes that got access to everything, those are the ones that can do that.
Right.
They never do nothing new. They've been doing the same thing.
YouTube is a big college
I've been
campus
on
like
YouTube. They
Facebook.
haven't deviated or done nothing different yet. So when it is really true when we say the Most High did not give them any original thought. It is so true. So anyway, Donald Trump is going to send ICE agents to voting polls in swing states. Now, why would he do that? Because number one, to harass people. Number two, Donald Trump knows things are not looking good for the Republicans in the polls. So it's from the old playbook, voter intimidation. Again, don't ever do anything new. So having them there, they think might discourage people from showing up and voting. It's not going to work. Now, will people be harassed with ICE? They probably will be. They probably will be, you know? So this is a way of them trying to control the vote and keep the Republicans in charge. And y'all, it is going to fail. It is going to fail. You know, people are going to just turn up even more on Donald Trump. ICE is not going to be out there just looking for illegals. They're not. They're going to be out there harassing U.S. citizens, trying to go to the polls and vote. The Republicans right now, it's looking bad. I was even looking at Texas earlier this morning. Jasmine Crockett is actually leading in the Senate race.
Really?
Her opponent, a lot of people are getting turned off by him. It's a white dude, and people are getting turned off by him.
So it ain't Ted Cruz.
And at first they kept saying she would never win, you know, because of the way she talks, she would never win. Well, apparently it's not looking that way at all. She is actually leading in the polls. So I think people are just a little they are surprised at the way things have gone in this country. That's why you see so many of them coming on the videos, saying things like, what's going on? What's going on? Why is this stuff happening? Because they thought Donald Trump's second term was going to be like his first term. They really believed that. Me, I didn't anticipate anything because we're talking about Donald Trump. You don't know what the hell you're going to get. I did not anticipate he was going to come in and it was going to be like the first term. I didn't. You know, I kind of left the door open on that. But there were a lot of people that thought they were going to see that same Donald Trump, and they are shocked by what they're seeing. Donald Trump, over that 4-year period when he wasn't president, him and his rich buddies got together and made everything all about them. And that's exactly what we are seeing. Everything is all about him and his billionaire buddies. The hell with everyone else.
Pretty much.
So, look, I'm loving this, y'all. I'm loving this because it just goes to show you how badly America is falling apart. It is showing you how bad it is. Now you're going to send ICE agents to voting polls. And what do they? We know what ICE act like. So as people are walking in to vote, what are they going to be doing? Provoking people? You know, I wouldn't doubt it, y'all. They got ICE out here acting like a bunch of bullies. So I would not be shocked if you'll see some people, their intent is to walk in and cast a vote, and they end up on the ground and being piled on by ICE. I would not doubt it for 1 second. So we shall see. But America, you are showing how bad things really are in this country. And I'm loving it. Y'all keep it like this. Keep it like this. Because the crazier it gets, the quicker you're going to fall. So yes, keep that energy up, America. Keep it up. I'm loving it. I'm loving watching this place fall apart. I am. I love the hell out of it. And I love that I'm here to witness it. So y'all, let me share my screen. I want y'all to hear how Steve Bannon is talking. Every time this man does an interview, it goes viral because of the crazy mess he sits there and says. But I want y'all to listen. He's going to talk about how the election was stolen and they're going to send ICE because they're going to make sure election. First of all, that election never got stolen. Donald Trump lost to Joe Biden because a lot of people did not like how Donald Trump was running the nation, especially with C-19. Ooh, he really dropped the ball on that. He really dropped the ball majorly on that. And people did not like the way he was doing things. He legitimately lost. Nothing was stolen from Donald Trump. And y'all need to get off of that mess because it is not where you're not convincing anybody. Donald Trump can't even convince anybody that the election was stolen. Every time he speaks, it sounds fake as hell. It does. It sounds fake. All right. Let me share my screen. But listen to this nonsense Steve Bannon is saying. Give me a 1 if you can see my screen. One thing Steve Bannon said that is really true. He said, if Donald Trump don't win, he's going to jail. And so are a lot of people are going to go to jail. And you know what? He's right. And they deserve to go to jail. Thank you.
You're damn right. We're going to have ICE surround the polls come November. We're not going to sit here and allow you to steal the country again. And you can whine and cry and throw your toys out of the pram all you want, but we will never again allow an election to be stolen.
Motherfucker, you is full of shit. An election to be stolen.
This should alarm every voter in America. Steve Bannon just confirmed that MAGA wants ICE officers surrounding polling places during the midterms. Listen to this.
You're damn right. We're going to have ICE surround the polls come November. We're not going to sit here and allow you to steal the country again. And you can whine and cry and throw your toys out of the pram all you want, but we will never again allow an election to be stolen.
Let's be clear. This isn't election security. This is voter intimidation, a scare tactic designed to keep people away from the polls. Let me know what you think in the comments. Is this Donald Trump's way of trying to rig an election?
Yeah, it's possible.
No,
it's
the U.S.
probably not
Supreme
going to
Court
work.
made
And the
anything
secretaries
they
of
don't
state
want
in
to
the states that he would most likely be targeting are prepared. It's important to acknowledge off the top that this is a federal crime. Sending federal agents to intimidate voters at polling locations is a federal crime, punishable with jail time. There is also no emergency power or national emergency that Trump can declare that will not make it a federal crime. It's a federal crime, no matter what Trump says or declares or whatever. Of course, no one here thinks that this DOJ would prosecute members of ICE for showing up to polling places, but there's a 5-year statute of limitations. So if that's a risk those ICE officers want to take, suppose they could do that, they're going to go to jail. And no, they could not be pardoned because it's also a state crime in every state, every single state. More importantly, I think, is that Steve Bannon saying this 10 months before the election has given the secretaries of state and the places that he would most likely target time to game it out and prepare for it. So an annual gathering of state election officials, Democratic secretaries of state said they'd already begun planning for the range of ways that they think the Trump administration is going to try to interfere with the elections. And that includes deploying ICE to polling places. There's been no official announcement from from DHS or anyone in the administration that this is happening. Remember, Steve Bannon doesn't actually work for the Trump administration. However, what he says is often an indicator of the direction that the administration is going to go. So this isn't something to ignore. I think that we should plan to see some sort of show of force in specific polling locations. Like we did in 2020. Black Lives Matter protesters in North Carolina organized a march to the polls, and the cops pepper sprayed them, specifically to stop them from voting, and it did not work. The Selma to Montgomery marches during the Civil Rights era in 1965 were specifically about voting rights and the ability for Black people to vote without being brutally intimidated. Like, these signs say an end to police brutality now and voting rights now together for a reason. So you can and should, I encourage you to reach out to your Secretary of State and see if they have a plan in place, because they probably do, for this eventuality. I would expect that if ICE shows up in polling places, for there to be emergency court orders telling them to leave same day. But we as voters need to be these people. You see these people, these white people here? We need to be willing to walk with marginalized and oppressed groups. They're going to be targeting Hispanic voters specifically, right? And Black voters who they think maybe come from Haiti or wherever. And we need to be willing to walk them into the polls past ICE, because who you are now is who you would have been then.
Did y'all see Steve Bannon said they're going to have ICE at the polls? Did y'all see that? Is that not voter intimidation? Is that not illegal? I feel like that has to be illegal, because it seems like voter intimidation. They're trying to stop people from going to the polls to vote, this is nothing new.
The only one who can stop them is the U.S. Supreme Court, and they do it.
This is not the first time they did voter suppression. This is why laws were put into place to stop them from doing things like this. And yet, this administration don't give a damn. They're literally undoing a lot of the things that were put into place to protect people's rights. And now they're planning to place ICE at the polls to intimidate people and keep them from voting. Because what did he also say last month, Steve Bannon? That if the Republicans do not win the midterms, they're all going to jail. This is why they don't want you to vote. You think these people really need your voter information? Think about it. It's done electronically. They don't need your voter registration information. That's the same information that your jobs have. They have all your basic information. They the ones who gave us our social security numbers, date of birth, and all that stuff. They don't need that information. What they need is to get access to the system so they can change your vote. That's what they need. They need to look like you voted the way they want you to vote. Open your eyes.
Got a little update for you guys on whether or not we're going to have free and fair elections or anything even approximating that. So we covered before Trump making the comments that he thought that Republicans should nationalize and take over the elections. He was asked about that and he doubled down. Let's take a listen.
Was it the ambitions? What exactly did you mean when you said that you should nationalize elections? And which 15 states are you talking?
I wouldn't see elections, be honest. And if a state can't run an election, I think the people behind me should do something about it. Because, if you think about it, a state is an agent for the federal government in elections. I don't know why the federal government doesn't do them anyway. But when you see some of these states about how horribly they run their elections, what a disgrace it is, I think the federal government, when you see crooked elections, and we had plenty of them, and by the way, we had them last time, but go to 2020 and look at the facts that are coming out. Rigged, crooked elections. If we have areas, take a look at Detroit, take a look at Pennsylvania, take a look at Philadelphia. You go take a look at Atlanta, look at some of the places that horrible corruption on elections. And the federal government should not allow that. The federal government should get involved. These are agents of the federal government to count the votes. If they can't count the votes legally and honestly, then somebody else should take over.
The Constitution says it should be states that administer elections. Mr. President.
Trump, you're full of shit.
The election, but they have to do it honestly.
The hell do you
He said there again, they should have a federalizing the elections, nationalize the elections, take over the elections. This comes on the heels of his former advisor, Steve Bannon, who's still runs a very influential podcast, talking about how they're going to have ICE agents surround the polling places. Let's go ahead and take a listen to that.
We're going to have ICE surround the polls come November. We're not going to sit here and allow you to steal the country again. And you can whine and cry and throw your toys out of the pram all you want, but we will never again allow an election to be stolen.
So this is, what a lot of people left of center have been concerned about, is that the ICE budget, which is extraordinary, and the number of agents that have been brought in and are continuing to be recruited and brought in could be deployed in this manner as an intimidation tactic. And I mean, you can easily understand how this works, especially with how much they've been willing to harass people regardless. It's not any sort of targeted enforcement just based on their skin color, based on whether they have an accent or not. So here is Steve Bannon openly floating, hey, let's have all of these ICE agents go and surround the polling places in November. And, then you have the president himself floating some pretty wild things.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not to cope. Bannon enjoys being the vanguard of third termism, of being the person. As I understand it, and again, this is just an explanation from Bannon around the way.
Steve Bannon says that they were going to have ICE agents surrounding polls come the midterms. Just listen to it now.
You're damn right. We're going to have ICE surround the polls come November. We're not going to sit here and allow you to steal the country again. And you can whine and cry and throw your toys out of the pram all you want, but we will never again allow an election to be stolen.
I need everybody to understand just how serious this threat is, because he is not talking about removing illegal aliens from the voting lines. That is an argument that the right loves to pull out that says illegal aliens and dead people are voting in our elections, when that's never been proven on a large scale, ever, in any court system. Goes on to say that we cannot allow another election to be stolen again. And it's so interesting because this last election, they are so adamant that it was legitimate and fair. No shenanigans whatsoever because, well, it came out their way. But that 2020 election still haunts them to this day. Why this is so horrifying and so terrifying and so terrible is because they are going to be specifically targeting people who are not white in those voting lines. If they are surrounding voting and polling stations with ICE agents, and we know that'll be in urban areas, primarily those that typically vote blue. If they're going to be doing that, we know that it's because they're going to be pulling people out that they think look suspicious. And that is obviously if they don't look white, the end. Perhaps if they have an accent, Make no mistake, this is a threat to our democratic system. Like so many other things they are saying and doing currently.
You're damn right. We're going to have ICE surround the polls come November. We're not going to sit here and allow you to steal the country again. And you can whine and cry and throw your toys out of the pram all you want, but we will never again allow an election to be stolen.
Trump and the MAGA movement are now talking about having ICE agents at these polling locations, at these election voting sites for the midterm election in November of 2026. It's to nobody's surprise right now because he really is Trump and MAGA are getting their asses handed to them in polling right now, and in some elections, some of these special elections that happened throughout 2025 in Virginia, in New Jersey, in Wisconsin, the Supreme Court race there, in Pennsylvania, you name it. A lot of municipal races where Republicans lost. And now the most recent election here in Texas, Senate District 9 in North Texas, in Tarrant County, the heart of the GOP of Texas, is Tarrant County, and the Democrat there won by 14 points. This district that had been won by Trump by 17 points just in November of 2024. So, and then looking at the data, looking at the numbers and understanding that there was a 26-point swing from Latinos for Democrats. It's supportive Democrats. So Latinos have voted 53% for Democrats in 2024 and now 79% in that district in North Texas. So there's any indication of where Latinos are going, that could be a big indication, a big test to know how Latinos are responding electorally to the ICE raids and to these attacks from this administration. Now, the ICE raids, what does ICE have to do with election sites, with election locations, with the elections department? It's clear that these people want to make the argument that they want to stop. MAGA wants to make the argument that they want to stop illegal immigrant voters or illegal immigrants from voting. And we know that that's just not the case. There's maybe a dozen cases nationwide of undocumented immigrants that voted. And here in Texas, Attorney General Ken Paxton has gone to hell and back to try to find as many cases as possible. He just has not found a substantial amount of evidence of undocumented immigrants voting in Texas elections. It just isn't something worth even putting resources into it, because it's just so incredibly rare to have an undocumented immigrant voting in any election in this country. So that's the case they want to make, because they want to be at these polling sites because they want to make sure that, Democrats and these undocumented immigrants aren't cheating, which is complete bullshit. It's about intimidation. It's about creating chaos. It's about creating a division. It's about discouraging people to go out to vote. Now, if ICE agents are creating chaos at a polling location and confusion, people that are on the fence about voting, these like low propensity voters, they're not going to care to go vote. They don't want to deal with it. So that's the point. You want to discourage people from not even approaching a polling location because they just don't want to deal with it. So the whole point here is to discourage American voters that are registered voters, particularly those that are more low or mid propensity voters that sometimes show up to vote, but not always. They're not as inspired to go out and vote as much as possible. So this administration's goal with the ICE agents is to create so much damn chaos at these polling locations that these people on the fence about voting are just going to say, you know what, never mind. My vote doesn't really matter anyway. I'm just going to vote, et cetera, et cetera. But that's going to multiply to millions of people. And that makes a difference. That absolutely makes a difference in elections, especially when elections are decided by like tight margins. And of course, with Latinos, ICE has a history of targeting Latinos, whether they have papers or not. Citizens. So there could be situations where Latinos just don't go vote because they just don't want to get harassed by ICE, even though they have papers. They don't want to be questioned. They don't want to deal with it. People are working. People want to go on about their day. So that's
called vote intimidation, sir.
And that is what MAGA is seriously talking about right now. And it's crazy. It's crazy. So that's something that, like I mentioned, Democratic candidates and Democrats in power right now need to absolutely do everything in their power to freeze any funding support or stop or defund ICE, because these people are going to be used in elections against you, against the Democrats. Open your damn eyes, Democrats. Chuck Schumer and all these other Democratic leaders that are just playing way too soft on these Republicans right now on MAGA.
The Obamas and the Clintons are going to save us. They're going to save the midterm. We're going to clobber.
Shit.
We have some news right now. Steve Bannon, Donald Trump's former senior advisor, who he speaks to regularly, has confirmed what the plan will be heading for the midterm elections. He says, quote, "We're going to have ICE surround the polls. We'll never again allow an election to be stolen." He made these remarks on his War Room podcast. And well, a lot of folks may say, well, Steve Bannon isn't in the White House anymore. He doesn't have Donald Trump's ear. Folks, he has had lunch with Donald Trump regularly. He speaks with the president of the United States regularly. And often what happens in MAGA world is that someone like Steve Bannon will float an idea like stationing ICE agents at polling booths. And then it eventually will get to the White House. And then that's something that Donald Trump may repost, may parrot, may try to implement. And so they're setting the stage right now for having ICE agents, Border Patrol agents at voting locations across the country in an effort to intimidate folks from voting, and not just going after undocumented. I think that's the big thing here, is that even U.S. citizens.
Hey, Jesse, wouldn't that there be a job for the U.S. Marshals?
Polls, if this is what happens, because of what's happening across America, where they're demanding proof of citizenship, etc., racially profiling people, and more. Spread the word, be aware, follow for more.
So,
you know what's not cool? The fact that they're going to put ICE around all of our voting locations. No, I lied. Not all. About 15. And I told my husband this about 6 months ago. He's like, that's not going to happen. And I'm like, yeah, it definitely will. And Steve Bannon has now corroborated it. So that's good. And you're going to say, well, maybe they'll be there to keep peace and, you know, to make sure no undocumented migrants vote. Okay, that wasn't happening anyways. But no, they're going to keep Black and brown people from voting. That's the plan. They want to stand there as a fear tactic in their tactical gear and make people nervous about going into the vote. And it wouldn't surprise me if they are allowed to check ID. If they are standing over the people in the voting booth saying, I need to check your ID. And guess what ICE can do? They get to determine whether your documents are real or fraudulent. So maybe you're someone who's about to vote for a Democrat. Guess what? Your documents don't seem real. Or you're brown and you have an accent. I don't think you're really a citizen here. We're going to take you and we're going to book you in a detention center until we can figure this out. And guess what? Voting has passed. It's really a great plan. It's so obvious and it's so easy.
Now, what are
and
you
it's
white
just so
people going
clear
to do to prevent
what's
this?
happening. And I hope that those 15 cities are preparing
Besides
to fight this in a court of law, because those ICE officers are going to do nothing but destroy a free and fair election. And if you think otherwise, you need to read a book.
Election. There were concerns that, he would try to cancel the elections. As it turns out, you don't need to go that far. You don't need to cancel elections if you're going to post ICE agents in every polling place in swing states and essentially terrorize the people who show up. If you're going to ask them for ID, even in states where they don't need to have ID to vote, that's going to suppress and change the vote. And that's exactly what Donald Trump wants to do. That's what a lot of these Republicans have said, is use this ICE enforcement group that he's built to terrorize people. And that's why we've seen violence from ICE over the last few months, is to show people exactly what's in store for you when you show up for a polling place.
So we have, like, look, it's like I said, he's telling us this is the plan. They have a habit of that, of telling us everything they're going to do. And hopefully we listen, but what you, as a strategist, let's say you're, you get hired to run a big campaign or to assist in strategy going forward into the elections for some top Democrats. What are you doing? What do you tell them? How do the electeds handle this?
So Congress needs to step in and actually start working on ways to prevent this through legislation. That's likely not going to happen in a Republican Senate. And the fact is, some Democrats are, I think, a little too comfortable with this idea that it's too late in the cycle to alter election laws for November, as if following the law has ever been a restriction for what Donald Trump wants to do when he uses power. But there are a lot of red state governors, including in Georgia, who are not comfortable with this, who have the credibility with their legislatures to get things passed that will safeguard elections. They could make it a crime for ICE to stand outside polling places. These are the kind of things we need to do. Best intentions are no longer enough. If Donald Trump is serious about finding ways to, as he says, nationalize the elections, then states need to be prepared to use their police resources to stop those people who are going to try and interfere.
Right. And, I think the big fear is that as he becomes more and more unpopular, and particularly with his own base, since October, his GOP approval has dropped from 94% to 86%. It's an 8-point drop in what has always been seen as a sort of bulletproof base, right? 8 points might not seem like a lot, but it's a ton. And instead of moderating positions, he's threatening voters and redistricting and doing.
Okay. So I saw somebody put the Latino vote ain't gonna do nothing to us. If you look at the last election, people in our community overwhelmingly voted for Kamala Harris. And so the Latino did not stifle our vote, and they can't anyway. If you really look at the numbers, the Latinos are very divided. They are big time divided when it comes down to vote. They vote almost split. Part of them vote Democrat and another half of them vote Republican. So that being said, they are so split, they can't do nothing to the Black vote. I disagree with you big time on that one. And it did not show that they split the vote or impacted the vote in the last election. Okay, you can just look at the results. They didn't do anything to the Black vote at all. So anyway, y'all, look, we shall see. This is going to be something. But I kind of think Steve Bannon is stupid for putting that out there so far ahead of the midterms, because I do agree. Now you gave each one of these blue, because he's only going to have them in blue states and blue cities and stuff. And that being said, they're now ready. All they're going to do is beef up the police or beef up the National Guard, and they're going to outnumber ICE. So wherever these ICE agents show up, the Democrats are going to just beef up security all around the polling place, and they're going to make sure they got enough people out there that outnumber the ICE agents. So he really shouldn't have said nothing at all. But we shall see. Boy, I can't wait. I love the division. I love the division. Please keep it up. I love it. Keep it up. So, y'all, I will definitely keep my eye on this one. Definitely. So, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your support. I see some more donations came in to Give, Send, Go, and I thank you for your support. So everybody have a wonderful afternoon. Shalom, family.
Okay, what's going on, everybody? We are here. We are live. I want to thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. If you're new to the channel, share this video out on your social media platforms. And please do not forget, most importantly, to follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. With the introduction out the way, let's get the stream started, right? And, I want to talk about something that we've discussed quite a few times before, but I don't think that this ever gets old, nor should we stop discussing it and unpacking these things. And it's the amount of money that these crooks in Congress are managing to pull in once they get into Congress, right? Prior to being in Congress, these people typically are broke, right? They're down on their last. They're not doing so well. They have businesses that are floundering and failing. And then they get into Congress, and all of a sudden, within the matter of a year, they become multimillionaires. As of right now, an actual official investigation has opened up into Ilhan Omar and her finances and possible connection to some of the fraud that's been going on in Minnesota, but specifically surrounding the fact that as little as a year ago, Ilhan Omar net worth was around, I don't know, $51,000. And in 12 months later, she goes from a net worth of $51,000 to a net worth of $30 million. I think that that's something that's worthy of looking into when you're a public official, so we can find out what exactly is happening that would cause your finances to balloon that quickly. Because when you pry into it just a little bit, it seems as if there's a lot of fraud, foolishness, and nonsense going on. And what I find particularly interesting is that when you ask these people, when you confront them about their finances, those in Congress like Ayanna Pressley, they don't know how to act. They don't know how to respond. They get extremely and highly upset. And I want to play one of those clips, or two of them, for you right now. Check this out here of Ayanna Pressley just being asked a simple question concerning rental properties that she has. And she's trying to run out of here so fast that her assistant slams the door into Ayanna Pressley's foot as she's getting into the car. I kid you not. Check this out here.
Did you make all this income from the rental property?
Sir, I submit a financial disclosure just like everybody else. There's nothing to see here. Thank you.
Is it appropriate for members to make so much money when they're in office? Should there be rules there? Financial disclosure reports.
I'm going to play the rest of it, but did you see that? They're trying to get out of here so fast that her assistant slammed the door on her foot. And Ayanna Pressley goes, oh, that's crazy. Why are you trying to run off so quickly? What are you hiding?
Appropriate for members to make so much money when they're in office? Should there be rules there? Financial disclosure report.
You know you're trying to get the heck out of Dodge when you trip, fall, stumble, and hurt yourself, or your assistant smashes your ankles in the door. All right, I'm going to stop interrupting. Let's just let the rest of this play. But you are guilty as sin if you ask me. In my opinion, I believe, I assume.
To make so much money when they're in office? Should there be rules there? Financial disclosure reports show that the wealth of Pressley and her husband Conan Harris swelled from $12,000 in 2019 to as much as $8 million. 5 rental properties earn them up to $350,000 annually. Pressley once advocated to suspend rent during the pandemic. She pushed policies for struggling homeowners.
These little to no cost bills help people remain housed.
Presley's husband is an ex-con who went from serving a decade in jail before they were married for drug trafficking to raking in up to $1 million a year as a business and management consultant.
Damn. Understand that you can't turn your life around because you can.
So what he did was he flipped his
Okay, so I didn't know Ayanna Pressley's husband was putting that work in. Okay, he was putting that work in. Man, we hear that one more time. He's a convicted drug dealer turned multi-millionaire real estate, entrepreneur. Yeah, I find that interesting. Okay,
for drug trafficking is an ex-con who went from serving a decade.
Let me stop right here.
Little to no cost bills help people remain housed.
Presley's husband is an ex-con who went from serving a decade in jail before they were married for drug trafficking to raking in up to $1 million a year as a business and management consultant.
There are many times where we can see that the spouse is the person who may be bringing in the most income.
Some lawmakers resist restrictions on outside earnings. Do you think that there should be changes, some different rules about what members can make while they're in office?
Presumably right-wing reports designed to try to undermine our members, and there's nothing credible that has been suggested that I've seen.
But other members worry about their colleagues cashing in on congressional service.
The idea that people's net worth balloons at that level is yet another erosion of public trust.
There was one of the first aphorisms I learned is politics is the art of turning influence into affluence.
Now, the money also followed Presley's fellow squad member Ilhan Omar to Congress. A House committee is probing how assets belonging to Omar's husband grew into the millions. Brett?
I just want to stick with Ayanna Pressley for a moment. Her husband went from serving 10 years in prison because he was a drug dealer to being $1 million a year business consultant? How you do that? No
Maybe
degree,
got
no nothing.
rehabilitated.
You got a degree in selling drugs, and paid a 10-year tuition in prison for it. But you went from that to making $1 million a year as a business consultant once Ayanna Pressley got into Congress? Okay. All right. That's interesting to me. And I want to play this other clip from her too, where once again, if everything is on the up and up, why are you so pressed when people are asking you basic questions about your finances as an elected public official? Look, she was asked recently about her finances, and just look at her response. Let's check this out here. And then we're going to move on to Ilhan Omar.
You're here today talking about affordability. What do you have to say to Americans who are concerned about the fact that you went into Congress with a negative net worth and now you're reportedly worth over $8 million? No comment?
I wish you people would stop reporting fake news. You don't know anything about me and my life. I was raised in a single parent home. Every single thing my family and I have, we have earned. And you are reporting fake news.
Well,
and you should be asking, well, do your homework. That's how you get clarity.
What should I be asking?
You should do your homework, and that's how you get clarity, okay?
Asking you is doing the homework, dummy. What better way to do homework than to go straight to the source, which is you, someone who had
there should be public records on that, homie.
Now all of a sudden you're worth $8 million with your drug dealer husband who served 10 years in jail for selling drugs and went from a 10-year prison sentence to coming out and being $1 million a year business consultant with no education on that other than being a drug dealer prior. Crazy work, man. I mean, I would be upset and running for my life too. I wouldn't want to answer any question either. And then saying silly stuff like, why don't you do your research? Why don't you do your research? Asking the source is the research. And when you ask them, this is how they respond. It's like maybe 10 more seconds left of this video. Let's see what else happens here. I'll rewind it back just a little bit.
You are reporting fake news.
Well,
and you should be asking, well, do your homework. That's how you get clarity.
What should I be asking?
You should do your homework, and that's how you get clarity, okay? That's how you get clarity. Do your homework.
You're knocking capitalism, but isn't that...
Thank you. You can take this card from me.
Thank you.
What was your name? Allison. Thank you so much.
No, how sweet. That was a nice little sweet little interaction right there to end the video off. But imagine that, telling somebody to do your homework. The homework is asking you. Mind you, these are the same people that apparently are Democrat socialists. They're so against capitalism, but at the same time, they're making millions upon millions of dollars a year because of capitalism. But they're against it. Right? They want capitalism for themselves, but socialism for us, right? They can make money hand over fist themselves, and they want soup lines and universal basic income for us. That's how this works, right? But now what I want to do next is let's shift on over to Ilhan Omar, because that's what I want to do. And while I'm shifting on over to Ilhan Omar, if you haven't already, please make sure you subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and hit the like button if you haven't already. Please make sure you hit that like button, okay? Let me pull this next clip up for you guys. Where is it? Here we go. So this clip here is concerning James Comer and the House Ethics Committee
bullets, man, for slinging the shit,
or getting ready to, but officially,
he did a dime for slinging the shit.
He said something very interesting in this concerning Biden investigating Ilhan Omar in 2024 that I wasn't aware of. So I want to play this clip first, but then I want to get into an article afterwards that helps us dive a little bit deeper into what Biden was investigating, right? But first, let's get into this clip.
Get down, Aurora.
We've been informed in the last 2
Amaru.
hours that the ethics committee is probably going to have to be the committee that takes that investigation up. I'm disappointed to learn that. We thought that the oversight committee could do that.
Amaru.
So we're going to be writing a letter in the morning referring this to the ethics committee. And it's basically, it's a simple investigation, Sean. There are 2 companies listed on Omar's husband's financial disclosure form. Both were worth, one was worth between $1,000 and $5,000. And then the very next year, it was worth between $1 and $5 million. Another one was worth, I think, $25,000. And the next year was worth between $5 and $30 million based on the ranges on the financial disclosure form. Either way, those are significant increases in value. And, you know, we just have questions that any American would have. What type of businesses are these? That we know that the Department of Justice in the Biden administration was investigating Omar's husband for reports of fraud. We know there's a winery in question that has a big value on there that some believe isn't worth anything. So there are a lot of questions. This investigation shouldn't take long. She should just willingly come in, she and her husband, and answer these questions. It shouldn't take more than 15 minutes. But thus far, over the last 2 weeks, it's been crickets from Omar.
Of course it's been crickets. No. Of course it has been. Right? Now, let's go into this here, because I find this interesting. I had no idea that the Biden's DOJ was actually investigating Ilhan Omar back in 2024, apparently because of her husband's dealings, right? There's a lot of foolishness surrounding her and her husband. Let me pull this article up for you guys right here. Check this out, and let's unpack this a little bit, because there's actually a lot going on over here. Look at this. Biden administration launched investigation into Ilhan Omar's finances and interactions with a foreign citizen. Let's dive into this article. So it reads this. Let me see if I can get this ad out the way. It's like really bothering me. I can't. It's going to trick me into opening up some other stupid thing. Okay. So here we go. The Biden administration, the Biden Justice Department launched an investigation into Representative Ilhan Omar's finances and her interactions with foreign citizens in 2024. The identity of the foreign citizen with whom Omar allegedly interacted is unknown. And the Times reported that the Biden administration's investigation, which was launched in June of 2024 by the U.S. Attorney's Office in Washington, D.C., has stalled due to lack of evidence. So it looks like they hit some sort of a brick wall in the middle of the investigation. Not that the investigation was dropped, but that it was merely stalled. Now, the article continues to read, but news of the investigation's existence comes after Washington Free Beacon report in September but news of the investigation's existence comes after a Washington Free Beacon report in September that found Omar's personal fortune had skyrocketed from no more than $51,000 at the end of 2023 to upwards of $30 million at the end of 2024. That extraordinary increase of at least 3,500% derived almost entirely from her husband's ownership stake in 2 companies, including his private equity firm, Rose Lake Capital, which boasts relationships with investment bankers and venture capital companies across the globe. Let's stop there for a minute. Rose Lake Capital. Let's unpack that for a second. So her husband's last name is Mine, right? Or Minett. I think it's Minett, right? Minett founded Rose Lake Capital in 2022 with his business partner, Will Haler. Okay. Haler, a former senior advisor to the DNC. That's who Haler is. He's a former senior advisor to the DNC. So as you see, they keep it all in the DNC family. Not too many outsiders participate in this. Everybody is connected and part of the Democrat Party when it comes to stuff like this. Rose Lake Capital is Minett and Haler's second private firm. Rose Lake Capital claims on its website that its management team managed a collective of $60 billion in assets under management. But the firm itself is not registered with the SEC, translation with the Security and Exchange Commission, right? But check this out here. Let's go to the other business they have together. Their first venture capital business, EST Ventures, was sued by a pair of South Dakota cannabis companies and claimed Minant and Haler diverted $1.7 million of a $3.5 million investment for purposes other than their stated business. And when you scroll down a little bit more over here, Omar's husband, once again, Minant, entered the venture capital business after a lengthy stint serving as a consultant for Omar's campaign, during which Minant and Omar divorced their respective spouses and married each other in 2020. The arrangement saw a $2.9 million, the arrangement saw $2.9 million from Omar's campaign flow into the coffers of Minant's company, E Street Group, drawing intense scrutiny. So this is one of the biggest con games ever when it comes to these so-called consultant companies, as well as a lot of, so-called advertisement companies surrounding the campaigns of these politicians, right? Because what you'll often see is that these consultant companies and these advertisement companies are owned by their relatives, their husbands, brothers, sisters, aunt, uncles, grandma, and they're just funneling the money through these companies to do essentially nothing, but then it circles back around to their pocket. So when you see headlines like this, look at this. Ilhan Omar raised a record $1.1 million last quarter, just as Minnesota fraud scandal exploded. You know where that $1.1 million is going. She raised $1.1 million, and we all know that that's just going to circle right back around to her pocket. Okay? We understand this to be true. At least, excuse me, YouTube, in my opinion, I think, I believe, I assume. Just my opinion, right? Check this out. The controversial squad member from Minnesota ended the year with a record fundraising quarter, pocketing $1.1 million. Almost double the average of her previous 3 quarters. Newly released Federal Election Commission filings show. But now get this, because when it comes to George Soros and stuff like that, a lot of people like to pretend like it's conspiracy theory nonsense and George Soros is this like mythical figure that doesn't really exist. Well, that's clearly not true, because between October 1st and December 31st, she pulled in more than 10,000 donations. Of those, 8 people, all from out of state,
the hell we can get some
and
donations
including
like that.
far-left billionaire George Soros' son, Alexander,
blow up
contributed
like a motherfucker,
the
boy.
maximum of
If we can get some
$7,000
donations like
to
that,
the Somali-born
get some
lawmaker,
donations
right?
of
So
100
money's
grand,
coming
man.
from
We
all
could
over
blow,
the place. And what's interesting as well is
retire
that
and
when
you
you read
would
the
never have to
headline,
work
it states,
again.
she raised that $1.1 million in the last quarter of 2025, which was the most that she raised overall if you combine the first 3 quarters. But that money really started coming in as the Minnesota fraud scandal exploded. For as horrible of a look as stuff like this is concerning the fraud scandal and things of that nature, right? The Somali fraud, yada, yada, yada. It's a gift and a curse. It's a curse from the standpoint of it being a PR nightmare for Democrats. Tim Walz had to, destroy his whole campaign, stop his whole campaign over it. He was running for a 3rd term, and now he's not running anymore. He dropped out. It's a PR nightmare for people like Ilhan Omar, but it's also a gift as well, because you can play victim and raise a whole lot of money. And that's what you see happen with Ilhan Omar here. She's able to play victim. She's able to say, oh my God, Trump is after me. He's racist. He's a bigot. He doesn't like women. Give me money for my campaign. And now here we are with $1.1 million that we know, or at least in my opinion, is going to circle back around to her pocket by way of, foolish, nonsensical advertising companies and so-called consulting firms that are owned by her husband, and other family members, right? But now, as it pertains to her husband's, venture capitalist companies, I want to play this clip here because there's a lot of funny business surrounding that. So check this clip out next. And as I pull this clip up for you, please make sure you hit that like button. And thank you very much.
Chad, thank you. And focus now. Kaylee McGee-White, a Fox News contributor. Look, there's a whole lot of money on Capitol Hill, both sides of the aisle. And you could say that you want to follow all the money trail. Look at the Checcs Fund years ago, where women were being quieted for some of the discrimination that was going on in the Hill. So we get that. This is a very specific case. Why is that?
Yeah, I was doing a bit of research into Tim Minette, Ilhan Omar's husband's various businesses, and his investment firm. It has no known clients, no known investment deals. It doesn't even have an active SEC registration. And his winery, which is also purportedly making him millions of dollars per year, has no online presence. It has no marketable products available for purchase online. And get this, back in 2024, an investor into that winery actually sued Minette and his business partners, alleging that they had fraudulently misrepresented the winery as a legitimate business operation. So yeah, maybe there's a version of events here in which, of course, all of this is conveniently timed with his wife's election to Congress and her growing considerable influence in the Democratic Party. And maybe there is a version of events in which Ilhan Omar and her husband have just been extremely fortunate. But in that case, you would think that Ilhan Omar might be a bit more appreciative for this country and the ways in which it's aided her success. But I look at these events and I think they have cracked the Hunter Biden playbook. And I think that there are many other people in Washington, D.C. who watched the success of the influence peddling scheme that the Biden family ran. And more importantly, they saw that the Biden family faced zero consequences for that scheme. And they decided to try and replicate the results themselves. So I do hope that James Comer is successful at cracking what is actually going on here, because I think that she's probably not the only one in Washington with some considerable wealth to answer for.
Look, that's exactly where I started. There's a whole lot of money on Capitol Hill. And
how in the world do you have a winery company that's apparently worth millions of dollars?
If it's true, it's not wild.
But there's nothing for sale.
Yeah.
Can somebody please tell me what's going on and how that's even possible? I don't know how that's possible. But, you know, according to what she was saying here, right, the venture capitalist companies to the side, her husband also has a winery that's worth $1 million or so, yet you can't buy any wine. There's nothing for sale, but it's worth a couple $1 million, or at least $1 million or $2 million. I just find that very interesting. And it's something that's very much so worth looking into. And it really just goes to show how corrupt these people are. Because once again, if you ask them directly, as many of them do, like we explored earlier with Ayanna Presley, they just get pissed off. They'll call you a conspiracy theorist, but they won't say that you're wrong. Do you notice that? They won't say that you're a liar and that what you're saying is not true. They won't say that your allegations are false. They just get mad and run off. Shout out to my man Jaybird. I appreciate you, Jaybird, for 46 months of service as a channel member. Thank you very much. I appreciate your support, holding it down, support me for 46 months. Thank you, bro. I want to go back to this now as we bring the stream to a close. I want to pivot back to the original article that we were just looking at, right? So let me pull that up for you guys right now. Look at this here. I want to take a moment to scroll back up for a second. A lot of colors on here. So you remember this part here, like where they're talking about interactions with a foreign citizen and all that kind of stuff, right? Ilhan Omar's interactions with a foreign citizen. What's that all about? You know, I want to try to explore a little bit more into what that's all about. And I want to take a moment to read this portion here once again as we bring the stream to a close. As for Omar's alleged interactions with a foreign citizen, investigators will have plenty of material to work with. Shortly after Minot founded Rose Lake Capital in 2022 with his business partner, Will Haler, Omar formed the U.S. Africa Policy Working Group, where she leads 20 members of Congress. Quote, committed to building partnership with the continent of Africa. Shout out to the motherland. Since then, Omar and Minot have been pictured together at events hosted by the EBII Group, a company that helps facilitate international investments in Africa. Omar was the keynote speaker at the group's African Leaders and Partners Forum in 2023. Get this, where she called on Congress to approve a $44 billion lifeline for African communities. Meanwhile, Haler, as Rose Park's CEO, facilitated a panel at the forum discussing the challenges faced by international investors seeking to get their funds out of African countries. I want to focus in on this right here, right? That I have highlighted in blue. Might be hard to see amidst all the green, right? A lot of colors happening on the screen right now. But she was at this international investment kind of forum. She was, to be exact, she was a keynote speaker at the African Leaders and Partners Forum in 2023, where she called on Congress to approve a $44 billion lifeline to African communities. I want you to understand like the corruption that's happening here, you know, and how just wrong all this stuff is. Because when you see something like this, she called on Congress to approve a $44 billion lifeline to African communities. That, what she's doing there, along with the other 20 members of Congress that are a part of this U.S. Africa Policy Working Group, they're operating independently on their own. What do I mean by that? That $44 billion that she was asking for Congress to approve to send to Africa to do God knows what with it, obviously, as we all know, find some way back into their pockets. That's something that is independent from whatever Joe Biden had going on when he was in office. Like, this isn't something that's associated with developing and strengthening, you know, relationships with the African continent and with certain countries in Africa, things of that nature, like you'll often hear about, you know, when you're watching the news concerning international affairs. This has nothing to do with that when they're asking for something like this, that $44 billion. This is completely independent of that. And what often happens is that $44 billion will pass in a nonsense bill. Let's just say that ends up passing through Congress for sake of argument. We'll call it the federal law enforcement funding bill. You get what I'm saying? It'll be something like that. And then when you actually read the bill, you'll find some weird little provision in there that states $44 billion going towards the African continent. And you'll say, why? Why is there $44 billion? This is a federal law enforcement policing bill. Why is there $44 billion in this federal law enforcement policing bill going to the African continent? But that's how they steal the American American taxpayer dollar. It's through foolishness like this, right? Because rest assured, that $44 billion isn't coming from some independently raised funds. That $44 billion is coming from your pocket. It's coming from your tax dollars. And once again, they run these plays independent of the president. That money that they're trying to raise here has nothing to do with Biden when he was in office. It has nothing to do with even Trump while he's in office. When they try to run these plays, they're doing this on their own. And it has nothing to do with whatever foreign policy stuff that you may be hearing on the news. That's the issue with USAID and all the madness that went down with that. So much money is being stolen right from underneath our nose. It's ridiculous. Now, the real question is this somebody going to get held accountable? That's the real question here. Because unfortunately, for as corrupt in nature as, you know, trying to siphon off $44 billion in taxpayer dollars to Africa is, you know, as, you know, morally wrong as it is, because we know what they're doing. They're stealing the money and trying to, you know, divert it back to their pockets. They're not doing anything illegal, technically speaking, if it went through Congress. But when it comes to a lot of the foolishness that's going on concerning these fake consultant companies and these fake advertising companies, and you see how what happened with Ilhan Omar and her husband, all of a sudden, you know, once they got married, $2.9 million, I think it was, of Ilhan Omar's campaign funds found its ways into the coffers of her husband's consulting firm. Things like that need to be thoroughly investigated for the corruption that it is. People need to be held accountable. And at a certain point, things like this just have to be illegal across the board. Will that happen? I don't know. I hope so. But in the meantime, we'll just have to keep reporting on it, exposing the truth, and hopefully at best, the truth can get these people voted out of office. And with all that being said, that does it for today's news. So I want to thank you guys for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on social media platforms. And please do not forget to follow me on Telegram. That is so important. Please follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. The link to my Telegram will be in the description box.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. And on that note, if they are doing something crooked, they ain't doing nothing no damn different that the rest of these politicians is doing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, they ain't doing nothing no damn different than what the rest of these crooked bastards is doing. So if you're gonna investigate her, then investigate all these motherfuckers.
Yeah, they're not gonna do that, Shabaka. And she's an
I know.
immigrant. She gonna get deported, Shabaka.
Okay, but I'm just wondering who else is. But let's look at that girl, Ariana Presley. Her old man did 10 years on a dope case.
Why are we caping for her? She says she don't support our reparations.
Yeah, I know. Well, it's getting ready to bite her in the ass for not doing it.
She was, I don't know. I thought
No, she's getting ready to get, no, Lady Tay, she don't want to support our reparations. And she's doing this crooked shit. She's going to get bit in the ass for it.
I tell you about Ayala Presley or Ilhan Omar.
I'm talking about Ilhan Omar.
Yes,
I'm talking about Ilhan Omar too. Ariana Presley and her old man, they locked in.
Yeah, it looked like a gas power.
I just hope these crooked black ass politicians do something for the black community.
Yeah, they're not. Remember, she's Somali first, so she needs to be focused on Somalia and building.
Okay, no, brother Chad. I'm talking about Ayanna Presley and her husband.
Oh, I'm still on Ilhan Omar.
Yeah, well, Ilhan Omar, like you said, she's gonna fuck around, get arrested, get kicked out to Congress, and then they will deport her ass.
Yeah.
I mean, with all the drama that's been happening, I pretty much like over the last year, I don't think anything's gonna happen like that. She's pretty much skating through, you know what I mean?
Okay,
and
but hold on now.
Levied against her, she ain't really maneuvered or went anywhere or been, you know what I mean, forced out, or it's kind of weird. It seems that it seems like a lot going on in Minnesota. Like there's a lot of motherfucking legislative deaths. People, run for office, like 4 this year, or like 4 in the last 2. You know what I mean? There's a whole thing.
Children.
Yeah. You know what I mean? There's a whole bunch of shit going on out there that's like.
And then they break into the governor's house right there and killed a couple of people there in Minnesota.
Yeah, they just killed somebody's kid. Yeah, like his daughter just got stabbed and he had to drop out of the governor race.
Yeah.
That's like hardly in the news, and you're none from Waltz or anybody mentioning that. That was hardly in the news. You know what I mean? Dude dropped out of the governor race because his daughter got fucking murdered. You know what I mean? Like that's like 4 in the last 2 months. Not to mention all the shit that's all the agitation or whatever, and then shit. Ilhan Omar gets sprayed with some bullshit at a town hall. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot going on out there that's not really like, it's kind of sucks. You're like, a lot of shit's happening. Nobody's getting asked to step down, resign, move over.
No, Tim Walz got asked to resign. You don't remember? Tim Walz was asked to resign, and the mayor of Minneapolis, Fraud.
Yeah, but they obviously didn't go nowhere. They're still there doing work.
They're all being investigated right now.
Yeah, but I'm saying that they didn't leave. They're just there.
Well,
Just
Tim Walsh said he's not going to run for re-election. What's his face just got re-elected? Jacob Fry. And Ilhan Omar.
All these people that are in office or running for office are getting like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's just crazy to me.
I don't know why. I mean, politics is bloodshed. War without bloodshed.
Yeah, but it's like in the same state in the last 2 months, like that's like gotta be above her record. Like you in the same state over the last 2 months, and you got 2 fucking white deaths on top of that. There's a lot going on over there. Like, don't you think that's kind of suspicious?
Yeah, I mean, it's politics. It's,
Like that, like back to back, like I don't know, like yeah, it sounds like politics, but it just is kind of like whoa to me. You know what I mean?
Now, well, look at it this way here, lady Checcs. Let's be real, okay? As crooked as these bastards are, right? All of them. I don't put nothing past none of them.
Right.
You know what time it is when the trash man comes.
Yep. You know it's late. It's the trash man that's coming through.
It's 2:37 here, so that means it's 3:37 where you all at.
Mm-hmm.
Trash man, he starts his shift that early.
Yep, in Aurora.
My neighborhood
Oh.
does. My neighborhood, he's already been rolling around for like an hour.
Yeah, I think he starts in your neighborhood and then goes to the rest of Aurora.
Yeah, he's been cruising the blocks, throwing trash. You know, it's kind of cold over here too. It's like weird ass cold. It's really cold right now.
Yeah.
What's your temperature out there?
I can't see the temperature because it's all the way in.
It's 28 degrees.
Yeah, I knew.
So y'all are below freezing. It's 59 here in Cloud.
Anthony in the comment section.
See, that was true.
No, it's cold, lady. Chan. I think it's supposed to snow either today or tomorrow.
I thought I was tripping because my heart started to drop. I was like, oh my god, it's got cold.
Yeah. My phone is showing 34, but the computer said 28. So.
I can't see what it says on mine. And the phone died, so I don't know.
Damn.
I'm pretty sure it's around like 30 to late like 20, 28, something like that. I can feel it. So my heart starts to act funny.
Yeah. So in other illegal migrant news, we got illegal immigrants caught blasting guns at family in road rage attack on Texas highway.
Road rage in great state, Texas.
Amaru, if you don't get your ass down from that.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, please make sure that you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. And with the introduction out the way, let's get into today's news. And today we are headed on over to the great state of Texas. Why is that? Well, I won't even introduce the issue. I'm just going to play this video for you. Check this out here.
Right down there.
We're wasting bullets there.
No, well, they out there dumping. That motherfucker there is drunk. Happy New Year in Dallas, huh? Nuevo in Dallas.
What kind of third world foolishness is this?
Down there, great state, Texas.
This occurred in Dallas. Give me a moment and let me transition over to this article here so we can unpack what's going on here.
They're down great state, Texas.
When you're asking me, you know, TD, why do you support ICE so much? This is why. Look at this. Look at this third world nonsense, this third world foolishness.
Yeah, that's some type of shit you see in Mexico, El Salvador.
You come into
Hell,
another
you see
country
shit like that in TJ, man. Come
allegedly
on.
seeking a better life to work
So,
hard.
and in Mexico.
And instead, what you do is put other people's lives at risk by discharging your firearms recklessly, not caring who you hit and whose lives that you take. And it's just all kind of fun and games because you have Democrats to protect you. Well, I don't know how well that's going to work out for you in Texas as far as these three are concerned, but by and large, that's the general sentiment of people like this, right? Those who shouldn't be here to begin with. Look at these people. Look at this. Unbelievable. Let me transition over to this article here so we can unpack, just who these lunatics are, what they did, the charges, and the fact that they have ICE detainers on them. They shouldn't be here anyways. Check this out here. Okay, so the title is Illegal Immigrants Caught Blasting Guns on Packed Highway, Shooting at Family in Road Rage Attack. Here we go, man. These are the lunatics that Democrats are protecting and trying to keep in the country. This is who they want here. This is what Biden unleashed, and this is who Democrats are trying to keep. Anyways, I digress. A viral video showing gunmen firing from a Dallas bridge on New Year's has now led to multiple arrests and immigration holds as police say the suspects were involved in repeated acts of gun violence across North Texas. The Dallas Police Department announced the arrest Tuesday, identifying Anthony Acvedo, 20, and Jose Alacron Sanchez, 18, both of Grand Prairie, as two of the suspects seen in multiple social media videos firing guns from the Margaret McDermott Bridge over Interstate 30 just west of downtown Dallas. The reckless gunfire captured on camera and viewed worldwide, according to police, sparked immediate public outrage and a large-scale investigation. Detectives with DPD's Central Patrol Division and Special Investigation Unit launched what police described as an aggressive and exhaustive investigation, working alongside the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives and the U.S. Attorney's Office. Investigators recovered more than 100 shell casings near the bridge. During the investigation, detectives learned Alacron Sanchez had been arrested earlier that same morning by the Grand Prairie Police Department for a similar firearms offense on January 1st of 2026. Now get this, as the case expanded, investigators uncovered evidence linking 25-year-old Anderson Dursey Lara to a separate road rage shooting in November. Police say Dursey Lara fired multiple rounds into a vehicle carrying 3 adults and 3 children, narrowly missing the victims. Time all the way out. If you've been subscribed to this channel long enough, you all know how much I love Texas. Okay?
Don't mess with Texas.
And I've never been there before, but I love Texas. I am highly disappointed right now in the fact that Alacron Sanchez had been arrested earlier that morning for the same offenses, just firing off your weapon like this, and you were just still able to carry on with your day while committing offenses like this. That's crazy to me. Why weren't you already in jail? That's number one. But number two, how is Anderson Dursey Lara, who was arrested for a road rage shooting in which he fired multiple rounds into a vehicle carrying 3 adults and 3 children, narrowly missing the victims, how is he not in jail?
Right.
How? Come on. Don't go out like Chicago, man. Please don't go out like Chicago. Please don't go out like Los Angeles, California. Please don't go out like New York. Come on, man. Let's not do the Minnesota thing where we're not locking people up. Come on, Texas. You let me down with this one. This is a first. This is crazy. But anyways, I digress. Still love Texas, even though I've never been there. I still love Texas. But that when I read this here, my jaw dropped. It's like, are you serious? Anyways, that's enough of that. Let's carry on. With assistance from the ATF, investigators executed a search warrant and recovered multiple firearms, including rifles matching those seen in the viral bridge video, further tying Decree Lara to both incidents. So this guy is just a complete degenerate. Now, Agvito and Alarcon Sanchez are charged with discharge of a firearm in certain municipalities, a Class A misdemeanor. Decree Lara faces 6 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, a first-degree felony. I feel like these charges should be significantly stronger than this. All right. I mean, I'm no law expert.
Well, you're not down in the great state of Texas.
Come on, man. And look at the firearms that were recovered.
That's the great state of Texas.
Look at this. These guys are packing. All right.
They were strapped.
Illegal and packing. Police said Agvito has been released on bond while Alarcon Sanchez and Darcy Lara are being held on immigration detainers. Once again, this is why the work of mass deportation is so necessary. And at least, despite the fact that I'm highly annoyed and disappointed with the fact that, you know, Decree Lara and the other guy, I think is Alarcon Sanchez, the fact that they shouldn't even have been free to begin with. I'm going to give Texas a pass on this one because it's the first time I'm reading something like this. At least we know Texas is going to cooperate with ICE and hand these two degenerates over, which is positive. But this type of third world activity, this just can't be made the norm. It can't be made the norm in this country. And that's what I'm concerned with, because I already know people are going to make excuses for this. You know, at least liberals are. They're going to make excuses for it. But this is just something that's unacceptable, in my opinion. And I believe we operate with common sense. I want to show you guys this here too, because once again, it's the work of Tom Homan and Donald Trump. And shout out to Gregory Bovino. We're never going to forget you. Gregory Bovino, he's out of here. He's out of here. But I'm always going to salute Gregory Bovino for the work that he did. They quietly pushed Bovino to the back and then scooted him out the back door. But, we're always going to salute Gregory Bovino over here for the great work that he did. And I understand from a PR perspective and whatnot why they had to remove him. I know some people get mad about things like that. But as corny as it sounds, as taboo as these things sound, everything is chess. Everything is chess. And Bovino's time expired. He just had that chess piece had to be moved, and I'll just leave it there. It had to be moved. But you couldn't ask for a better replacement in Tom Homan. You're talking about replacing Bovino. Anyways, I digress because I want to show you guys this here also. I believe that I reported on this story to you guys. I believe that I reported this story to you guys once before already, sometime last year, but it was still in my bookmark. So just for good measure, I want to pull this up again. Check this out here. 2 of the monsters who opened fire on a children's baseball field while in Katy, Texas, gained status and even U.S. citizenship under the Biden administration. Dang. Mustafa Mohammed Matalag, I think, and Ahmed Mawed ruthlessly opened fire, hitting the team's coach while he was leading a prayer. This looks terroristic to me. Yeah. I'm just saying. These individuals should never have been allowed in our country. Under President Trump and Christian Rome, we are working to prevent attacks like these from ever happening again. Look at this here. That's terrorism. This was terrorism, if you ask me. But this is who Biden let in. Yep. And this is the kind of folks that, once again, Democrats are trying to protect and keep in the country, as Homan and the gang are doing great work trying to get rid of these degenerates. But in between the story that I read and delivered to you guys earlier and this one here, when you're talking about public safety threats, they're all around, and they didn't need to be, but they're here now. So when anybody's trying to speak bad and ill on ICE and talking about, oh my gosh, they're so horrible and they're Nazis and this, that, and third, and they even talk about their approach. They're so mean. They should treat people with dignity. Listen, monsters like this that are on your screen right now, committing the kind of heinous acts that they commit, they don't deserve any of that. They don't deserve any of that. They just need to be snatched up and taken out of here expeditiously. And with all that being said, that does it for today's news. So I want to thank you guys for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. Share this video on your social media platforms. And please do not forget to follow me on Telegram.
All right, y'all. What's up? Shabaka, I'm playing their videos, and that's when they're going live. So, what are your thoughts on these illegal
media group
caught blasting their families on roadways in Texas highway?
Put all bullshit aside, brother Che. They should be held accountable. Me personally, I think they were out there getting drunk and did that shit.
Yeah, that's definitely under the influence or something.
Yeah, so on that right there, yeah, they should be hitting at least a bullet in the jail, man.
What are your thoughts?
365. At least 365.
They should have been the first time, but it's that catch and release type shit. So, I don't know. Hopefully somebody will get picked up and stay in jail. I mean, that's crazy, and they're like showing out. So, they definitely need to be punished. And
yeah, most definitely, Lady J, because that could have been us crossing the great state of Texas.
Bullets ain't got no name.
Motherfuckers, come up there and dump on us in Houston.
Right. Bullets ain't got no name. You're shooting off a highway, off a bridge.
No, you are absolutely correct.
You're trying to kill everybody on the highway, cause accidents. You know what I mean? It just takes one car to get shot. To spin out and take out for the four-way underneath and kill everybody. There could be a pile up and they're just busting rounds into vehicles, and that's just like a recipe for multiple vehicular homicides. Not to mention how many they don't sell through, because those are different weapons, different shells, different types of bullets. You know what I mean? And they're just bucking some of us just just probably got a switch on them. I mean, they can't be they're not legal, obviously. They're probably
No, because they're automatic weapons. Of course they're not legal, because that was automatic gunfire.
The fact that they put it on social media is they just don't give a fuck. So
they was out there drinking their cerveza, some Jose Cuervo.
Yeah.
Just say, fuck it, give me the goddamn pistolas.
They're like little boys. They're like young dudes. Not even
That's precisely what I'm saying, Lady Che.
You suffer the full max of what could have possibly happened. They're on the top shooting down at a packed highway at night. So
that's bullets ricochet.
For and they did it online. They're showing that online.
Yeah, you see, so that's how I know they drunk. You see?
No, it's young boy shit, just being stupid. But at the same time, they gotta suffer the max here and get deported.
Oh yeah, Lady Che, I agree with you wholeheartedly, man. Them motherfuckers all deserve at least a bullet, 365 in a day.
Right.
In the county jail.
I mean, what if it was one of their people's and they shot their
That's precisely my point. What if it's one of my people going through Texas, one of your people going through Texas, one of Brother Che's people going through Texas, and the other colleagues and that we have and loved ones that we got, and then some drunk ass motherfucker, hey man, that Jose Cuervo was really good at saying, hey, get the pistola, let's bust some fucking cabs.
Man, it's stupid. Especially like that.
It's stupid.
It's intentional. It's not like you shot it up in the air and pray for mercy. You're trying to kill
people. So now we're dealing with multiple counts of attempted murder. So which means because Texas, they sentence you hard in Texas. So them motherfuckers ought to be doing 25 years.
Right.
Yeah, but they're still minor. Or they're
at that point in charge.
Oh, okay. Then throw their asses in the youth authority when they try them as adults. Throw them in the youth authority. When they turn 18 years old, put them up there in the big house.
They're either going to try them as adults or they're going to deport
Go
them.
as far as charging them as adults, and then if they have any parents or anything here, I put their fucking parents in jail too. Fuck it, why not? You know, because
no. If they're minors, lady, you're right. The damn parents should go to fucking jail.
They should
because
that's monitoring them. They don't know what the fuck they're up to. You don't know that they got ARs and motherfucking machine guns and they're trying to kill people on the highway. Just shooting. You can't say you're shooting in the air. You're shooting down.
They're shooting recklessly. Yeah, they're shooting at the track. So that's intent.
Right. Your intention was to buck off the highway, and there was like a lot of rounds. There's easily more than like 30 rounds being shot in different places. So that's intent. That's intent to kill. That's intent to harm. That's intent to cause an accident. You don't know. You don't know really what's going on. You can't blame it on drugs or the liquor, because as soon as you hear that first bang, you're just sober up. You're just sober up. Anybody's ever shot?
Reckless endangerment.
Sober up immediately once you hear that first kickback.
Yep.
So you can't blame it on shit. At this point, you're just showing out, and you think you can get away with it. Well, okay, then you serve the motherfucking max, and your parents too.
Yeah, walk the concrete with that shit. You're right.
Who gave you money to go get it?
Right.
You know what I mean? Because you didn't get it off your good looks, ugly as hell. So you didn't get it off your charm. You didn't get it off for anything because they don't look like they real hustlers. They just look like some bitch made ass motherfuckers. They got homes to go home to. That are out there showing out and thinking that this is what it is. So yeah, they'll let you see what it is in the yard with the big boys. You know what I mean?
Pretty much.
Whoever's in charge
Pretty much.
Because that shit ain't cheap. Those weapons ain't cheap. It's not like you find a pistol. That shit is like those are expensive. And bullets cost money. You know what I mean? So yeah, they're taking away from that. That's a lot of like revenue loss if you think about it. But not to mention the intent of how many people you could have hurt at that particular time of night where it was at. Everything just got to factor that in. And they got cameras on the freeways, so they can pretty much tell like
they could yank the plates and take it to the registered owner. You know, that would be their first stop.
You know, there's got to be cameras right there on the bridge too, because people like to jump off. People like to be living under the bridge, in like up on the hills. You know what I mean? So yeah, there's a whole bunch of like it's heavily surveilled. So it's not the first video. Plus, you got all the evidence of them fucking showing up on social.
Yeah.
So I think that like that right there is like stupid reckless, and they should have been. Why weren't they in jail? But either way, if you catch them again, keep them there because you have a good solid case for fucking attempted murder.
Yeah.
reckless endangerment. I don't know.
No. That would be reckless endangerment, Lady Che. If they aimed it at a vehicle that was moving, then you're right. That is a fucking attempted murder.
Yeah, they're pointing down over the bridge. Like, what else can you be pointing at?
Right.
It's like I got a scope on it. You know what I mean? You could be pointing at a particular vehicle a mile down the fucking highway or up the highway. You know what I mean? On that side, you don't know what's going on. You just know that they're and bullets ain't got no name.
Nope.
They go wherever they go. The wind blew them and they killed somebody. You know what I mean? That's going right through a windshield. You know what I mean? A radiator. It's a whole bunch of other things that are like really bad with it, and they gotta suffer. And then anybody, especially if they have parents here, because if we could punish white people's parents when a white kid goes and shoots up a school, we punish their parents. Remember that one case? Only once. We only did it one time, right? Shot up the school. His parents got charged. And we should do that with, in this case too, whoever's in charge of them, because they're not homeless. They got.
Oh, you talking about Ethan Hawke?
Yeah, where did his parents bought him up. Yeah,
and they put the parents in jail.
Fuck yeah. I mean, that was a threat when I was growing up, that whatever you do, your parents are going to go to jail for.
Yep.
I didn't know if that was possible, but look, it is possible.
Yeah.
We did it to white people once, then we should be able to do it to these individuals. And, you know, obviously if they got a detaining thing to hold them, then fucking go ahead and send them back. Those are the type of motherfuckers that could use a month in seek in El Salvador. You know what I mean? They're right there, never gonna learn. They're gonna get right out and think it's tight that they wouldn't spend 2 months in the yard and then go back in. You know, so they're like knuckleheads. They're never gonna learn. They gotta learn the hard way. You can tell already.
By walking the concrete, sleeping on them steel ass, raggedy ass bunks.
It's a big ass motherfucker.
And them overcrowded ass cells where you smell everybody's ass.
Oh,
right, you gotta get jacked for your shoes as soon as you walk in.
I'm just being real.
Nothing nuts to bust, Shabaka.
Hell no, man. No, that's what they tell you at the Twin Towers. Hands in your pocket, shoulders on the wall, nuts to butts.
Right. I mean, they gotta go through something, because that right there, they could have done a lot of damage. Thankfully, we don't know if they did or didn't.
Well, we certainly hope not, Lady Che.
Hope not.
You know, because somebody's grandma could have been on the way to the hospital. Some little kids could have been on the way home with their parents. You know, man working his ass on probably one of them damn oil rigs down there, coming in there trying to get a good night's sleep before he has to go back the next day and do that smelly, nasty ass work. But I hear that them dudes working in them oil jobs down there in Texas is making big money.
Yeah, that makes a big bank.
But it's dangerous though. But the work is dangerous.
Yeah, that's why it's so much.
They got 7 days on, 7 days off, man. And you know, like, I guess if you're a younger single man and you didn't have too much going on, you know, that's really good money.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they pay them really good.
But there is such a thing, though, Lady Che, as overworking yourself. And that could be a safety hazard, too, particularly if you're doing something volatile. You know what I'm saying?
What he used to do before he was on the podcast.
Who?
Uncle Phil.
Oh, Uncle Phil? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, they don't have too many black oil field workers, but when they do, you know, that's good money for them. It's like that, but you got, I think you got to be a good young age, because it's like a lot of exercise, a lot of work, heavy work.
Yeah, so you need guys on in their youth for that.
Yeah, guys that actively work out and shit. Because that work is hard. I know for experience, and I know from experience, like 2 years of experience. So I know that like what I seen was the men put a lot of work in. They're working back, knees, hips, legs, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you're constantly covered in oil too, Lady Che.
Yep.
Particularly out there on those rigs.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
All right, y'all. Thank y'all for that. All right, I'm gonna move on to the next topic in regards to the illegal migrant news, and that is 108 people shot and 26 people killed in Chicago. Chicago mayor ignores real killers.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, please make sure that you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group to help circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. And with the introduction out the way, let's get into today's news. And today we are headed back on over to the People's Republic of Chicago to speak about Emperor Brandon Johnson. Why is that? Well, I want to talk about this here. Look at this tweet, or I should say X post that was put up by Jamal Green. Jamal Green is a relatively well-known man in the city of Chicago. He does a lot of great community work, you know, in his city. People know him pretty well. You know, he's a pretty well-known guy over there, you know, and a good guy from my understanding, right? So he put this post up a couple days ago. Check this out. This is absurd. In the first 27 days in Chicago, 108 people have been shot, 26 of them dead. Our mayor is marching to abolish ICE. How about you work to abolish the killing in our streets? 95% of Black killings are done by Black people. Black people need to focus on resetting the culture, not ICE. And I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more. But let's focus on the top portion of that statement. In the first 27 days in Chicago, 108 people have been shot and 26 of them dead. When I thought to myself, well, let me look into this a little bit more, to see how factual it is. And I know Jamal Green wouldn't get on the internet and lie, but you just got to double check these things for yourself. I came across this here from the Chicago Sun-Times. I didn't know that this existed. And this is called Every Homicide Victim in Chicago. So they track this, right, daily. So now what you see here when you look at the bottom left-hand corner is that 30 people have been killed in Chicago in 2026. So we're looking at a killing a day. Every day, somebody in Chicago is getting shot and losing their life behind that bullet. And when you go over here in the right-hand corner where it says victim list, I mean, it just really speaks volumes, and it really hits you like a ton of bricks falling on your chest when you're reading the victim names and you're seeing over and over and over the same statement being made. Look at this here. Let me zoom in just a little bit and we could read this all together. Check this out. Okay, so look at this here, victim list. This database lists the names of everyone killed by another person in the city of Chicago. It's compiled from Chicago Sun-Times reporting and information from law enforcement agencies and the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office, and updated every day. Look at this here. You got to forgive me on some of the names, but we have Vico, I believe the name is Vico Culture. Vico Culture, a 38-year-old male, died January 30th, 2026, after being shot around 4:44 p.m. We have Pierre White, 35-year-old male, died January 30th, 2026, after being shot. We have an unknown 31-year-old male victim who died January 29th, 2026, after being shot. We have Robert Parker, 37-year-old male, died January 26th of 2026 after what? You guessed it, being shot. We have Diane C. Fisher, a 44-year-old female, died January 26th of 2026 after being what? You guessed it, shot. We have Robert Gary, 29-year-old male, died January 23rd, 2026 after being shot. Oliver Alexander Safran, I believe the last name is. Well, Oliver was a 23-year-old male who died January 19th after what? Being shot. I mean, we can just do this all day. Troy M. Hollingsworth, 37-year-old male, died January 18th, 2026 after being shot. Everybody's getting shot and losing their lives out there in Chicago. People are getting taken out left and right on what seems to be and feel like a freaking daily basis, okay? But while all this is going on, you have a ridiculously goofy mayor in Brandon Johnson who is ignoring all of this in order to play politics. Look at this. Mayor Johnson vows to find ways, Mayor Johnson vows to find ways to hold ICE agents and Gregory Bovino accountable for criminal conduct. They're not trying to hold actual criminals accountable for their conduct. They're trying to find ways to hold ICE accountable. I should say the Emperor of the People's Republic of Chicago, Brandon Johnson, is trying to find ways to hold ICE accountable and Gregory Bovino accountable. But you have all these murders happening on a virtually daily basis in the city, and he's not concerned with any of that. Once again, he's trying to play politics and talking nonsense. I want you to take a look at this clip here. This is Brandon Johnson recently at some little meeting or function where he's just talking foolishness. And it's foolishness that we've heard him speak before, but let's hear him talk about it one more time, because where we're going by the end of this video, your jaw is just going to drop. But check this clip out here first.
It's powerful that we have been able to effectively push back at local levels as well as in the courts around Gregory Bovino's activities. His dressing, his whole package, it is so familiar that I believe that it was blinding for some people. That it's clear, there's two things. One, it's clear that the far right in this country, that they have not accepted the results of the Civil War.
The far right in this country were the ones who fought on the side of freeing slaves in the Civil War. It was Democrats who fought to keep slaves, idiot.
And that they have longed for a rematch to have a republic that subjugates and subjects individuals to a permanent lower class.
I mean, you just think about how stupid all of this is. And we've heard him say this before. It is just this idiot, what do you call it, talking point that he has of apparently the far right, the right wing, right? Republicans want a rematch of the Civil War. Why would you want a rematch of something that you won? The Republicans won the Civil War, stupid. It was Democrats that lost. And if you look at the actions of Democrats across the country, from Minnesota to Los Angeles, they're clearly the ones who want a rematch of the Civil War. They're the ones who can't just seem to peacefully protest and everything has to turn into a riot. But you see how they're always talking about themselves when they're talking about Trump, MAGA, Republicans, conservatives. Everything they say, they're the ones that are actually doing. These people are psychotic. Nonetheless, look at this here. I want to go back to the original article that I showed you earlier, because like I said, when I read a couple of paragraphs from the last article that I just showed you, and then we transition to this next video clip, it just goes to show you how much people like Brandon Johnson could care less about the livelihoods of his constituents, right? And how the Brandon Johnsons across the country, speaking about Democrats as a whole, they could care less about the American people, let alone the people that they're supposed to be serving. Look at this here, though. Let's go back to this article. Okay, so as you can see here, once again, just walk with me. Mayor Johnson vows to find ways to hold ICE agents and Gregory Bovino accountable for criminal conduct. Okay, just a quick pop quiz. How many people did Gregory Bovino and ICE kill? How many American citizens did they kill? You know, do a compare and contrast. Did they kill in the city of Chicago versus the number of people killed in Chicago that are not Gregory Bovino and not ICE? I would love to see that, like, compare and contrast. How many people did ICE kill in Chicago versus the number of people who were killed in Chicago by non-ICE agents? This is a quick pop quiz for you guys. I'm curious to how you guys answer that in the comment section below. I think we all know the answer to that question, though, right? Johnson told the National Press Club Wednesday that he aims to make Chicago the nation's first city to hold ICE and Border Patrol agents accountable for their criminal conduct, because there is no such thing as absolute immunity in America. The article goes on to read, and you see we don't have much. If you notice and you follow this channel long enough, whenever you see the green portion, that means that's where the article ends. But I digress. Claiming there is no such thing as absolute immunity in America, Mayor Brandon Johnson said Wednesday he plans to make Chicago the first city in the nation to hold immigration and customs enforcement agents and Border Patrol officers accountable for criminal conduct. In a defiant address to the National Press Club in Washington, D.C., Johnson said Chicagoans are asking us to do more in this moment to challenge President Donald Trump's immigration enforcement actions, and it is our aim to meet their expectations with even stronger enforcement measures that he had not previously considered. This is not about politics. This is about a more fundamental idea that in our country, nobody is above the law except for Don Lemon, right? There is no such thing as absolute immunity in America, the mayor said. If you commit a crime, you should be tried like everyone else, regardless of the badge on your chest or the mask on your face. I mean, your script writer was pretty decent and clever with that one. I like it. I like it. You're still an idiot, and so is your team, but that was a good one. Nonetheless, once again, I promise you, I'm only going to read this title one more time. Just walk with me. Mayor Johnson vows to find ways to hold ICE agents accountable, and Gregory Vivino for criminal conduct. So while he's fighting to hold ICE agents accountable who have not killed any American citizens in Chicago throughout the entire year they were there, they didn't take not one life. Meanwhile, you have savage animals like this running around, virtually beating people to death and getting zero time for it. Just no punishment at all. Nobody's getting held accountable in Chicago. That's an actual criminal. Look at this here. Infuriating. A savage thug who brutally beat a random stranger nearly to death on a Chicago CTA Pink Line train, leaving the victim in a coma with traumatic brain injury, broken ribs, fractured skull, and months in the hospital, walks free with zero prison time. 45-year-old Jesus Ramirez pled guilty to aggravated battery this week and was sentenced to 2 years in prison. However, he received credit for more than a year spent on electronic monitoring. Okay, I'll read that one more time. However, he received credit for more than a year spent on electronic monitoring, and Illinois law automatically reduces most sentences by 50% for good conduct. As a result, he will serve no additional time behind bars for the brutal attack on public transit. Look at this savage beast who essentially got away with attempted murder. But we have Brandon Johnson who wants to hold ICE accountable. You gotta love it. Look at this here.
Fox 32 in Chicago, as a local report says, a man accused of nearly beating another passenger to death aboard a train will not spend any time in prison. The 44-year-old suspect pleaded guilty to aggravated battery. He was sentenced to 2 years, but received credit for over a year spent on electronic monitoring. And
that's your guy right there. Savage beast. Can we read one more time what this wild animal did to a human being? Just one last time. I'm going to leave him up on the screen while I read it. All right. This guy brutally beat a random stranger nearly to death on a Chicago CTA Pink Line train, leaving the victim in a coma with traumatic brain injury, broken ribs, fractured skull, and months in the hospital. Walks free with zero prison time. I kid you not, man. You gotta thank God, and I gotta thank God every day that I don't have any family members that have been just assaulted like to this magnitude or in this way, you know? Because I kid you not. I commend people who are able to hold themselves together and just not take things into their own hand. Because this is unacceptable. This is unacceptable. And, you know, I'm just going to be quiet from here. I'll just end the video. If I really start talking, I'll be in trouble.
Shit,
but this
that's
is
the shy.
It's unacceptable. I don't know if I'd be able to have the kind of strength that a lot of these people have. And I'll just leave it at that. And I think you guys know what I mean. So with all that being said, that does it for today's news. This is crazy. This is crazy. But you have this moron who's trying to hold ICE accountable. Not animals like this. No, they get to go free after virtually, changing a person's life forever, almost beating them to death attempted murder, essentially. They get to walk. But let's put Gregory Bavino in jail. Let's put ICE agents in jail. Anyways, I'm starting to get upset. So with all that being said, that does it for today's news. I want to
all right, thank you, TD. I don't blame you for being upset. This is some bullshit, but this is who the Democrats want us to be out here caping for. What do you think?
On that deal with the dude in Chicago, you know, somebody should have got up there and whooped his ass. Now, if he was swift, then he should have got Rat Pack doing some shit like that.
What are your thoughts, Lady Che?
I don't know what to say. I don't even know what to say. That's just crazy.
Yeah. Well, that's Chicago. They got certain traditions there. It was the home of Al Capone for many years.
Yep. It sure was, but it sure
and
was.
Al Capone, you know, shit, lived over 100 years ago.
Yep.
In the roaring 20s.
Yep. Yep, the 1920s, yep.
Yeah, the roaring 20s, the dirty 30s.
Yep.
The fighting 40s, the fabulous 50s, the sizzling 60s, the swinging 70s, the economical 80s, the nightmarish 90s. And boom, the millennium.
Mm-hmm. And now we're in the millennium 20s.
Yeah, Miller 20s.
Mm-hmm.
You know, transgender era.
Oh,
grown ass man going around shoving ketchup up his ass talking about he's a woman. Man, get the fuck out of here.
I know Khalifa. Khalifa's like, what the fuck? All right, so moving along.
Khalifa wants to get back on TV.
Yeah, do you want to get back on TV, Khalifa? What you doing, baby? No, she's trying to get to her brother. They're playing.
Trying to get some sparring in, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna move on to the Unhoused neighbor news.
Yeah.
The first homeless people of this land are.
So the first one is about the unseen and uncounted indigenous homelessness in California.
The Native Americans. Homelessness has been around since colonization.
It's a false narrative where all tribes have money because they have casinos. Well, not all tribes are gaming tribes. We have areas where there is no running water, there is no electricity.
And this is in California.
Yeah, 2020 was the first time tribes and tribal entities had direct access to homelessness dollars. In California, there's 109 federally recognized tribes. And there are still tribes that don't have a land base, that are having to go out and buy their ancestral territories back.
Wow.
We purchased a piece of property.
They refused to do work with us because of the Indian Non-Intercourse Act of 1790.
What, 1790, right? Like, how does that even exist in 2024?
Today, we're talking about indigenous homelessness in California, a crisis most of you don't even know exists. My guests are Mariah McGill and Christine De Los Santos from the Northern Circle Indian Housing Authority. They work directly with tribal communities across multiple counties, and they're here to explain why indigenous people are being left out of homelessness counts, why that matters, and why housing, culture, and community all go together when you're talking about real solutions. This is a conversation about history, housing, and what it looks like when entire communities are overlooked. Thank you very much for joining me on this conversation of indigenous homelessness in California. And I want to get into your organization and what you do and the crisis of
people.
Yeah, but what's the name of the dude?
California.
Yeah,
what's the name of the man?
No, I didn't get his name, Lady Check.
What's the name of the
Oh, the name of the crew? Did he say the Pachanga by any chance, Brother Che?
The Northern Circle. The Northern Circle Indian Housing Authority.
Okay, so if he's in the north, that's probably like Modoc County, which is Nevada.
Of the
Okay,
dude?
no.
Like, what are you?
What's the name of the white man? What's the name of that white man?
I don't know, Lady Che. If you listen, you'll hear it. He just said it.
He didn't say it.
Yes, he did.
And community all go together when you're talking about this. My guests are Mariah McGill and Christine.
Of the Indian Non-Intercourse Act of 1790.
What? 1790, right? Like, how does that even exist in 2024?
Okay, that deal during the time Spain had California.
Today, we're talking about indigenous homelessness in California, a crisis most of you don't even know exists. My guests are Mariah McGill and Christine De Los Santos from the Northern Circle Indian Housing Authority. They work directly with tribal communities across multiple counties, and they're here to explain why indigenous people are being left out of homelessness counts, why that matters, and why housing, culture, and community all go together when you're talking about real solutions. This is a conversation about history, housing, and what it looks like when entire communities are overlooked. Thank you very much for joining me on this conversation of indigenous homelessness in California. And I want to get into your organization and what you do and the crisis of indigenous homelessness in California and the United States. But I think something was so interesting that you told me coming up in the elevator, and I want to get it right at the beginning so, everybody hears it.
Yeah.
The point in time count.
Yeah.
How indigenous culture, indigenous people are underrepresented.
Yeah, I think one of the most important things is that when we finally got access to homelessness dollars in California, it was during COVID. And it was when we were really finding that a lot of our membership were experiencing severe crisis. And when we began reaching out to the local continuum of care, specifically in Mendocino County, where our office is located, we found that the data did not accurately represent.
Off the coast.
And why? Because they weren't going into the reservation and actually seeing the individuals living in storage containers or travel trailers or
makeshift tents that are made out of plastic or
correct,
some type of cover.
Right.
That's it's not even adequate shelter.
And in California, there's 109 federally recognized tribes, and that is
Can you say that again?
109
recognized
federally recognized tribes
in California.
Yes. And it's a disservice to not partner with tribes in the jurisdiction that they're counting, right? If you partner with the tribes, then it allows direct access to the real numbers.
Yeah. And that's a good segue is that you guys went and did your own homeless count.
Yeah, we partnered with Mendocino County, and we're active in 2 other continuum of cares because we, as an organization, work on behalf of 9 federally recognized tribes across 4 counties now. So what we find is that the COCs really focus on the county themselves, their jurisdiction, but our tribal members live everywhere. Right. So it's like the borders of the COC are inaccurate. And when we have tribes scattered throughout the state, we have to have representation in multiple continuums of care. That means we have to have multiple licenses. We have to train staff to input data in multiple locations. So it's set up right now in a way that does not honor the tribe's sovereignty, and it also doesn't allow for that data to be accurately represented.
Clarify, honor the tribe's sovereignty.
The sovereignty meaning like their own being able to connect directly with the tribe as a sovereign nation.
Got it.
Right. It took until Assembly Bill 1010, where tribes were actually even considered through the California Department of Housing and Community Development to be a developer. Before then, tribes didn't have access. And that was in 2019. So we're seeing as new legislation comes out in California, as tribes become more present in like the Department of Social Services, in community development, we're gaining that access and able to flex as sovereign nations.
I do want to add on something. So with that partnership with the counties, so it's really important to have that relationship with the county or the city with the tribal communities, because that's the only way if we're working together. I mean, maybe it could be there's a barrier of like, we don't actually know who to speak to at this tribe.
Right.
Maybe you can go online. Maybe they don't have the best website or social media presence where we can like, oh, here's the phone number and this is the chairperson, whatever it might be. But having that information out there, making sure that those relationships happen so that we can work together to get the right numbers.
And from my limited experience, and this is a crisis, is most reservations, there's extreme poverty.
Yes.
That is rarely talked about.
Yes.
But I want to emphasize one thing, and we can go there. Is when you look at point in time
casinos was for their sovereignty
it's
and
often
self-sufficiency.
emphasized how people of color are overly represented in the homeless population. And, you know, you have Black and brown folks, and what you're saying is that number of indigenous is significantly low. It's much, much higher.
Yes, that's correct. So in the Mendocino County point in time for 2024, the largest margin for ethnicity was Native American at 37% of the individuals counted. And we were able to utilize our empowerment and supportive services staff led by Priest Martinez, who's a Redwood Valley Little River Band of Pomo Indians member. And he created a group of volunteers that are tribal members to do the point in time count. So they knew where to go.
Right.
They knew where to look.
Right.
We were reaching areas that no one from the county had ever counted.
Yeah.
And it was really beautiful. And we really hope that the data that was collected from Mendocino County will inspire other tribes, other tribally designated housing entities to start getting that data.
As homelessness grows, people are getting frustrated and they're pushing for laws that criminalize homelessness, which will only make the problem worse. Invisible People reaches more people, educating them on homelessness than all other homeless sector nonprofits and campaigns combined. But we do it on a limited budget. We don't have the funding they do. We are mostly funded by individual donations. And now that the economy is struggling, individual donations are disappearing, and we need you. I get it. You might not have the money to donate. Many people are struggling right now. Please share our content, share our videos.
Yeah,
it really
pay us,
matters.
man, and
And
we'll
if you
put
do
your
have some
content up every
funds and
goddamn
want
day,
to
but you
help
got to pay
be
us.
part of the solution to solve
Shit, break
homelessness,
us off
please
$500.
visit
You can
invisiblepeople.tv/donate. Our important work stops without you.
I think there's something out there that's a false narrative where all
share
tribes
they
have
shit
money
and they
because
don't
they
want to
have
pay
casinos.
us.
Well, not all tribes are gaming tribes.
Yeah.
So that's where
They're
there's
not?
that low income level
thought all of them
that's
had
happening.
the game in there.
You know, we're thinking about housing, but at the same time, say like a company might
And
want
the
to come
gaming,
and push,
Brother Chaz,
oh, we
is
need to
the
have
casinos
solar,
like
we
out
got
there
to
at
do all this.
Pachanga
Yes, we
and
do want that.
Morongo
But right now
Valley
we
and
got to
shit.
focus on like housing people, having
And
enough
Thunder
homes,
Valley in Northern
food,
California.
education, and the
And you
overall
need to go
well-being
jack up them
of
Chinese
the
and give you
population
your
on the
casino money.
reservations.
So I
'Cause
was
you go
telling
in
you,
casinos
I've
over there in
traveled
California, it's the
extensively throughout
Chinese
Canada.
running.
Went to 24 cities in Canada. Biggest honors in my life as a white person was being given an indigenous name, and that was so I can go on to reserves. And there's extreme poverty. And here in the United States, you often hear of Pine Ridge, which is something we've talked about that we would like to go and highlight
heard of
that,
Pine Ridge.
but I can't just walk onto a reservation.
Yeah,
right? The poverty and the homelessness and the drug addiction and, you know, everything else, the crises, the social crises in this country are just worse in reservations.
Yeah.
Because of the poverty.
I mean, we have areas where there is no running water. There is no
Right,
electricity.
damn.
So you're having to haul water in, or you're running off of a generator. So, I mean, getting to town to get gas to run that generator is another barrier that we're faced with.
And this is in California.
This is California.
in
It's not a
California.
third world country. It's, it's in our backyards.
Right.
And there are still tribes that don't have a land base, that are having to go out and buy their ancestral territories back. And then
you're gonna
ask
have
the
to-
federal government.
You got to clarify that.
Yeah,
one.
so there was the Termination Act where tribes the government came in and said, you're no longer a tribe in place of water and housing. And that never came. And tribes were forced to relocate. We had a big thing that happened in California with the Round Valley tribe is they had the Nome Coat Walk. And it's basically a California Trail of Tears where they were pushed from Bernie Falls over Mendocino Pass into a so rural but so beautiful area and forced to be there.
Yeah.
And so
That
many
sounds
people
like
had
the
died, and that's something
Sequoias.
that happened for many tribes. The Paula Band of Mission Indians
And
has
it's not reported.
yes, it's not the history that we learn at school.
So
I want to touch on that a little bit more
please.
too, because
brother,
okay. So
another
everybody's
crew they
rounded
had
up. They're
there was
forced
the
to
Ohlone.
do this walk, but
Brother Check.
maybe some of those folks were warring tribes. Now they're having to be taken from their area, and now we're going to live next door to each other.
OHLONE.
So what are we creating? That generational
Yeah,
trauma
that's what I
even
was trying to
more.
tell Bianca
We're
before
having
she
to,
started cussing
live
me
next
out.
door to our
Bianca knows.
enemy.
Right.
Lack of a better word.
Yeah.
So it just creates this more vicious cycle.
Because you got Ohlone
And,
College
it
up
just
there in
adds to the problem.
Alameda County.
And for anyone that says, well, why don't they just get along? Look at our Congress.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So one of my uncles, actually, his great grandmother was on that walk, and so he has so many different stories of, people that were lost on that walk, and then being forced to live in this area.
For those that don't know, and I haven't even talked about this in many, many years, it's part of the history of homelessness in this country, is the Trail of Tears.
Yeah.
Can you talk about that?
Well, I did just want to say that the first homeless people of this land are the Native Americans. That's one of the things we always like to share because it opens people's mind. Homelessness has been around since colonization. And so we always like to put an exclamation point on that. Now, as far as the Trail of Tears, I'm not as knowledgeable. But I did want to share that in 1851 is when Peter Burnett had a state of address in California, and he had demanded war on the tribes, a termination of the tribes, the Indian Removal Act of 1830, right? So it's
that was Andrew
we
Jackson.
see this not only in California. This morning I was doing research on the tribes here in the Chicago area, and I had learned that the Potawatomi Band of Prairie Indians are now having to buy land back here in the Chicago area after being forced out. And, it's not a new story. It's happened in California. It's happened here in Chicago. It happened in every state, in every region of this nation.
That's why the hockey,
and again,
the
the
hockey
first
team in
homeless
Chicago.
people.
Well, all of it is so heartbreaking. The history of America is really dark.
Yeah.
In many different areas, and especially when it comes to people of color.
Yeah.
And women,
Mm-hmm.
LGBT.
Yeah.
I did the Canadian road trip, and I wasn't. I wasn't prepared for it. Was learning about residential
people of colors, what they saying, what they did.
And
to black
I will
people.
tell a story that is a South Dakota story, so it's an American story. But basically, residential schools were the government partnering with churches to genocide.
Mm-hmm.
So the story that I know was a residential school in South Dakota where a native girl spoke her native language. And she was punished. A little while later, she did it again. And they cut off her finger because she spoke her native language.
and she never spoke again. And that's how we treated indigenous people, indigenous culture.
Except with black folks who just cut their Johnsons off and put it in their mouths and barbecue.
There is 109 federally recognized tribes, but there's still so many that are unrecognized, that they don't have that federal recognition. So, you know, kind of going to your story where it's the stops, you know, and that trauma happens.
Yeah.
And, you know, we're seeing that, or even some tribes have quantum requirements where there's blood count requirement. So the tribe is smaller in that case. So
you're going to have to explain that. A blood count requirement?
Yeah, blood quantum. So maybe you have the lineage, but if you were to marry outside the tribe, then that blood quantum becomes less. Something else I wanted to touch on was, I mean, last October, I mean, here we are, 2024,
Yeah.
and we purchased a piece of property in the city limits of Ukiah. And we're, you know, trying to close escrow, and I'll have Mariah.
And we were in the process of working with a title company, and one of the requirements was to be able to record the property and to have the funder also on the property as well. So when we were reaching out and having conversations with the title company, they refused to do work with us because of the Indian Non-Intercourse Act of 1790.
So 1790, right? Like, how does that even exist in 2024? And you're going to tell us no, when we were like, we have the money right now.
Yep.
The owners of this property, the sellers, they 100% want to work with us. There is no barriers whatsoever, but you're going to pull this law from the 1700s and say, no, we can't help you do this. Like, how does that even make sense?
So we kept looking and looking for another one. And finally, we landed a title company and we were able to proceed. But recently, for another property for a development we're working on in Butte County, I had reached out to a title company for a preliminary title report. And they said, nope, we're not doing it for the tribe. Because if we can't pinpoint that we're going to get your business for title insurance, we won't do it. So I had asked, I said, hey, is there anyone else in the area that will do this work for us? And she said, oh, I don't know. And that was the end of the conversation. I did a Google search, found the next person. I said, hey, is this a real thing?
Next phone
call. She said, no.
Next phone call.
We will have that preliminary title report to you next week.
That's a good segue. Tell me about your organization.
Yeah.
Tell me what you guys do. I mean, obviously, you're housing developers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Probably do some other things.
Yeah. So Northern Circle Indian Housing Authority was established in 1979, and we are a TDHE, and that stands for a tribally designated housing entity. So tribes utilize us as their body for housing. We do housing, community development, and then
Social
with
services.
social services. And 2020 was the first time in California, tribes and tribal entities had direct access to homelessness dollars. 2020. And of the 109 federally recognized tribes, only one tribe and one tribal entity applied for these funds. And it was for the California Department of Social Services, but the Housing and Disability Advocacy Program, we call it HDAP. The whole premise of the program is to support individuals who are homeless or at risk of homelessness, whether or not they're housed or unhoused, but supporting them in applying for social services, getting them through the process, or if they have an application and they were denied, it's advocating for them in that fashion. Well, fast forward 2 years, we ended up getting access to bringing families home, which really supports our members who are at risk of homelessness or experiencing homelessness that have some sort of active child welfare or Indian child welfare case. Likewise, the Home Safe is for adults with either an open adult protective case or at risk of having that. So we've branched into not only housing, but now social services. And like Christine and I, say this all the time, we are honored to now be an entity that can serve someone from living on the streets or in their car or in a hotel and have them stay with us until homeownership without leaving. You don't get that at the county, go to social services, go to this program, go to that program. But at Northern Circle, they can come with us in ESS, and then finish back in ESS with homeownership.
In the last, say, 5 years, we really evolved into just our brand, the Hope Healing and Housing.
Yeah.
So we really focused on like the first, I've been with Northern Circle, I think I'm going on my 9th year,
Mhm.
you're on your 11th year. So I was in one department for the resident services, and Mariah was in the construction department. And we're really both like data driven people. And so I'm like, this is all we have to offer, but we have these problems that are on the reservations. We need to address these issues, but we don't have the resources. We don't have the funding. We don't even have at that time the capacity to address these issues because we're just pulled in, different directions. So Mariah, she's an absolute genius. I can say, hey, this is what we have. Can you find something out there that can actually address these type of issues? Maybe we can get that type of funding, and then we can start helping the membership where they need that help.
Yeah, since the beginning of COVID, we've been successful in bringing in $98 million to the organization.
Wow. But
And
that's probably still not enough.
it's not enough.
There's never enough money, and there's never enough time in the day. There's never enough staff to get these tasks done.
And the fight never ends because although there's so many funding opportunities, tribes aren't always eligible.
Right.
Even in California, you think of a state that's so, forward thinking and at the forefront. Tribes didn't have access to funding through the California Department of Housing and Community Development until 2014 with the first ever tax credit project.
Well, that was a big number, and, people just automatically react to that.
Mm-hmm.
But you look at, you're serving 3 counties in California, and there are probably a lot of land there
Mm-hmm.
and a lot of people, and that's not nearly enough for the amount of people that need housing if we're going to actually prevent and solve homelessness.
Right.
Yeah, one of the things that we've been doing to try to tackle, because again, there's not enough housing. We've had crazy wildfires in California, specifically in like the Butte County area where we have 2 of our tribes, the Moortown Rancheria and Berry Creek Rancheria.
I didn't even never thought of that.
And the wildfires have impacted so much.
I can imagine.
So we're built out on where our housing can be. So the tribe had said, hey, we have this huge need for housing, but we're limited on land in trust, meaning it's held in trust on behalf of the tribe by the federal government. And the Bureau of Indian Affairs allows you, to designate the land for either residential, commercial, gaming. So they had land, but the new land that was purchased wasn't yet in trust. So they said, we still need to build something. And we applied for Home Key, which is a funding initiative through California, through HCD. And we were able to get $6.9 million to develop 12 single-family homes for individuals at risk of homelessness at 60% area median income. And then, we were like, well, what's next on our list? Elders. That's one of the things that we see in our tribal communities is that we have multi-generational housing and we have elders, that moved into our homes 30 years ago and they needed a 4-bedroom unit. But now fast forward, they're either having their grandchildren, their children moving in with them, or it's too much house for them. So we decided to apply for a Indian Housing Block grant, the competitive grant funds, and we were able to receive $5 million to develop 10 elder units on this site. So collectively, the project's called the Maidu Mountain Lion Housing Development.
Yeah.
And we're working on plans and specifications right now and hope to be under construction this summer.
Great. We're here at a supportive housing conference, and you 2 are both speaking.
Yeah,
or I will be.
I'll be speaking.
And you're going to be. What are you presenting on?
So we're presenting on the partnership for the Community Care Expansion Program. It's funded through the California Department of Social Services, CDSS, and we were recipients of just shy of $10.7 million to develop an intertribal elder village. So what we'll be talking about is our elder village, which is 15 units, 30 beds intended for elders who are recipients of Social Security.
You're glowing when you're
I love
talking
it.
about elders.
Yeah, in my entire
We really all
Yeah.
the staff, everybody at Northern Circle, we live a life in service.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter if you're a non-tribal member, like we are really here to do the work that needs to be done.
And in my entire time at Northern Circle, we've tried to build elder village after elder village or senior housing in general, and it never was able to go to fruition. So this year or last year, CCE became available, and we tried to partner with a local nonprofit to purchase property and then develop it. Well, the property we were looking at fell through, and we weren't able to, so we gave up. We gave up on the application, and then I got a phone call from one of the team with Horn through CDSS, and they said, well, you started your application. Don't you want to finish it? And I said, well, project fell through. I don't know. And they said, well, what would you want to do? And I said, I still want to do the elder village. So they encouraged me to go back out. We found a 3-acre parcel in central Ukiah, which is our county seat. So, that's close to hospital, close to Walmart, Safeway, really close to amenities. We purchased the property and we're under development. We're still seeking about $2 million to develop a wellness center to support the elders in the community. But and really excited.
You do social services and support too.
Yep.
Can you talk about how important that is? Because so often, especially, you hear about housing first, but, it's often housing only and there's no support.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's so we provide those wraparound services. I mean, it's one thing to take somebody and put them in a house, but it's really hard. Like if you've been homeless or you've been living in an overcrowded situation for a really long time. So what does it look when I'm living by myself? Sometimes we need help with like, okay, this is how we get on a schedule to pay our bills. We got to get on a schedule with our daily chores, weekly, monthly, whatever it might be. This is what we need to do in the evening. Maybe it's just, I am by myself and I need somebody to speak to. Maybe it's relationship advice, domestic violence, addiction situations, parenting. I mean, just like overall wellness. We offer classes at Northern Circle where you can come and sit down with our co-worker, Priest Martinez, and he's going to teach you how to bead. He's going to teach you how to make regalia. He is a singer, so he does teach the language in like songs.
Oh, wow.
So, I mean, we have that going on as well. So it's more than, hey, we're just going to put you in a house. We do that whole thing to make sure that your overall wellness is like you are being taken care of.
I figured you did, but I really wanted to stress that because so often the services are forgotten.
Yeah.
Right.
And, you see that when you have your housers, but then the social services has to come to you. With us at Northern Circle, we're all there.
Right.
We're all there. Financial literacy, regalia. We have a dance group of youth. We have a youth program. So even offering residents opportunity and self-sufficiency, like how do we do career development?
And you're sick, you are in the hospital and you need somebody to come down and do a traditional prayer for you. We're going to show up and do that. We're going to make sure like your well-being is really being taken care of.
And it's coming from the indigenous culture.
Yeah. Right.
Which means a lot.
I mean, honestly, there is no limit. I mean, I get phone calls of, Christine, I have this going on. I'm not feeling well. Do you think I should go to the emergency room? Or like, what should I do? I'm like, okay, let me Google that. It looks like you have a rapid care in your area. Here's the address. You just have to go from here to over here. You can do a walk-in. I mean, there's no limit of like what we're going to respond to. But the thing is, it's like really important to show up every single day and like earn the trust of the community members. I mean, if you have the respect from the elders in the community, and then you're going to be able to have those conversations, like that's going to make the work go forward. If you can't have that partnership, you can't have that relationship, it's not going to go anywhere.
And that's one of the beautiful things about the elder village that we're working on is it's by the elders for the elders. We're having them come in on every phase, on the concept, on the site plan, on the unit plan, because who am I to tell them how to live?
Does the property actually flow? Where are you going to be your most comfortable? Like, it's not where Christine feels comfortable. It's not where Mariah thinks everything should be the best. We want your input. You tell us what's best for you.
I have an interview with an indigenous man from Yellowknife, Canada, when I was visiting, and he tells the story. I won't mention the nonprofit. It's a big national nonprofit. You can go find the video if you want to know who I'm talking about. But they made a 40-unit building, and they didn't talk to anybody. And Yellowknife is predominantly indigenous, so it sits there vacant, because there's certain rules that they have that are not culture, and different ways they constructed the building. One of the things that really hit to me is Native people love the outdoors, right? That's the creator, right? And so you have to incorporate that in your building design.
Traditional plants,
herbs. Yeah, there's something, I'm not going to say the funding source, but there's a funding source out there, and we do stay away from it, because I went to training, got certified to use this type of funding. And I came back and I said, Mariah, this is not going to work for us. And I'll tell you exactly why it's not going to work for us. It's very institutionalized. Tell me I'm in jail when I'm actually not really in jail, because I'm getting like jail vibes from this type of structure.
And that's exactly the point I was trying to make. This 40-unit building, this gentleman was telling me about.
Home. That's not home.
And it sits vacant.
Without including the community, you can invoke more harm. Right? You're adding triggers for historical trauma, right? It's like, bring the community in, and it's partner with tribes. If you want to do something indigenous or to add culture, partner with the people you're looking to serve. Get their insight. They are the experts. They are the people. Add them.
Is there anything you'd like to add?
I mean, really grateful for the opportunity.
Absolutely.
When you reached out, I was shocked a little bit, and I was like, oh my gosh, he wants to talk to us, and really honored to be able to participate. And I love that you're elevating tribal nations, tribal people, indigenous people.
We would love to come up and do documentaries and whatever we can. If there's stories, I've been trying to get on to Pine Ridge for years. So anybody watching or listening has a connection. I just want to thank you, because, when I saw your name on the list and what you were speaking about, I just, that's the conversation that we need to highlight. We try to focus on topics that aren't being lifted up enough, or organizations that don't have the funding to lift up their topic.
And I do just want to encourage the viewers that if there's legislators in your district that have never been to a reservation, take them out, because you have no idea what the tribes are going through unless you go out there, unless you see what the standards are.
That's why I want to do documentaries, because I have heard stories of poverty on reservations, but I've not seen it because the stories aren't being told.
Please come out.
It's something that I do want to touch on as well is, so the approach that we're taking, like obviously like this government approach, it is not working. So taking this holistic approach to the communities is like what is going to like make the difference. We had one of our friends when we were talking about taking the holistic approach, and he said, you know what, this is the right way, because the Native way, the indigenous way is a holistic approach. So, really focusing on that, it's not black and white. It really isn't.
Your housing projects aren't just a place to live. They're cultural preservation. It's language preservation. It's community. It's culture.
Well, thank you very much for spending time with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jerry, we're here in Denver. You're homeless. Tell me about it.
Well, this time I've been homeless for 6 months, so 7 months now. That due to the fact that I had a neighbor that was doing some things downstairs, and both our names were Jerry, and she got us mixed up because she had met me, and she came and told me that she wasn't going to renew my lease, so I became homeless again. Right now, I'm still looking for a place. Hopefully, everything took care of everything that needed to be taken care of to get one.
Now, tell me about homelessness in Denver in general.
Homelessness in Denver is it's a sad sight to see, considering all of the 3,000 to 4,000 people, maybe 5, that is homeless here. Only about I would say 97% want that place. The difference is they just can't afford it, and we got 60% of the unhoused population work, and they just can't afford the place. I mean, you put your tent up, and in the daytime, nighttime, the police come and tell you to take it down. Sometimes they come and take the stuff, and don't leave it parked on the sidewalk in public spot, because they'll definitely put it in the trash at the time. They wake you up in the middle of the night, 11, 12 o'clock, and tell you to move on, or different things of that nature. It's very hard. I mean, as a matter of fact, it's a job within a job. That's
what people don't understand. There's, you know, just to fight for survival, put up your tent, take down your tent, find a safe place, get water, go to the bathroom, security, safety, food.
So that purple building now is now a liquor store. It's literally a block. I thought I would play it, but if you don't want to watch it, I'll tell you.
How long is it?
It's like 10 minutes.
All right. Because Jerry's a traitor.
Yeah, I was just about to say that.
You just betrayed us like last week again.
I know. I just happened to stumble on this video on that same channel. I was like, oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Food every day. There's no vacation days. There's no days off. I mean, it's work. Homeless people are far from lazy.
Well, you're right about that. The thing about it is, I've only been out here 7 months, and with that is about 220 days or so, and it has been very demanding, especially trying to volunteer and do advocate for the unhoused people as well as myself. It's hard. I mean, trying to find food, going to these shelters to eat, just different places, waiting for people to bring you something to eat, because you got to stay with your stuff. It's things that you just can't do. You walk around in the sun all day, you're just hoping that something will come through for you. The shelter is not the answer. It's just one of those things to where everybody deserves a house key. I think it should be a right that everybody deserves a house, at least a place where they can rent it according to their income. Because everybody is not making $100,000 a year. Everybody, not the Rockefellers and the Kennedys and everything. So we need houses that are low income for people that will be rented to them according to their income. That's the 0 to 30%. Here in Denver, we have 23,000 houses that are empty, but they on the high end, 60% and up. Which means that a 1-bedroom, well, I'm gonna take a studio. Studio is costing you about $1,400 just to move in. And that's no bigger than a jail cell.
And now, for being outside, you've gotten ticketed.
Yes, I got a ticket 3 times. The first time, which was about 2.5 years ago, I guess, I got 2 tickets, both within a 12-hour span of each other. This time I was out here for about 3.5 months, and I got a ticket this time, which I'm fighting in court. I'm due in court October 11th. I was supposed to go August the 5th, but they set it back. So I'm fighting it because I feel that me being a Marine, that I fought for these rights, and I fought to be able to choose on how I want to live my life if I don't want to go to a shelter. There's nothing wrong with that. I break my stuff down every morning like most people do, and go on about my day. Some people, they don't have the luxury of that, of moving around like I can.
So what was the ticket for?
The ticket for urban camping.
Urban camping.
Urban camping.
So setting up a tent.
Setting up a tent, being in a tent.
So, but you're all alternative to urban camping is a shelter, and last I knew, they're full.
All the shelters are full, especially during the wintertime or when it's cold out. They are very full. As a matter of fact, the women doesn't have nearly enough beds. They don't even have showers at some of the spots where they go take the women. So I think it's kind of odd that you can provide the men with all these things, but not the women with everything that they need, the necessity of life.
But the irony of giving you a ticket when there's no place for you to go, and is just insane.
Yeah, I think that's oxymoron. I think ludicrous. I think that, like they say, you continue to do the same thing the same way, expecting a different result. That's insanity.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what they've been going on, and not only here in Denver, but throughout the major city, and now it's trickling down to some of the minor cities in the United States as well. But this is going on around the world. I don't know. They all got the copy, I guess. Let's mess with the poor people. Let's drive them out. Let's criminalize them for trying to survive on a day-to-day basis.
And you're giving the tickets to people that don't have a choice, really, and they don't have revenue to pay the ticket.
Well, me personally, I don't have the money to pay it, and like a lot of people out here don't have money to pay the fine and the ticket. It's sort of like I like to call it 21st century slavery, because if you go to homeless court, and the first thing they do is they fine you, they suspend that, then they turn around and give you 2 to 4 to 6 days or 6 hours of community service, which means you're working for the city for free.
I'll link it down below. We just posted about how one citation can change somebody's life, not in a good way.
No, because I'm going to court. I'm stressing a little bit over it, because like the first 2 tickets we got found guilty on. Even though the jury came out and asked the judge if they fine us, would they be able to pay the fine? Then they came out and asked something else, and the judge told them no on both account. They couldn't do it. But she suspended our sentence, one of my cases, and gave me 32 hours of community service, which I just got through winning that case in, I think, March, give or take, on the community service that I do out here. I took witness into court when I set up Jerry Eville on the corner of 27 and Arapahoe here in Denver. I had like 30 people standing there, about 20 tents up. And we kept it clean. We blended in. We wasn't causing no problem until the mayor decided to do one of his famous sweep at Jesus Saved, and sent everybody down there, and they didn't want to go along with the program. So Jerryville moved to another location and let them have that one. But at the same time, all this came about because there was a couple of people in the neighborhood that wanted trash pickup at the camp, and they wanted porta potty. Instead of providing us with porta potties and trash pickup service, they decided to do the sweep. Yeah. And it was done in a way that I have never seen it been done that way. I mean, it was continually 24 hours a day.
They were doing sweeps constantly.
So
just to
that's a hard
time. Porta potties, trash pickup. Yep. Actually helps the public. I mean, it helps homeless people,
yes,
but it helps the public too.
Yeah. Well,
and when you guys asked for porta potties and trash pickup, the city came and did nonstop sweeps.
Yes, all the way up until after the election.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, all the way up until after the election. See, the thing about it, when you we kept Jerryville clean. It was clean, immaculate. As a matter of fact, we would go around and pick up trash around the block in the neighborhood in the morning and the afternoon, 2 or 3, 4 times a day, just to make sure that we don't get the blame for messing it up. So that's one thing I always stress to everybody: keeping your camp clean, keeping your area clean, clean up around the neighborhood, get to know the neighbor, don't be a hindrance to it. And it paid off for Jerryville and a couple more camps, as a matter of fact.
What would you want people to know about homelessness? House people. What would you want house people to know about homelessness that they probably don't know?
Well, I have been saying this for the last 5 or 6 years. House people are no different than unhoused people are no different than the house people. Everything that a house people does, a homeless person does as well, except for one thing. They don't have a place to call their own. They don't have house keys. They are living nomad. And the reason why they are living nomad is because the government failed to put money on the lower end of the spectrum, but they put money up on the high end. You can't have trickle down. You can't have it. It doesn't work that way. You got to start at the bottom, and because the one who already have, they have much. They don't need anything. But that's not the way the government works. The government works by looking out for the corporation and the rich. And everyone here knows that the poor people have always carried the United States government.
If you had 3 wishes, what would they be?
Well, one would be that I get my place, but not only me, but everybody out here that want a house, they get their own place as well. Secondly, I wish that if we have shelter, I wish that they would be built in a humane way, showing dignity and respect. I wish could be individual rooms to where people can have privacy, because privacy in this day and age does matter. And thirdly, I just wish our government would step up and do the right thing. And that is providing funding for HUD so they can build 0 to 30% income level apartments that people out here can afford.
Great wishes. Thank you very much for talking.
And thank you.
The homelessness epidemic is inescapable, enforcing its ban on homeless people.
Is there nowhere else to go? Is there just nowhere else that they want to go?
Our city deserves to hold people accountable to bad behavior.
Voters fed up with rising homelessness.
Clear them out.
The push to ship out, arrest, and get homeless people out of sight is gaining alarming support across the U.S.
Criminalizing sleeping in public spaces.
And in the coming months, protections against criminalization may be overturned in the Supreme Court.
Do I protect myself from the elements and risk going to jail, or do I not and risk hypothermia and dying?
So is it cruel and unusual punishment? The Supreme Court will tackle that question.
At the center is a small town in Oregon.
Grants Pass.
Invisible People founder Mark Horvath investigates what's really going on in Grants Pass right now.
We get a ticket just for trying to live.
30 citations in a year and a half.
I've been to jail 5 times just this year.
So this park is probably the most controversial.
They hit me with a stick. They wanted to drag them out and beat them.
Families out here sleeping in tents.
Because this ruling will determine whether cities can arrest homeless people across the country.
If that's allowed, many cities will try to run all of the homeless people out of their community.
The stakes can be higher.
We will ban urban camping. Violators of these bans will be arrested. We will then open up large parcels of inexpensive land where the homeless can be relocated.
Rather than addressing the structural
happening right now.
Many politicians from both parties and at all levels ignore proven solutions to homelessness, opting instead for a punitive response that will only make homelessness worse and hurt all of us. Criminalization punishes the one group of people who have no power to fix the crisis.
The DPPD had my stuff thrown away, and in one of my totes was my son's urn. My son's forever gone, and I only have a piece of him, an urn necklace that I keep dear to my heart, that's things I can't get back. It makes it really hard to want to keep going on. All I can say to people is don't forget what it is to be human. Be kind. We're all just trying to survive.
If your issue is that Black Lives Matter, if you care about the experience of LGBTQ people, if you care about people living with disabilities, if you care about the elderly, all of these traditionally marginalized communities are going to be impacted. If those are your issues, this is your issue.
We knew we had to go where it all started, and with the boots on the ground, we met up with co-founder of Mint, the mobile integrative navigation team, who does outreach and bridges the gap for the houseless in Josephine County.
Good morning, sunshine. Did you take your medicine?
I met with that water.
Do you need water? I'll grab you some water, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Homelessness in Grants Pass. We're seeing new people each week out here. A lot of elderly are forced out of their home, foreclosures, etc. A lot of them have been out here for a long time. There are people out here being ticketed to move their tent site when the city hasn't given them an alternative solution to be able to be that safe. There are no affordable housing or low barrier shelters, and rent keeps going up and up. And so we're seeing more and more folks having to live in the parks or in parking lots with their cars. That's where the city's kind of designated places for them right now.
But even in these designated areas, they must move to a new park every 3 or 5 days. And even then, once they settle back in, they're often still not left in peace.
The cops give us tickets for any reason they can find. Scattering rubbish, being in the buffer zone, tent being too big, like you name it, I've gotten a ticket for it. I got my notice this morning. I have to move. Having to move every week is ridiculous in itself. That you have to pack up your whole camp, everything, your food, your clothes, your bedding, and it doesn't matter if it's raining, snowing, whatever, we have to move. If we're there when we're supposed to be moved, we get a ticket for being there. It's hell to move from park to park. It seems like every single time you get to your tent or get your camp set up and start getting livable again, it's time to move again. They have made it impossible to feel human just because we're homeless. Like, we're not supposed to exist. We get a ticket just for trying to live.
Where are you staying at?
Right over here. This is the home for the week. Here at what we call Tent City. I'm hoping that my 30-day kickout is going to be over so I can go to the park down the street, because it's easier to move a few blocks than it is like clear across town, you know. My bike trailer and wagon have flat tires, and I can't afford tubes. So it makes it difficult to move for sure. I have food stamps, but that don't give us enough to last a month, especially when we can't cook food. We have to go buy things we can heat in the microwave at the store. I do what I can. Make the best of it.
Amber has received over 30 citations in a year and a half. Each one is $295. She has no way of paying them. I can't imagine any commute.
His name is Mark Halibut.
I saw that.
Having a response to homelessness, just pushing people from park to park. It makes no sense. The only solution to tents in a park is housing. Criminalization will just make these encampments grow. More people will end up in the park.
And we wondered, where is this push for criminalization coming from? So we asked an expert from the National Homelessness Law Center.
Our organization has been tracking the criminalization of homelessness for the past 20 years. We found these ordinances have been growing as visible homelessness continues to expand in our communities. So Grants Pass, like much of America, is experiencing a homelessness crisis caused by the lack of affordable housing. Since the early 2000s, Grants Pass has more than doubled in size, but it hasn't doubled its affordable housing stock. The vacancy rate is less than 1%, meaning if you lose your apartment, it's basically impossible to find a new one. As landlords have continued to raise the rents, we see residents who have lived there for a long time becoming homeless. There is no emergency shelter in the community that's accessible to everybody. And so once people lose their housing, they're out on the streets.
The way the law is being written, if police see a pillow or a blanket, doesn't even have to be a tent, that homeless person can be cited for illegal camping.
That's what the Supreme Court's going to be deciding is it cruel and unusual punishment under our 8th Amendment to punish people and enforce these laws even when there's no adequate alternative place for them to go.
How long have you been out here?
5 or 6 years. I didn't go to jail or have any criminal charges until I was 35 years old. I've been to jail 5 times just this year. Please.
Is there any shelter beds?
yeah, there's places that if you are a Christian and if you're not under the influence of anything at all, they'll test you for a cigarette.
We do have one shelter, Gospel Rescue Mission, but it would be high barrier, and a lot of the people that we serve don't really meet the criteria to be admitted there or deny wanting to go there.
It's like being in jail. You can't talk to anybody, you can't leave. And it's being locked up in there doing nothing but chores and pray to the Lord. And you can't have your animals. There's a lot of people that have dogs, and it's comfort zone for them. Same with my cat.
You would go into a shelter or housing if there was, provided dignity and you could take your cat.
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
One newspaper article said there's 27 rules for the gospel rescue.
For example, I had a family that was new to being out here, 2 young kids, mom and dad. Mom and kids had to go separately. Dad had to go to another place and they couldn't see each other for 30 days. No smoking, no dogs, no drugs whatsoever. They also have to be physically able to work. So if they have a disability that prevents them from being able to work, then they aren't qualified to go to the shelter.
Gospel Rescue Mission has never been an option for me. I was on the phone with a woman and it was practically like, well, come in and fill out the paperwork, we'll give you a key. And then I told her that I used a cane and a walker and it would be great if I could work in the kitchen because that's what I do. And she's like, wait a minute. Use a cane and a walker? And I'm like, yeah. That would mean that you wouldn't be able to do the chores we would need you to do. So yeah, right now we haven't got any room for you. And I was like, whoa, 5 minutes ago you had room for me. You were happy to have me there.
And they force religious programming.
Yeah, so I think it's an hour in the morning and an hour in the evening of daily religious church services that they need to attend.
For those of us who aren't in organized religion, that's against my religious beliefs to be forced to go worship something that isn't necessarily my higher power.
How long have you been out here?
I've been on and off for about the past 15 years, but this time around I've been out in the parks past 3. I used to clean houses, and because of the COVID, I had lost my job, and here I am, like still trying to find work, still trying to survive, and yeah, barely doing that. So I'm on the HUD list. It's like a 6 to 8 month waiting list, and that's if you can find a place that accepts HUD once you get the voucher, and you have to have some kind of income to pay your part of the rent. It's hard to go looking for a job when you don't feel human because you haven't showered in a week. Like it's pretty bad, and people in this community treat us like we're garbage. They drive by honking their horns like wee hours of the morning. They yell at us, get jobs, and it seems like you get a step forward and get knocked back 10 steps,
So how long have you been homeless?
6 months.
6 months? What happened?
Me and my boyfriend, we lost our property because we didn't pay property tax. So I lost my calicos and my dog and my garden for 13 years. So it's been pretty rough.
What is homelessness like here in Grants Pass?
Well, it sucks. I like to cook and bake, and I can't do that out here. It's wet a lot. It's kind of sad too, when you're out here and it's raining all the time, and I'm blind in one eye and I trip over a lot of stuff. As old as I'm getting, it's getting up there in age. You don't move around that easy or get up that easy anymore.
That's your home.
Yep.
At 62 years old,
yeah,
that's your home.
Yes, it is. It's not real good for me to be out here. I have a real hard time keeping from getting upper respiratory stuff.
And Kim's story is not uncommon. We met Carrie Lynn to hear about her experience.
I'm a mother of 4 and I have 18 grandkids. I've been almost off and on a lot of my life, but the most recent, it's been almost 7 years since my house burnt down. I have COPD, so I have to be on a concentrator. I just got told by the lung doctor in Medford I could get a transplant, but I can't get the ventilator because we can't run it out of the van. We're working on getting housing. The Mint Angels are helping me. They helped me a lot, actually. They got me my phone. They paid for the service. We work with the Alliance for treatments, and they give us a Fryer card for gas. Basically, we just live day to day. I've been out there. I've been in Sin City, but sometimes it's way hotter in here. And we don't have an air conditioner, and sometimes it's way colder. So we don't have a heater, but it could be worse, Jails, institutions, or death sounds worse than being stuck in here.
How did you survive the winter?
You know, lots of blankets. Half of the winter I was on the floor in my tent, curl up on top of a nice warm blanket and under 5 more. And I've got socks on, and then sometimes I've got the hand warmer things, pajama pants, and then like 3 or 4 shirts and a sweater, and then a beanie hat when I go to bed.
These people are just trying to survive. But as is becoming more and more common around the country, some of their loudest housed neighbors aren't looking for true solutions to bring these humans inside, but instead will do anything to get them out of their sight.
The president of the city council literally said their objective was to make it so uncomfortable in Grants Pass that people would be forced to move elsewhere.
I mean, I've seen cops break tent poles, just go and jerk on the doors and break the whole doors. I've seen people's whole everything get taken. I had an officer actually ask 2 different women, and I heard it myself, why do you have salt and pepper shakers? Because we like to season our food. And that officer told both of them, well, I have a house, that's why I have salt and pepper shakers. I just don't understand some of them. Some of them really understand that we're human too.
I'm 55 years old, almost 56. I became homeless 2 years, 9 months ago because my husband had just passed away August 2021. My brother-in-law laughed at me, told me, well, this will get you out of the house. So I didn't really feel comfortable or safe going back to the house that I'd lived in with my husband for 25 years. In the first 6 months that I was out here, from June 30th on, I received probably about a dozen citations. I tried very hard to follow all the laws and all the rules. At one point I had a small grocery bag of cans and bottles that I collected. And I had a 5-gallon bucket outside of my tent with a bag in it that had my garbage in there, you know, food garbage, that kind of thing. And they came up and they cited me for scattering rubbish. And I said, do you keep your household garbage in your bedroom? And he says, no, but I have a house. I was like, wow, that's cruel. Rude. I couldn't think of enough names for it.
So what are the new rules and regulations of the city parks?
You got to be 50 feet from any playground, 20 feet from any fence line, athletic field, sidewalk, driveway, and residential area. A drainage ditch or a manhole cover. No open flame source whatsoever. Oh my, there's so many.
We can't keep ourselves warm. We can't cook food. There used to be barbecues in the park. They took those out. They have cut all the electricity to any of the gazebos in the park. It's impossible to get a charge on our phones. They've made it nearly impossible for us to even have contact with our families or job search, anything.
The hostility is potent, city and county-wide, but one park has particularly angry housed neighbors, and the people sleeping in this park were violently attacked while we were in town.
Where are we now?
Okay, so Tessine Park, no running water here, one outhouse, no place to wash their hands. So we have to bring water in for the folks. There are neighbors over here that are profoundly unhappy that people camp in the park. So this park is probably the most controversial because the neighbors have a very loud voice of opposition.
And they're the ones complaining and saying, bust them out.
Yep.
They're trying to say that all homeless people are either alcoholics or drug users. All homeless people are not alcoholics or drug addicts. I can say that because I'm not a drug addict. I'm not an alcoholic.
How do you survive out here?
Day by day, it's a constant struggle on where we're going to get our next meal, medical attention, shelter. It's a constant struggle. The MIN program has actually stepped up and they're trying to help as much as they can. The city doesn't want to recognize the fact that we've got a serious problem. I've actually seen regular families, women that have got kids out here sleeping in tents.
Josephine County had the opportunity to declare our county a homeless state of emergency and get funding from the state, and our county decided that there wasn't an emergency. I think they're realizing that they were wrong.
Well, if you had the funding, what would you do?
Low barrier shelters, urban campgrounds. I mean, I think that's the first, foremost in navigation centers. They need a place to go alternative to the parks where they can get wraparound services. And I do believe I'm pretty in tune with this community, and I think they'll use it. I'm confident they'd use an urban campground or a low barrier shelter. When we opened our emergency shelter, we had max capacity of 49 and it was full every night, you know, so that speaks to the desire to be indoors.
We are in Medford, a neighboring city right next to Grants Pass. Medford has partnered with nonprofits to create solutions to get people out of the parks and on a path out of homelessness.
So we started with apartments. We have some group housing. We have low barrier programs, including a congregate shelter, medical respite program, both in the congregate shelter and also at a hotel. The idea is to meet people where they are and then help them take that first step in the direction that they want to go. Everything's optional. And then bring those barriers down and then offer people support. So it's site management, 24/7, case management, and peer support specialty to help people connect the dots in their life according to their plan for success. I've seen what happens when a community embraces change and looks to have kind of progressive tools to give people those steps out of homelessness. Because you can't criminalize poverty away and you can't criminalize homelessness away, recognizing that the lowest point in someone's life doesn't define who they are. And depending on the program level that we're looking at, we've got between a 25 and a 65% success metric for people who are progressing to the next step of independence. We've looked at other communities that are showing, especially when somebody is unsheltered homeless, that go into drug and alcohol treatment, if they're discharged back to the same environment that they were in before, you see metrics ranging from 0 to 2%, maybe 10 or 15%, depending on the program. And so even our low barrier program showing 25, 35% success rates, that's tremendous.
And you allow dogs.
We allow dogs.
Animals.
And all these units have heat and AC and lights and a power outlet and all that fun stuff. Grants Pass is in the same place right now I think that Medford may have been in 10 or 15 years ago. A decade ago, Medford was very concerned about what would happen if a program like Rogue Retreat opened something like a transitional housing tiny house village.
I'm driving up and it's a pretty residential area.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no way, we're in the wrong place.
Do you know what's across the street from us?
Huh.
Preschool.
Wow.
The darndest thing happens once you give people hope and a place to live. People really aren't homeless anymore. And it changes the conversation. It changes the circumstances. People want to take those steps forward in their life and they want to be good neighbors too. And what we found is that we're integrating really well into this community, and being more in a residential community is more dignified for our guests. And we're seeing people take up case management quicker and take steps from the low barrier program into the transitional housing program a lot faster than we were seeing at the old place. And I think that that has to do with being in a neighborhood that's more conducive to those changes.
Grants Pass is criminalizing homelessness, moving tents every 5 days. How do you get your life better? And here in Medford, they're actually working to help people. The Medford solution saves lives and saves taxpayer money.
I like staying in this area because this is where I raised my kids. My son played Little League on this baseball field. This is my 25 years or more history is in this neighborhood. I was a stay-at-home mom because basically any job that I had, every bit of money was going to childcare. I have never been arrested. I don't have a criminal record. I am out here due to unbelievably uncontrollable circumstances, and I never expected to be homeless. I never expected to lose my husband. Suddenly, I get my first widow's benefits check here. Oh, it's supposed to be today, but I'm not holding my breath because I've had too many letdowns. First thing I'm doing is booking an airline flight and a motel down in Arizona to go see my kids and my grandkids. It's been the hardest thing of all, and it's been the only thing that I haven't been able to have control over. And I miss my kids so much, and my grandbabies.
Over that way, it's starting to rain again. It's been raining off and on. There's a woman that has to relocate to another park. Volunteers are now going to help her move. Can you imagine having to move from park to park to park to park?
She got trespassed from here. She was supposed to move at a certain time and didn't. And so when they came through today, they were gonna arrest her. When I found her, she was tearful.
They don't have really any idea where they're gonna go.
Yeah.
It's musical parks.
Yes. And then sometimes there's a handful of people that they're trespassed from multiple parks. And so then it gets really challenging. And then they got to remember which park is 30 days, which one's 21. But yeah.
Criminalization does not solve the crisis. I mean, one, penalizing someone because they have had bad times or fallen out of luck, that's not a crime. And the fact of the matter is, especially for Josephine County, where we do not have a lot of funding for our police and sheriff's department. I mean, at one point, we only had 3 sheriff's officers for all of Josephine County, which is about the size of Rhode Island. Those officers, they have other things to do. And by criminalizing the homeless, that's putting a larger burden on them when they could be working on real crimes.
With Samantha all packed up to avoid arrest, we head over to Tussing Park, where we hear about a brutal attack that happened during the night.
Someone started rattling our tent and shaking it and saying, come out here, come out here. They came over to this side and they swung on my boyfriend. And I didn't know it was coming because I said, wait. And I just barely stuck my head up, and he was standing right there. And he just hit me. They hit me with a stick across the face. Yeah, my face, and my inside of my mouth was all torn up. And my tooth went through my face. They wanted to hurt someone. They wanted to drag him out and beat him. Like I thought they were going to kill him.
But, people like us, we don't bother nobody, and they're sitting here attacking us this way. And this is ridiculous. There's no reason for this to happen.
We've been out here about 1.5 years. I have a trailer. I was on the streets with it and ran into getting tickets, for oversized parking. And people have a different impression about everybody, we're not all homeless because we want to or on drugs. And, we all come from somewhere and there's a reason we're like this. It's not just because we choose. We don't need to tear up the parks that are for our kids and, have picnics in, It's just this is where they designated for people to go.
We've spent a few days in Grants Pass. We've met some wonderful people who are out here living in tents and others that are working to help them. Sadly, the city doesn't have shelters or housing to get people out of the tents, actually solve homelessness. The city's response is criminalization. People here don't want to camp. They don't have any other choice.
The only reason you want to overturn this law is if you want to be able to continue punishing people and not even bother to have an adequate alternative place where they can be. These laws are essentially banishing people from communities, forcing people out of the public eye, in the same way that in the past we've seen communities use similar laws, the most extreme, the Japanese internment camps. And one of the reasons that this case is so important is because right now we have folks like former President Trump actually campaigning on a platform that says we want to create a national camping ban and relocation camps for homeless American citizens. More than half of Americans are paying unaffordable levels of rent. That means they're just one missed paycheck, one broken down car away from experiencing homelessness. And so this case is what could stand in between us and a world where just because somebody can't pay the rent, they are banished to some far off relocation camp for the quote unquote crime of not being able to pay their rent. The stakes can be higher. That's a really frightening. I don't think that's who we are as Americans.
Reach out to your legislators and fight the growing criminalization of homelessness. For more information about the Supreme Court case, visit johnsonvgrantspass.com. And wherever you live, criminalization will make homeless encampments grow. We need to get people the support they need, and that is housing.
Jesse. 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 Jesse.
No matter how we walk these streets or do what we do, we're garbage to everybody. And everybody's eyes, we're garbage.
Tell me about homelessness in Louisville.
It's
It
over.
sucks. It's bad. I mean,
There's literally nowhere
to go.
and it's such a lost feeling.
Now they got a law that you can't even sleep in public anymore. So it don't matter where we go.
What do you mean it's over?
Yeah,
Why
it's
you saying
over.
it's
That one's
over?
over. Yeah, that one's over. This is a different one. And this is none of
Randy,
this is
the subject is Unhoused neighbor news. Randy, goddamn.
But can it
And
be
Randy,
current? Unhoused neighbor
Randy,
news?
Randy, you don't have to be here, cuz you can go to sleep.
I know, but this video is over. Like,
know
this
that,
before
you know
this-
Oh my God, Randy. Okay.
I'm just saying, cuz like we get current. Like, hey, can we get in our state?
Randy,
What?
it's a topic that affects every state.
Yes, but this before the
Not
Supreme
just
Court.
Colorado.
Yes, but this before the Supreme Court thing.
Oh my God, Randy. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
What we do, we try to stick together. We all try to help each other.
Yep.
But it don't matter
LMPD is on us
all the time.
bad. And we're clean. We cleaned up after ourselves. We
Yep.
pick up other people's trash. We cleaned up this field, and at one time,
I mowed this field.
Just to keep it nice looking, you know. And we pick it up. You know, we're not trying to trash anything.
We're not, you know, everybody thinks the homeless are trashy and they do drugs and everything like that. It doesn't have taste. You know, we try to keep our place clean. We're drug free, you know, and we're just trying to make it out here.
People look at you totally different.
Out here.
The people at the store, to walking down the street, they look at you totally different.
Yep.
And
You're trash.
Yeah. LMPD, it's derby time in the Ville, so it's
cleanup time.
We're pieces of garbage, basically.
And that's how they look at us. As long as we're out here, I work. I got a job. I work and everything.
So he's not working.
I work and everything. But no matter how we walk these streets or do what we do, we're garbage to everybody. And everybody's eyes, we're garbage.
So you're working, but it's not enough to pay rent.
You're right.
Tell me about that.
It sucks. You know, everything goes up but our pay.
We've only been here, but threatened pretty much daily to be arrested.
He has.
I've been threatened at least 4 times with the LMPD to move to get off this property, and I feel safe here. This is where I feel safe. I feel comfortable here. I got, you know, my friends over there, and this is where I feel comfortable. They told me to stay safe, and I told them, you know, this is where I feel safe, but they didn't care.
You know, they came in here.
Checked my tent the last time they were here, and
5 minutes. 5 minutes. 4 officers gave her 5 minutes to get her stuff and get out, and she couldn't even grab a tent. She, you know, she's lost. She didn't know what to do. You know, when you're never in this situation, you don't know what to do.
I've been out here since January, first time ever been out here. So I'm just like totally lost. And there's no help. There's no help at all.
No help.
No help.
LMPD harassed us at Aircoys Park, and they searched my car. They searched us 2.5 hours. And I said, now that y'all searched me and I need to go work in about 4 hours, where can I go where y'all can't harass me like that? They still Walmart's parking lot. So I go to Walmart's parking lot, right? Pull up, here comes security. You can't sleep here. That ain't what LMPD told me.
Nowhere to go, nowhere to go, nowhere to go, and they don't care.
I think it's just crazy how LMPD and the city and all them can just come in here like they do and just take all your, I mean, just literally just take everything you got in like 5 minutes. You know, and it blows me away. They come in here 12, 15 deep with bulletproof vests on, bring garbage trucks and bulldozers in here and just take your stuff like that. I don't understand that. I just wish people would let us lie if we weren't, you know, I just think let us lie. As long as we're not tearing the property up and stuff, then I don't see the problem. And we're out of the way, I don't see the problem.
I worked for a hotel down the street. I worked there. I stayed there for 2.5 years, and my rent was free. I lost my job. I had 72 hours to get out. The coldest day of the year, January the 8th, the sheriff was knocking at the door. Snow was knee-high, and we were out. We walked these streets literally for 24 hours trying to figure out what to do. If it wasn't for his mom helping us, we would have made it. She put us up for like 20 days in the hotel. And
But she don't.
that's what she could do.
That's all she can do.
Yeah, and that was great. But yeah.
It's over there.
I'm the crybaby, so I'm always crying, but yeah.
People are going to ask, what's the bruise from?
Walking down the sidewalk in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, and the sidewalk was uneven. I went a different way. I cut through a yard and got up the sidewalk, and then the sidewalk was uneven. Planted, got it right here, and right here. That's my second time. The first time, my bone was literally sticking out of my arm. Yeah, and nobody cares. There were people literally at the stoplights, and nobody stopped out, man. It was crazy.
Well, people don't understand basic needs like going to the bathroom or finding water.
Yes.
Going
to the bathroom is the thing for me. I
Already
want to say girly girl, okay? That's me. I'm a girly girl. I'm a princess, is what he said. But just going to the bathroom and stuff like that, it's a big thing.
14 years. We've been together 14 years.
We've been together 14 years.
This is the hardest thing I've ever done.
It's okay. And this is the most that we've hugged each other and been nice because we are so at each other just from being out here. He knows I love him and I know he loves me.
I work. And, every time I was sleep for 2 to 3 days, it's because of the fact, you don't know what's going on out here. It's just crazy. As hard as they in the world. Getting up out of these tents and going to work, as hard as they ever doing. I never thought I'd be sitting right here today. But here I am.
But without him, I don't know where I would be for. I would be probably dead. That's true. And honestly, we both have thought about suicide, but that's just nice thing. We're here for a reason. We don't know why. But it's hard. But he's my rock. I want to kill him every day. You can ask these people I do. But it's this life. It's never take nothing for granted, ever. Water, going to the bathroom, electricity, anything. Don't ever take it for granted because once it's gone, it's gone.
Stroll through Denver after dark, and you'll feel the weight hanging in the air. People lie on sidewalks where hope once lived. Addiction doesn't just destroy bodies, it devours dreams, ripping lives apart one piece at a time. Behind every tent is a story that could be any of ours. This is more than homelessness. It's a warning of what happens when a nation looks away from fentanyl's grip to the deeper cracks of inequality.
That's where I'm from, please.
Denver streets are telling that story, whether we're ready to hear it or not. If you want to uncover those hidden roots and discover the paths forward, stick with me and watch till the end. Homelessness in America is rising faster than ever, and the nation can no longer look away. HUD's 2024 count reports 771,000 people without stable housing, an 18% jump in just 1 year. This isn't a small increase. It's a sweeping wave touching cities, suburbs, and rural towns alike. Hundreds of thousands sleep outdoors, in tents, under bridges, or on sidewalks, facing harsh weather with little protection. California carries the heaviest burden, followed by New York, while cities like Seattle struggle to keep pace. The crisis stretches far beyond the coasts. In Denver, roughly 6,600 people are homeless, a 12% rise from 2023. About 3,000 live outside, a slight drop thanks to local funding, but still a serious challenge for a city that's growing fast. Have you ever walked downtown at night and seen how many people are sleeping just steps from busy streets? Families now make up a large share of the homeless population, including more than 100,000 children. Black, Hispanic, and Native communities are hit hardest, exposing deep inequities embedded in the system. crisis isn't about a lack of money. It's the result of decades of choices: underfunded affordable housing, restrictive zoning laws, and a frayed federal safety net.
So we need houses that are low income for people that would be rented to them according to their income.
Even with trillion-dollar budgets, homelessness rarely makes it onto the political agenda. In 2024, it didn't even crack the top 10 issues in Pew polls, overshadowed by inflation and border debates. Meanwhile, the costs are staggering. Tens of billions are spent every year on emergency responses, ER visits, policing, and encampment cleanups. Denver alone spends millions annually just to keep the situation from spiraling. Climate disasters, like recent hurricanes, are pushing even more people into homelessness, proving this problem is only growing. Federal action has fallen short. Biden's Build Back Better plan promised billions for housing, but delivered far less. States face different pressures. Texas struggles with migration surges, while California battles old tax laws that limit funding. The result is a patchwork system full of good intentions but weak follow-through. So the real question is, how long can we keep treating this as someone else's problem before it shows up at our own doorstep? Addiction is one of the harshest and most painful drivers of homelessness in America. It's not the only cause, but it makes everything worse. Across the country, about a third of people living unsheltered struggle with substances, fentanyl, meth, opioids, or alcohol. These aren't just faceless addicts. They're neighbors, veterans, parents, friends, people who've fallen through the cracks. Addiction and homelessness feed each other. Someone might lose their job, fall behind on rent, and turn to drugs or alcohol for relief. What begins as temporary escape quickly turns into dependency, making it almost impossible to get back on their feet. Without a stable home, clean sheets, a locked door, or a safe space, staying sober becomes a daily fight. In Denver, fentanyl has taken a strong hold. About a quarter of the city's unsheltered population struggles with it, and property crimes have risen as people chase their next high.
Walking zombies.
Across the nation, addiction among the homeless costs billions every year in ambulance rides, ER visits, and public health services. More than 30,000 homeless Americans die of overdoses each year, often alone in tents, alleys, or makeshift camps. This crisis didn't happen overnight. Decades of policies that focus more on punishment than treatment have left deep scars. The war on drugs filled prisons while ignoring the root causes of addiction. Cuts to mental health funding in the 1,980 seconds pushed vulnerable people out of hospitals and onto the streets. Even today, settlement money from opioid lawsuits trickles slowly to local programs, while stigma still frames addiction in many communities as a moral failing rather than a health issue. But there are glimpses of hope. Programs in Denver, like All in Mile High, combine housing with addiction treatment, helping people stabilize first, then work toward recovery. The results: fewer ER visits and better long-term outcomes. Other cities are testing mobile clinics and peer support programs, but scaling these efforts will require real political will and funding that matches the scale of the problem. Addiction doesn't cause homelessness by itself, but it turns temporary hardship into long-term exile. It's a national challenge that demands both compassion and clear-eyed policy. Ignore it, and every other solution becomes just a short-term fix. To really understand homelessness in America, we need to look beneath the surface. Addiction and visible street encampments are just symptoms. The roots run much deeper. This crisis didn't appear overnight. It's the result of decades of economic pressure, social inequality, and political choices that built a fragile system, one that cracks the moment life gets hard.
Now it's pandered to us politically that they're going to clean it up.
At the heart of it is housing. The United States has the largest economy in the world, yet it's short about 4 million affordable homes. That shortage pushes millions to the edge, unable to find a place they can afford. Rents have skyrocketed since the pandemic, often outpacing wages. In many cities, apartments that were once modest have become unreachable for working families, seniors, and young people alike. Outdated zoning laws make this worse. Many communities still enforce rules that limit new construction, often to protect property values or preserve a neighborhood feel. Combine that with NIMBY attitudes, not in my backyard, and new housing projects get slowed or blocked. The result is predictable: fewer homes, higher costs, and more people pushed into unstable situations. Beneath the housing crisis runs a steady current of poverty. About 13% of Americans, roughly 40 million people, live below the poverty line. For them, even a small setback, an illness, a car breaking down, or a missed paycheck can mean losing their home. The modern gig economy, praised for flexibility, often offers no benefits, no sick leave, and no job security. Many workers live paycheck to paycheck, just one step away from crisis. Racial inequality makes these economic pressures even harsher. Generations of redlining, unequal schools, and discriminatory policies have left Black, Hispanic, and Native communities with fewer opportunities and less wealth. Though they make up a minority of the population, people of color represent a disproportionately large share of the unsheltered. This isn't accidental. It's the legacy of decades of exclusion and marginalization. Meanwhile, the social safety net is thin and fraying. Programs like SNAP, housing vouchers, and rental assistance haven't kept pace with rising costs. Only 1 in 4 households that qualify for housing vouchers actually receives them. Cuts and underfunding leave millions with little to fall back on in emergencies. Politics also play a major role. While massive infrastructure bills pass with trillions for roads and bridges, housing investment remains small by comparison. Federal plans are often watered down in Congress, and state policies vary widely. California's strict tax caps limit funding for schools and housing. Texas grows economically, but offers few tenant protections, leaving many at risk of eviction. Natural disasters only add to the strain. Hurricanes, floods, and wildfires push families from their homes with nowhere affordable to turn. Denver offers a clear snapshot of this bigger picture. Rapid population growth, an influx of newcomers from higher cost states, and a 20% jump in rents have pushed the city's housing market to the brink. Without enough affordable homes, more people end up on the streets. The reality is, homelessness in America isn't the result of a single failure. It's a system built over decades that puts profit and property ahead of people's basic needs. So the question remains, if this country has so much wealth, why is safe housing treated like a luxury? Real change will mean shifting priorities, building more homes, modernizing zoning laws, and strengthening the safety net. Without that, the cycle will keep repeating, and stability will remain out of reach for millions. Amid these systemic storms, it's the human voices that cut through, raw, honest, and unforgettable, reminding us that statistics are more than numbers. Here are a few of those stories, not as spectacle, but as mirrors of our shared vulnerability. These aren't made-up tales. They come from case studies and the quiet testimonies gathered in shelters from coast to coast, the kind that linger long after the headlines fade. Take David, an elder whose life of honest work as a carpenter until neuropathy ended his career, led to 5 years surviving on Denver's frozen sidewalks. At 66, he received Social Security, yet that small check can't cover both rent and essential medications, especially after a recent emergency abdominal aneurysm landed him in the hospital.
Hopefully Denver has some insight into the problem. We can no longer put our heads in the sand and wish the problem would go away, because it's not going to go away.
The physical toll is matched by mental strain as he battles depression and anxiety. He sleeps during the day because the streets at night are too dangerous, and avoids shelters after being robbed following a sudden knee collapse. I paid into Social Security all my life, he says, and it just doesn't seem like there's much return. His story isn't just about one man. It's a reflection of a broken social contract.
I draw my Social Security, but it's not enough to pay for my rent and my medications right now. So I'm on the street until I can figure out how to find the resources necessary for help.
A lack of affordable housing and basic health coverage leaves seniors adrift, highlighting how the system fails even those who played by the rules. Then there's Daryl, who recently lived unsheltered in the Denver, Aurora area. His story shifts from personal struggle to a sharp critique of the system. When asked about available resources, he points out that the process is so bureaucratically tangled that seeking help becomes a full-time job. Daryl emphasizes that real progress requires more than local programs. It needs federal action, an emergency housing system similar to existing federal food assistance programs.
I think the federal government needs an emergency housing system the same way we have an emergency food system. If you're really down and out, you can go to DHS and get emergency food assistance in $250 or whatever's per diem or however they adjust that.
He calls for streamlining applications, auditing funds, and ensuring that money actually reaches the people it's meant to serve. His experience exposes the frustrating systemic side of the crisis, reminding us that many Americans are just a paycheck or a personal crisis away from the same reality.
Used to be on Market Street, but they got moved over here.
Sharing these stories isn't about earning sympathy, it's about recognition. David's perseverance against illness, Daryl's resilience in the face of bureaucracy, they reflect how circumstances can derail any of us. These stories humanize the statistics and push us beyond pity toward meaningful change. Expanded access to affordable housing, Social Security reforms that match today's cost of living, and a national emergency housing fund that is streamlined and properly audited. As elders who've weathered our own storms, we understand that stories alone don't fix systems, but they ignite the people who can. Amid all the numbers and harsh realities, some places show that change is possible. Denver is one of them. The city has become a kind of testing ground for what works when local leaders, community groups, and businesses pull together. In 2024, Denver launched the All in Mile High initiative, a $100 million program combining public and private funding. It focused on two main goals: increasing shelter capacity and connecting people to services. The results were promising. The city added 1,000 new shelter beds and cut the number of people living unsheltered by about 10%. These weren't just temporary fixes. The program included tiny home villages on the city's outskirts, each with a lockable door, shared kitchens, and on-site caseworkers to assist with addiction recovery, job placement, and daily support. Local businesses helped too. Outdoor retailers donated gear for harsh weather, and Starbucks offered job opportunities to people rebuilding their lives. Together, these efforts led to a 15% drop in overdose-related ER visits, and more families were reunited faster than before. Denver's experience offers lessons for the rest of the country. Other cities are experimenting as well. HUD's Youth Homelessness Demonstration Program, active in more than a dozen cities, has cut youth homelessness by roughly 15% through rapid rehousing and trauma-informed care. In Seattle, low-barrier shelters that stay open 247 provide safer spaces for people who would otherwise remain outside. New York City is testing around-the-clock drop-in centers that include mental health services. The private sector is stepping in too. Amazon, for example, pledged $2 billion to support affordable housing in its home regions. Critics question the motives, but the investment has created thousands of units. While still localized, these efforts show that combining public funding, private partnerships, and flexible programs can make real progress. Yet, serious challenges remain. Bureaucratic red tape slows projects. Stigma keeps many people from seeking help. On Capitol Hill, housing competes with defense budgets and political gridlock. Denver's progress, while meaningful, relies on ongoing funding and federal support. Without it, gains can vanish quickly. Federal tools are already on the table. The Affordable Housing Credit Improvement Act and the END Homelessness Act could expand affordable housing and streamline access nationwide if lawmakers act. Denver's story proves that homelessness isn't inevitable. With focused investment and creative solutions, communities can make a difference. Imagine scaling these efforts nationwide. It wouldn't solve the crisis overnight, but it could start mending it one stable home at a time. Looking at the rising numbers, the grip of addiction, the deep roots of inequality, and the examples of what can work, one truth is clear: homelessness is not inevitable. It's a mirror reflecting how far our policies, priorities, and compassion really reach. Homelessness in America is more than a statistic. It's a test of our shared values, whether we still believe in opportunity, dignity, and community for all. The solutions aren't mysteries. Housing first approaches, addiction treatment, fairer housing policies, and stronger safety nets work. Cities like Denver have shown meaningful progress. What's missing is scale, urgency, and the collective will to act. This is where each of us makes a difference. Real change doesn't happen only in Washington. It happens in our local communities, city halls, and through ordinary people who refuse to look away. It can mean calling your senator, supporting a housing initiative, volunteering with a local nonprofit, or simply having honest conversations that shine a light on the issue. As 2025 unfolds, the nation faces a choice. We can continue to accept homelessness as part of the landscape, or we can demand better together. America has the resources. It has the ingenuity. What it needs now is the courage to act with compassion. The promise of this country has always been that no one gets left behind. If we work together, that promise can be real again. And it starts with us today.
Jesse.
This is Daily Homeless News, where we tell the stories no one else will. Today, we're diving into Las Vegas, a city known for its dazzling neon glow, high-stakes casinos, and the nonstop buzz of entertainment. But beneath all the glitz and glamour lies a side of Vegas most tourists never see. While millions arrive chasing fortune and fun in what's famously called Sin City, not everyone leaves a winner. Just beyond the lights of luxury hotels and the chaos of the Strip exists a harsh and often invisible reality, one marked by poverty, hardship, and survival. Thousands of people live on the margins of this sparkling playground, caught in a daily fight against homelessness right in the shadow of billion-dollar resorts. Come with us as we explore a side of Las Vegas that few ever see. A hidden reality where those who've lost everything struggle to survive in a city built on hope and illusion. Before we dive into this powerful journey, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. And if you're enjoying our daily homeless news series, tap that notification bell so you never miss a look into the untold stories and overlooked corners of cities across the globe. The city of sharp contrasts. Las Vegas, famously known as the entertainment capital of the world, is a city built on dazzling extremes. Just steps away from its shimmering skyline of five-star resorts, world-class cuisine, and sold-out shows, a harsh and sobering reality exists. While millions of tourists indulge in the city's promise of glamour and excess, thousands of residents are caught in a daily battle for survival. Mere blocks from the Strip, a growing homelessness crisis is unfolding.
Am I right?
According to the most recent government data, nearly 8,000 people in Las Vegas are currently without a home, a number that has surged by 20% in just the past year. This explosive rise raises a haunting question. What drives so many to stake their lives on a city infamous for swallowing fortunes as fast as it spits them out? For countless dreamers, it's the magnetic pull of the American dream, a shot at starting over in a place where the impossible feels within reach. But what happens when that dream curdles into something darker? The dazzling glow of Las Vegas hides deep, painful truths, and those who come chasing hope often end up with nothing left but the echo of what they lost. Las Vegas is a city of striking extremes, where glittering wealth stands shoulder to shoulder with quiet desperation, and where the gap between making it and losing everything is razor thin. As housing prices skyrocket, jobs grow scarce, and social safety nets fray, more and more residents are slipping through the cracks. In Vegas, the gamble isn't just about money, it's about survival. The housing crisis. One of the biggest factors fueling the homelessness crisis in Las Vegas is a critical shortage of affordable housing. Believe it or not, for every 100 low-income renters, there are just 14 affordable units available. That gap is staggering, especially in a city that sells itself as a land of opportunity. Because of this shortage, thousands of residents are forced to spend over 30% of their income just to keep a roof over their heads. And when you're living that close to the edge, it doesn't take much to fall. One illness, a lost job, or even a surprise car repair can be enough to tip the scales and push families into homelessness. Housing costs in Las Vegas have surged in recent years, rising far faster than wages. Today, the average rent for a one-bedroom apartment sits well above $1,200 a month. For the hospitality and service workers who keep the Vegas economy alive, that price is simply out of reach. Many are living paycheck to paycheck, teetering on the edge of financial ruin with no safety net in sight. Here's something to think about. How can a city raking in billions from tourism still fail to offer affordable housing for its own people? The answer lies in a deep, growing divide between those cashing in on the city's flashy success and those left struggling in its shadows. As the skyline fills with luxury hotels, massive casinos, and upscale apartments, the stock of low-cost housing keeps shrinking, pushing countless low-income residents closer to the edge of poverty. Mental health and addiction. Las Vegas is a city built on risk, a place where thrill seekers come to chase dreams, tempt fate, and indulge in every desire imaginable. But for many, those high-stakes choices come at a steep cost. Mental illness and addiction are major driving forces behind the city's worsening homelessness crisis. Experts estimate that nearly 2 out of every 3 people experiencing homelessness in Las Vegas are battling mental health challenges or substance dependency. For them, the road to healing is filled with obstacles, from limited access to care and deeply rooted stigma, to the harsh reality of simply surviving day to day on the streets. would you do if you were facing both homelessness and mental illness at the same time? For many living on the streets of Las Vegas, that's not a hypothetical question. It's their daily reality. Serious conditions like schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and PTSD are widespread in the homeless community. And without access to consistent mental health care, these disorders make it nearly impossible to secure a job or maintain stable housing. Instead, many become trapped in a relentless cycle. Untreated mental illness leads to substance abuse, and that addiction often deepens the spiral into homelessness. This is not just a public health crisis, it's a moral one. Allowing vulnerable individuals to suffer like this is a violation of their most basic rights, and it's something that must be challenged, called out, and changed. For many, the root of their struggles reaches back to childhood, early trauma or abuse that left deep scars. For others, the emotional toll of life on the streets triggers the onset of mental health issues. To cope with the pain, many turn to drugs or alcohol, temporary escapes from a relentless reality. But addiction only tightens its grip, dragging them further down in a cycle that's nearly impossible to break without support. The impact of COVID-19. The COVID-19 pandemic sent shockwaves around the world, but few cities felt the blow as deeply as Las Vegas. With its economy built on tourism and entertainment, the sudden halt in travel wiped out thousands of jobs in an instant. The hospitality and service sectors, lifelines for much of the local population, were devastated. For many families already living paycheck to paycheck, the economic collapse pushed them dangerously close to homelessness. The eviction moratoriums introduced at the peak of the pandemic offered only a temporary lifeline. Once those protections were lifted, a wave of evictions followed, displacing thousands. In the wake of COVID-19, the city experienced a dramatic rise in homelessness as individuals and families living paycheck to paycheck were suddenly left with no safety net. For many, the expiration of federal unemployment aid and rental support programs marked the breaking point. This brings up a crucial question. What lasting effects will the pandemic have on cities like Las Vegas, where the road to economic recovery has been slow and uneven? Tourism may be making a comeback, but the aftermath is still visible, especially in the rising number of individuals forced to live on the streets. The pandemic delivered a devastating blow to mental health across the country. Isolation, financial pressure, and a constant sense of uncertainty intensified existing struggles for countless individuals. Substance abuse surged, while access to mental health care became even more restricted as healthcare systems buckled under pressure. For many who were already on the brink, the crisis pushed them over the edge, sending them into homelessness and changing the course of their lives forever. A harsh reality, life on the streets. Surviving on the streets of Las Vegas comes with brutal, unforgiving challenges. The city's desert climate shows no mercy. In the peak of summer, temperatures often climb past 43°C, turning sidewalks into scorching hot plates. With little to no access to shelter, shade, or clean water, the homeless are left dangerously exposed, battling heat stroke, dehydration, and the very real threat of death. Under this relentless sun, every single day becomes a fight. just to stay alive. Winter brings a different kind of battle, one just as brutal. Even when the sun warms the day, nights tell a colder story, with temperatures often plunging to freezing. For those living on the streets, it's not just uncomfortable, it's dangerous. Without access to warm clothing, blankets, or safe shelter, many face the deadly risk of hypothermia as their bodies struggle to survive the harsh swing between day and night. In downtown Las Vegas, just steps away from shelters like Catholic Charities, large crowds of homeless individuals gather each day, clinging to the hope of securing a spot in an emergency shelter. But with limited bed space available, many are left waiting for hours, only to be turned away once the facility reaches capacity. For those who don't make it inside, the streets become their only option for the night, exposing them to harsh weather conditions and the constant risks that come with life on the street. The Mole People of Las Vegas. One of the most unexpected and haunting realities of Las Vegas's homelessness crisis is the presence of the so-called Mole People. These are individuals who sought refuge deep beneath the city, living inside the vast network of flood control tunnels designed to handle rare but intense desert rainstorms. Spanning hundreds of miles below the glittering lights of the Strip, these dark, damp passageways have become home to an estimated 1,500 people, offering a fragile sense of shelter from the harsh and often dangerous world above. Life inside the tunnels comes with its own set of deadly risks. Flash floods can strike with little to no warning, turning narrow passageways into raging torrents within minutes. Those who fail to flee in time often pay the ultimate price. But water isn't the only danger lurking below. The tunnels are filthy with no access to clean water, proper sanitation, or airflow, creating the perfect storm for disease. Infections spread fast, and without medical support, even small health issues can spiral into life-threatening conditions. Stigma and society's perception. One of the biggest challenges in tackling homelessness is the stigma that clings to it. Too often, society sees homeless individuals not as people, but as a problem to manage or a nuisance to avoid, rarely taking the time to understand the complex, often heartbreaking paths that lead someone to life on the streets. This harmful perception creates an even steeper uphill battle, making it harder for those experiencing homelessness to access support, compassion, or real opportunities to rebuild their lives. Public perception has a powerful impact on how homeless individuals are treated. Many people still assume that homelessness stems solely from bad personal decisions, overlooking the deeper systemic factors like the shortage of affordable housing, inadequate mental health services, and limited job opportunities that fuel the crisis. This harmful narrative influences how society interacts with the homeless in public spaces, often resulting in exclusion, mistreatment, and a disturbing lack of empathy from the community at large. Struggling for survival, daily life. Survival is an everyday battle for the homeless in Las Vegas. With limited resources at their disposal, many turn to panhandling, collecting recyclables, or taking on odd jobs just to make ends meet. But even these efforts can put them at risk. Vulnerable and desperate, they often become targets for exploitation, lured into dangerous or illegal work by people who offer little to no pay and preying on their need and lack of options. Violence is a grim reality that haunts life on the streets. Homeless individuals are often easy targets for criminals who view them as defenseless and disposable. Physical assaults, robberies, and worse are everyday threats. Women in particular face heightened danger. Many become victims of sexual exploitation or fall into the grip of human trafficking. With no safe haven to escape to, countless homeless people live in a constant state of fear, always bracing for the next attack, never knowing when they might be the next to suffer. For those battling addiction, the daily struggle to survive becomes even more overwhelming. Substance abuse deepens the hardships of life on the streets, draining their time, money, and strength. Often, the addiction is the only thing that offers a momentary escape from their brutal reality, even though in the end, it only pulls them deeper into the cycle of suffering. Healthcare, a crisis that won't go away. Access to healthcare remains a major challenge for the homeless community in Las Vegas. Without a permanent address or health insurance, many are left with no choice but to turn to emergency rooms for their medical needs. In fact, recent local surveys reveal that more than 40% of the homeless population rely on ERs as their primary form of health care. This not only overwhelms an already stretched system, but also drives up public health care costs and reduces access for others who truly need urgent care. The absence of preventive health care often turns minor, manageable issues into severe, life-threatening emergencies. Something as simple as an infection can spiral into a critical condition when it's left untreated for weeks or even months. Although Medicaid expansion in Nevada has opened the door to healthcare access for some homeless individuals, it still falls far short of meeting the full scale of the need. Community impact. Homelessness isn't just a personal struggle, it's a community-wide issue. In a city like Las Vegas, where tourism fuels much of the local economy, the visibility of large homeless encampments can create friction among tourists, residents, and those experiencing homelessness. Public areas such as parks, sidewalks, and open plazas often become places where the homeless seek refuge or a meal, leading to growing concerns and complaints from both visitors and locals alike. Crime and disruption often follow in areas heavily impacted by homelessness. With little access to basic services or support systems, many unhoused individuals resort to petty crimes or survival-driven actions that disturb public order.
And I'm really surprised.
This fuels a cycle where homelessness draws increased law enforcement attention, but without tackling the root causes, the issue continues to spiral. A glimmer of light, community compassion in action. Though the homelessness crisis in Las Vegas is overwhelming, Countless organizations and grassroots groups are stepping up to spark change. Nonprofits such as the Nevada Homeless Alliance and Help Hope Home are on the front lines, working relentlessly to connect individuals experiencing homelessness with vital support and resources. From food pantries to recovery initiatives, these groups serve as a crucial lifeline for those who have nowhere else to go, offering not just aid, but a pathway to hope. One of the most powerful initiatives is led by Shine a Light, a nonprofit dedicated to helping the so-called mole people who live deep within the flood control tunnels beneath the city. Their outreach teams venture regularly into these hidden underground communities, bringing essential supplies, medical attention, and access to addiction recovery and housing programs. So for those surviving in these harsh, unseen places, this kind of support can be truly life-changing, offering a rare spark of hope in an otherwise desperate reality. The Courtyard Homeless Resource Center plays a crucial role in the fight against homelessness, providing a range of integrated services like temporary shelter, medical care, and job training. But despite its importance, the center's impact is often constrained by limited funding and overcrowded facilities. While many organizations are stepping up to help, the scale of homelessness in Las Vegas demands a larger, more systemic solution to create real, lasting change. So what can we actually do to tackle the rising homelessness crisis in Las Vegas? First, increasing affordable housing and providing rental assistance for low-income families is crucial. The Housing First model, which prioritizes providing permanent housing before offering additional services like mental health care and addiction recovery, has proven effective. Expanding emergency shelters and transitional housing programs will also provide homeless individuals with safe spaces to stabilize their lives. Additionally, offering job training and employment support will help them reintegrate into society. Lastly, it's important to focus on providing targeted support for specific groups such as veterans and homeless youth to reduce long-term homelessness. These combined efforts can help make meaningful progress in tackling the homelessness crisis. Thanks for joining us on this exploration of the homelessness crisis in the United States through a travel documentary perspective. The stories we've shared today are more than just numbers. They are about real people, many of them women, who deserve dignity, safety, and the opportunity to rebuild their lives. If this video has resonated with you, please give us a like, leave a comment with your thoughts, and subscribe to our channel for more travel documentary content that highlights important issues from around the world. Let's work together to spread awareness and drive change.
Kansas City, Missouri is at the top of a list no city wants to be on. We have the largest homeless population per capita than any other city in America.
The city officials have an aggressive plan to change that. They say it's about more than getting people off the streets. They're giving KMBC 9 exclusive access to places across Kansas City many of us never even knew existed.
Every year in America, thousands of homeless people disappear. No headlines, no alerts, no investigations. One day they're on the sidewalk, the next they're gone. No records, no questions, no justice. Tonight we expose how people are vanishing in the richest country on earth and why nobody is stopping it. America has no national system for tracking missing homeless individuals. While the FBI's National Crime Information Center maintains missing persons records, someone must file a report first. For homeless people, that someone often doesn't exist. Over 580,000 Americans experience homelessness on any given night. More than 1.4 million cycle through shelters annually. Yet fewer than 5% of missing persons reports involve people without permanent housing. This doesn't mean they aren't missing. It means they aren't being counted. Local shelters, nonprofits, and hospitals all maintain separate records that rarely connect. A person might appear in a shelter database in Chicago, receive medical care in St. Louis, and die unidentified in Texas, with no system linking these events. Each agency sees only a fragment of the story. Without centralized tracking, cities cannot detect patterns. Serial victimization, trafficking networks, and environmental dangers remain hidden. Policymakers rely on flawed statistics that underestimate disappearances by thousands. Many homeless individuals have lost contact with family. Others are estranged or undocumented. When they disappear, there's simply no trigger that activates a search. No alerts, no organized searches, no accountability. In a data-driven society, being uncounted means being unprotected. When people vanish without records, they're erased from public memory. Their disappearances create no statistical alarm, no policy response, no systemic change. The absence of tracking doesn't mean the absence of crisis. It means the crisis remains invisible, allowing thousands to disappear without consequence or acknowledgement. Law enforcement agencies receive over 600,000 missing persons reports annually. However, homeless individuals make up only a tiny fraction, not because they aren't missing, but because their disappearances rarely get reported. Many police departments classify homeless individuals as transient or voluntarily absent. This label implies the person likely chose to leave and will return. Once that assumption is made, investigations are often closed within days or never opened at all. Studies show that in major cities, fewer than 1 in 10 missing homeless cases result in full investigations. Without family members pushing for action, cases are deprioritized. Detectives focus on people with stable housing, children, or high-profile backgrounds. Some families try to report loved ones, only to be told they're probably on the move. This discourages further follow-up. Over time, families give up, and files go cold. This underreporting creates a dangerous cycle. Low report numbers make the issue appear small. Small numbers justify limited funding. Limited funding leads to fewer investigations. Fewer investigations mean more disappearances go unnoticed. The classification of homeless individuals as expected wanderers fundamentally misunderstands both homelessness and human vulnerability. People experiencing homelessness face higher rates of violence, exploitation, and medical emergencies than housed populations. Their mobility is often forced by sweeps, weather, or danger, not choice. When missing people are treated as expected losses, society quietly accepts vanishing lives as normal. Thousands disappear each year into this statistical blind spot, their absences generating no alarm, no search, and no justice. Every year, U.S. hospitals discharge more than 3 million patients who lack stable housing. After treatment, many are released with a bus pass, a list of shelters, and no guarantee of safety. This practice, often called patient dumping, remains widespread despite federal guidelines. Research shows homeless patients are 4 times more likely to be readmitted within 30 days. Many never return, not because they recovered, but because they disappear into unsafe environments. A person treated for infection, injury, or mental illness may be sent back to the streets while still weak. Without refrigeration for medication, proper nutrition, or follow-up care, conditions worsen rapidly. Some die, others relocate to avoid pain, police, or stigma. Hospitals face financial pressure. Keeping patients longer costs thousands per day. In crowded urban hospitals, administrators prioritize bed turnover. Discharge planning becomes a paperwork exercise rather than a safety process. Between 2015 and 2025, federal investigations found hundreds of cases where hospitals released homeless patients to sidewalks, bus stops, and abandoned areas. Many of those individuals were never documented again. The medical system creates a revolving door. Patients receive emergency treatment, but no pathway to stability. They cycle between crisis and street, each discharge increasing vulnerability. When healthcare becomes a revolving door, people fall through the cracks. Medical systems save money. Human lives pay the price. The disappearances that follow aren't medical mysteries. They're predictable outcomes of a system that treats housing as irrelevant to health. More than 40,000 unidentified human remains are currently stored in morgues, burial sites, and forensic databases across America. A significant portion are believed to be people who experienced homelessness. Each year, medical examiners classify thousands of deaths as John Doe or Jane Doe. Without identification, dental records, or fingerprints on file, identification becomes nearly impossible. Many homeless individuals lose documents through theft, police sweeps, or weather damage. Unidentified deaths are more common in cities with large homeless populations. In counties like Los Angeles, Cook, and Maricopa, hundreds of unidentified bodies are processed annually. Some remain nameless for decades. DNA databases exist, but they depend on family members submitting samples. For estranged or isolated individuals, no one is looking. No one is submitting DNA. No match is ever made. These people receive basic burials funded by counties, often in unmarked graves. Their families, if alive, never receive closure. Their deaths never appear in missing persons records. Statistically, this creates a false picture. They're counted as deceased, but not as missing. The disappearance is hidden inside mortality data. Official statistics show deaths, but conceal the identities lost. When people die without names, society pretends they were never here. Each unidentified burial represents someone's child, parent, sibling, or friend. Someone who had dreams, memories, and value. Someone whose absence should matter. The unnamed dead are the ultimate disappeared, erased not just from life, but from death itself. Cities across America conduct thousands of homeless encampment cleanups every year. Officials describe them as sanitation measures. In reality, they function as mass displacement events that cause people to disappear. During sweeps, police and sanitation crews remove tents, carts, documents, phones, medications, and personal records. Even when policies claim property will be stored, investigations show that up to 70% of belongings are discarded. For people living outdoors, these items are survival tools. Identification allows access to benefits. Phones connect them to family. Medical records guide treatment. When these are destroyed, people lose their identity overnight. After a sweep, communities scatter. Some move to other cities. Some retreat into abandoned buildings, forests, or deserts. Others fall into addiction or exploitation. Outreach workers report losing contact with 30 to 50% of clients after major clearances. Once scattered, individuals are no longer reachable by shelters, clinics, or nonprofits. Tracking becomes impossible. Follow-up ends. The social networks that provided minimal stability dissolve. Sweeps make neighborhoods look cleaner. They also make people disappear. They don't solve homelessness. They erase evidence of it. The displacement is intentional. The disappearances are predictable. Yet cities continue these operations, prioritizing aesthetics over human safety. Each sweep creates dozens of newly invisible people, pushed further from services, documentation, and survival. Their absence is the goal, achieved through systematic destruction of the minimal stability they'd built. More than 65% of people experiencing homelessness struggle with substance use disorders, serious mental illness, or both. According to federal health data, nearly 1 in 3 suffers from untreated schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, PTSD, or major depression. These conditions dramatically increase disappearance risk. Without consistent care, people cycle through psychosis, withdrawal, and relapse. During these episodes, individuals often wander long distances, abandon support networks, and isolate themselves in unsafe locations. Outreach workers report many clients suddenly drop off the map after mental health crises. Treatment access remains limited. Fewer than 30% of homeless individuals who need psychiatric care receive it regularly. Rehab waitlists in major cities stretch for months. Many facilities require insurance, identification, and stable contact information, barriers most homeless people cannot meet. Addiction also exposes people to violence. Overdose deaths among homeless populations have increased by more than 200% since 2015 in some metro areas. Many overdoses occur in abandoned buildings, under bridges, and remote areas where no one is present to call for help. When someone disappears during relapse or psychosis, there's rarely a paper trail. No appointments, no check-ins, no documentation. Their crisis becomes their erasure. Mental illness and addiction don't make people expendable, but without care, they make people invisible. The failure to provide accessible treatment doesn't just harm individuals. It creates conditions where disappearance becomes inevitable, where vulnerable people vanish during their most desperate moments with no system noticing or responding. Homeless individuals are among the most targeted populations for trafficking and forced labor in the United States. Federal task forces estimate that up to 40% of trafficking victims experienced housing instability before exploitation. Traffickers look for isolation. People without family, money, or protection are easier to manipulate. Some are lured with promises of work, shelter, or transportation. Others are coerced through drugs, debt, or threats. Labor trafficking is especially hidden. Victims are moved between farms, warehouses, construction sites, and trucking routes. They're paid little or nothing. Their documents are confiscated. Many never interact with authorities who might help them. Sex trafficking also affects homeless youth and women at alarming rates. Studies show that nearly 1 in 5 homeless young women report being forced into commercial sex at some point. Once trafficked, victims disappear from shelter systems and outreach networks. They're relocated frequently to avoid detection. Their names are replaced with aliases. Their identities erased. The systems that might have tracked them lose all contact. Law enforcement struggles to track these cases because victims rarely report abuse. Fear of retaliation, arrest, or deportation keeps them silent. Many don't identify as victims or don't trust authorities enough to seek help. For many, disappearance isn't accidental. It's engineered. Traffickers deliberately target the most vulnerable, most invisible populations. Knowing their absence will generate no alarm. Homelessness creates the perfect conditions for exploitation, and trafficking completes the disappearance that poverty began. Older adults are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population. Between 2010 and 2025, homelessness among Americans aged 55 and older increased by more than 60%. Many live with chronic illness, cognitive decline, or physical disabilities. Seniors on the streets face extreme vulnerability. Dementia, memory loss, and mobility issues make navigation difficult. Some become disoriented and wander away from familiar areas, never to return. Their confusion is mistaken for choice. Disabled individuals experience similar risks. Without assistive devices, medication, or caregivers, they struggle to survive independently. When medical equipment is lost or stolen, survival becomes nearly impossible. A wheelchair user without their chair, a diabetic without insulin. These losses are often fatal. Outreach organizations report that elderly homeless clients have the highest loss rate, meaning they stop appearing for services at higher rates than any other group. Many are later found deceased. Others are never located. Public systems are poorly equipped to support aging homeless populations. Waiting lists for supportive housing can exceed 5 years. Nursing facilities often refuse patients without insurance or family advocates. When seniors disappear, their absence is rarely questioned. No workplace notices, no school calls, no landlord files reports. They have no institutional anchors generating concern. They vanish quietly, carrying decades of life stories that no one records. Each disappearance erases a lifetime of experience, relationships, and value. Society loses not just a person, but an entire history, forgotten before it's even missed. Extreme weather is a silent killer among homeless populations. Heat waves, cold snaps, floods, and storms disproportionately affect those without shelter. Between 2010 and 2024, more than 8,000 homeless individuals are estimated to have died from exposure-related causes. During heat waves, pavement temperatures can exceed 140 degrees Fahrenheit. Dehydration and heat stroke occur rapidly. Many victims collapse in isolated areas and aren't discovered for days. By the time they're found, identification may be impossible. In winter, hypothermia claims lives even in southern states. Wet clothing, wind, and malnutrition accelerate body heat loss. Some people seek refuge in remote structures where deaths go unnoticed until spring. Climate disasters worsen the problem. Wildfires, hurricanes, and floods destroy encampments overnight. People flee without documents, phones, or support networks. Many never reconnect with services that might have tracked them. After major disasters, outreach teams report losing contact with up to 40% of known clients. Temporary shelters close. Funding expires. People scatter to unfamiliar locations. Weather deaths are often misclassified as natural causes. The role of homelessness isn't recorded, hiding the scale of the crisis. Death certificates list heart failure or respiratory problems without noting the person died on frozen streets. Nature doesn't discriminate, but poverty decides who is exposed. Housed populations survive the same weather events that kill homeless people. The difference isn't the storm, it's the shelter. Each weather-related disappearance is preventable, a direct result of policy failures that leave people outside. America's shelter system serves more than 1.4 million people annually, yet it remains fragmented and overcrowded. Most facilities operate at or above capacity year-round, creating chaos that enables disappearances. Residents frequently rotate between shelters, streets, hospitals, and jails. A person may sleep in 5 different facilities within a single month. Few systems communicate with each other. Each move erases continuity. When someone stops showing up, there's rarely follow-up. Staff assume the person moved on, found housing, or chose another shelter. Formal welfare checks are uncommon. In understaffed facilities, tracking individuals is nearly impossible. Large shelters may house hundreds of people nightly. Staff turnover is high. Record keeping is limited. In many facilities, paper logs are still used, making cross-referencing impossible. Studies show that shelters lose contact with 20 to 35% of clients within 6 months. For some, this means stability. For others, it means disappearance. The system can't distinguish between the two. Behavioral rules also push people out. Curfews, sobriety requirements, and overcrowding cause many to leave voluntarily. Once gone, reconnecting is difficult. Their departure is noted but not investigated. Shelters are designed for short-term emergencies, not long-term tracking. They provide beds, not continuity. They offer temporary safety, not sustained connection. Without stable systems, people fall out of sight and out of concern. The shelter system, meant to protect, instead creates another layer of invisibility where disappearances occur unnoticed and unquestioned. In the United States, having official identification determines whether you exist in the system. Without identification, a person cannot access housing, healthcare, food assistance, employment, or banking. For homeless individuals, losing identification is common and devastating. Studies show that more than 55% of homeless adults lack at least one critical document, such as a birth certificate, social security card, or state identification. These documents are frequently stolen, destroyed in encampment sweeps, or lost during forced moves. Replacing them is costly and complex. A birth certificate can cost $25 to $50. A state identification may require proof of address. Social security offices often require existing documentation to issue replacements. For someone with no stable address, this process can take months or prove impossible. Without identity, people cannot enter shelters that require verification. They cannot enroll in Medicaid. They cannot receive disability benefits. They cannot be hired legally. Every door closes. Over time, undocumented homelessness turns into legal invisibility. Individuals drift between cities without records, files, or history. If they disappear or die, there's nothing linking them to their past. No way to identify them. No way to notify family. In a system built on paperwork, losing documents means losing personhood. You become untraceable, unverifiable, unreal. The bureaucracy designed to serve citizens instead erases those who cannot maintain its requirements. When identity depends on documents, and homelessness destroys documents, disappearance becomes inevitable. People don't just lose their identification. They lose their legal existence, becoming ghosts in a system that demands proof of life. As cities increase enforcement against street homelessness, many people relocate to rural and remote areas. Forests, deserts, farmland, and abandoned towns become refuge zones. These locations offer privacy, but carry extreme risks that lead to disappearances. Outreach teams estimate that 15 to 20% of unsheltered homeless individuals now live outside major metro areas. These regions lack shelters, clinics, and transportation. Help is often hours away, if available at all. In deserts and wilderness areas, dehydration and exposure kill quickly. In forests, untreated infections and injuries become fatal. Emergency services are often unreachable. Cell phone coverage doesn't exist. Roads are unmarked or impassable. Rural coroners report higher rates of unidentified deaths because fewer records exist. Many bodies are found weeks or months after death. Wildlife and weather damage complicate identification. DNA may be degraded beyond use. Some counties with large rural populations have only one medical examiner serving thousands of square miles. Investigations are limited by budget and staffing. Thorough death investigations become impossible. People who retreat to remote areas often do so to avoid arrest, harassment, or violence. Ironically, isolation increases mortality. The safety they seek becomes the danger that kills them. When someone dies far from cities, there are no witnesses, no cameras, no outreach workers, no paper trail. They simply cease to exist without anyone knowing. They disappear into geography. The land swallows them whole, leaving families searching forever and finding nothing but silence. Behind every missing homeless person is often a family that never stopped caring. Parents, siblings, and children search for years with little support from systems designed to help. Nonprofit advocacy groups estimate that tens of thousands of families are actively searching for relatives experiencing homelessness. Many receive no guidance from police or social services. They're left to navigate a bureaucratic maze alone. Families are frequently told that adults have the right to disappear. This legal framing ends investigations quickly. Private investigators are expensive. DNA testing requires money, and access most families don't have. National databases are fragmented. Missing persons registries, shelter systems, jail rosters, and hospital records rarely connect. Families must contact dozens of agencies manually, repeating their story endlessly with little result. Social media has become a primary search tool. Families post photos, names, and last known locations, hoping strangers will recognize them. Success rates remain low. Most posts generate sympathy but no leads. The emotional toll is severe. Uncertainty creates chronic grief. Families live between hope and mourning for decades, unable to move forward or find closure. Without institutional support, searching becomes a full-time unpaid job. It requires persistence, resources, and emotional resilience many families eventually exhaust. In America, finding a missing loved one often depends more on luck than systems. The infrastructure exists to track consumer purchases, vehicle registrations, and tax payments. But tracking vulnerable humans who've disappeared? For that, families are on their own, searching endlessly through a system that offers no answers. Over the past decade, more than 400 U.S. cities have passed laws restricting sleeping in vehicles, camping, panhandling, and public resting. These laws don't eliminate homelessness. They relocate it to places where people become invisible. People facing fines, arrests, and confiscation learn to avoid visible areas. They move to industrial zones, drainage tunnels, abandoned buildings, and wilderness edges, places where authorities rarely patrol and services cannot reach. Once underground, contact with services drops sharply. Outreach workers report losing access to up to 45% of clients after new enforcement policies take effect. The people who most need help become impossible to find. Criminal records create additional barriers. Arrests for survival activities reduce housing eligibility and job prospects. People become trapped in cycles of displacement, each arrest making escape harder. Fear of police prevents reporting crimes, injuries, and disappearances. Victims avoid authorities even in emergencies. A person being trafficked won't call police. Someone seriously injured hides instead of seeking treatment. When people hide, data disappears. Census counts miss them. Health systems lose them. Advocacy groups cannot locate them. Their existence becomes theoretical. Their needs invisible. Criminalization creates invisible populations. It turns survival into a crime and erases witnesses. Laws meant to clean up cities instead push human beings into shadows where disappearance is guaranteed. Each ordinance, each sweep, each arrest doesn't solve homelessness. It simply moves the problem to places where suffering can't be seen and disappearances can't be counted. Official homelessness statistics rely heavily on annual point-in-time counts conducted on a single winter night. These counts miss vast segments of the population, creating data gaps that hide thousands of disappearances. Experts estimate point-in-time counts undercount homelessness by 30 to 50%. Vehicle dwellers, couch surfers, rural camps, and hidden encampments are rarely included. One-night snapshots cannot capture a constantly moving population. Missing persons data suffers similar flaws. Reporting is voluntary. Definitions vary by state. Some departments purge records after short periods, erasing cases from statistics before they're solved. Health, housing, law enforcement, and nonprofit databases operate independently. Few states have integrated systems. A person might appear in 5 different databases without anyone connecting the dots. As a result, disappearances are scattered across agencies. No one sees the full picture. Each organization holds fragments while the complete story remains invisible. Policy decisions are based on incomplete data. Funding follows flawed numbers. Programs are undersized from the start, designed to address a fraction of the actual need. When problems are statistically minimized, they're politically ignored. Lawmakers point to official numbers as proof the crisis isn't severe. Advocates struggle to prove what data systems refuse to acknowledge. Data gaps don't reflect reality. They distort it. They create an artificial reality where fewer people are homeless, fewer people are missing, and the crisis is manageable. Meanwhile, the actual disappeared remain uncounted, their absence hidden in the spaces between databases. Perhaps the most powerful factor behind disappearances is social neglect. Homeless individuals are often viewed as temporary, disposable, or responsible for their situation, which enables mass disappearance without outcry. Media coverage focuses on crime and nuisance, not human stories. Politicians emphasize removal over solutions. Public empathy erodes under narratives that blame victims for circumstances often beyond their control. Surveys show that nearly 40% of Americans believe homelessness is primarily caused by personal failure. This belief reduces support for intervention. If people deserve their situation, why search when they disappear? When someone disappears from the street, few notice. No co-workers ask questions. No landlords file reports. No neighbors organize searches. There are no institutional anchors generating concern or action. Outrage requires identification. Without names, people become statistics. Without faces, they become abstractions. Without stories, they become invisible even before they disappear. Over time, indifference becomes policy. Underfunded shelters, weak investigations, and inadequate housing programs are accepted as normal. The systems that might prevent disappearances are deliberately kept insufficient. Disappearance isn't just physical, it's social. People vanish first from concern, then from sight. Society's indifference creates the conditions where thousands can disappear annually without alarm or accountability. Each missing homeless person represents a collective failure, a decision, repeated thousands of times, that some lives don't warrant the same protection, concern, or effort as others. Indifference isn't passive. It's the active choice that enables every other factor on this list. People don't disappear because they're invisible. They disappear because we've learned to look away. If this story moved you, comment below and tell us what your city is doing or not doing to protect the homeless. Your voice matters. And in our next video, we expose where billions meant for housing really went. Don't miss it.
Right now, in one of America's fastest growing cities, over 4,000 people are living in vehicles they can't legally park, can't afford to fuel, and can't afford to lose. This isn't just homelessness. It's a system failure dressed up as law and order. In this video, you'll see how a city created its own crisis and how easy it would be to end it. You ever looked at a van on the side of the road and thought, that's sad? What if I told you that van belongs to a veteran, a preschool teacher, or a full-time hospital worker living inside because the rent math stopped making sense? Tell us in the comments, do you think this is poverty or policy?
The city of Denver ordering a property owner to immediately stop renting out trailers and RVs on his properties.
You start out housed, you work 40 hours, you cover most bills, you refill your gas on Thursdays, and try to pretend it's all manageable. Then the rent hikes. Your lease gets renewed with unexpected zeros. The landlord adjusted to market rate. Now you're short every month. You hold on, budget harder, borrow, sell your bike, pull from savings, still fall behind. Then a repair bill hits, or you're late again. And just like that, paperwork starts appearing on your door. The eviction process unfolds fast, but you hit the brakes too late. The sheriff gives you 48 hours. You load what you can into your car. You didn't plan this, but you owe too much and have nowhere to go. Shelters are full. Friends have rules. Extended stays want deposits. So you choose the engine over the pavement. You park. It's not comfortable, but it's covered. Your car becomes your fallback until the city decides it's a problem. And Denver has one rule that makes everything worse. The 72-hour rule isn't policy. It's a quiet evacuation order. You can't stay more than 3 days on any city street. Doesn't matter if your engine is working. Doesn't matter if it's snowing. Doesn't matter if you just started a night shift. If you've been there 72 hours, you risk fines. Tow notices appear like clockwork. Everyone living in vehicles learns to rotate blocks. You're not camping. You're complying. You're counting hours and praying your home doesn't get chained to a tow truck. The math behind car dwelling is as brutal as the rent that led to it. Let's say you make $22 per hour, median wage in Denver. That's roughly $2,800 per month take home. A one-bedroom runs $2,150 at market rate. Car note, gas, basic living costs, another $600 plus right there. Your entire income is evaporated before groceries. You miss one paycheck, you collapse. That's not overspending. That's a broken economic structure. Poverty isn't caused by irresponsibility. It's caused by overpriced ability and underpaid survival. Now you're apart, but really you're circling zones like they're rig traps. Monday, you're off federal. Thursday, you're dodging sweep teams in River North. Sunday, you test the quiet side blocks near Broadway. You're not living, you're timing. Certain zip codes give you space until they don't. Surveillance grows, residents complain, and suddenly the place you slept peacefully last week is an enforcement zone this week. There's no refuge, just delay. And delay in this context is everything. And while you drive in silence, fines rack up in the background. A 72-hour violation is $50. The next one, $75. Then $150. Then they boot your car. And even worse, if it's a larger vehicle, an RV, a van with an attached trailer, a moving truck, it might cost $1,200 to get it back from impound. There's no payment plan. There's no city hotline to pause enforcement. The system isn't helping you recover. It's pricing you out of your last fallback. Meanwhile, cops sweep encampments, but they don't bring keys. Denver spent $14 million last year on enforcement targeting homeless camps, especially vehicle dwellers. Police arrive, public works rolls in, streets get cleared, but nobody gets housed. They get displaced, towed, and ticketed. Then the same people reappear in new zip codes. 3 days later, the problem isn't solved, it's rotated. The illusion of order costs millions, and it moves the crisis without ever reducing it. And the worst part, you can't build your way out while rotating. You can't apply for an apartment without an address. You can't apply for jobs without an address. You can't get mail delivered to a dashboard. You can't reschedule court paperwork when it keeps being sent to a location you no longer live at. The mobility that was supposed to make homelessness less visible turns into the thing that keeps it permanent. You're untethered and falling behind faster. People want to assume this is the fringe, but it's not. Your delivery driver parks behind warehouses overnight. Your caregiver showers at a Planet Fitness before breakfast shifts. Your Uber driver naps between airport runs parked under I-25. People working 40+ hours a week, still unhoused, still circulating, invisible not because they're hiding, but because the city structured their lives around making it someone else's block. Shelter is replaced by parking space, and no one wants to admit that's now Denver's default solution. And once you're in your vehicle full time, getting back becomes math that doesn't add up. Apartments require first and last month's rent plus security. Most ask for income 3x rent. Let's say a studio is $1,800. You need proof of roughly $5,500 in monthly income and $4,000 cash to get in. People living in vans have $34 to their name. They shop by dollar gas price, not by gallon. They skip meals just to afford motion. If you're in a car now, it's not because you failed. It's because the system did. If you've never lived in a vehicle, showers become strategy, not self-care, not routine. You shower when you can afford a gym membership or a rec center day pass. You time it, early before the rush, late to avoid looks. Some wash in restroom stalls, using paper towels soaked in sink water. Others skip showers entirely to stretch their gas money. Hygiene falls behind groceries. Groceries fall behind registration fees. And in public, you fake fresh. A clean hoodie, a smile, just enough to not get questioned by police. Toilets, too, are now something you chase. Public restrooms lock at night. Coffee shops demand codes. Gas stations say customers only during late hours. You learn which libraries have clean bathrooms. You memorize dawn to dusk hours. If you're in an RV, you avoid the onboard toilet unless you can afford a dump. Dump stations charge $15 to $25 per dump, and there aren't any in the city center. Travel far, pay more, waste gas, delay work, or cut corners, gray water in storm drains, holding it until it hurts. The public health risk builds silently. Denver has the land to fix this. It just refuses to use it. Over 4 million square feet of unused industrial lots sit between warehouses and old transit hubs. Empty, they could be safe parking. Dump sites, shower trailers, legal zones. But policies ban vehicle-based housing on most parcels. Churches and nonprofits that try to help hit zoning barriers and police resistance. Why? Because permitting vehicle dwellers upsets people who insist they don't exist. The city pretends it needs research. Other cities already built the model. San Diego runs a safe parking program on 6 city-managed lots. 87% of people exiting the program move into stable housing. The cost? For $1,200 per person annually. Less than half a sweep. You park legally. You get a bathroom. You get a caseworker. You get time. That's it. Stability, not radical change. Just enough systems to stop chaos. Denver could build 3 of these for what they spent last quarter on enforcement alone. But Denver doesn't want slow recovery. It wants fast disappearance. So instead, It builds a city that only works for people with 2 addresses, one physical, one digital. Everything else collapses under paperwork. Here's what happens to people in vehicles. Citations stack. They can't register their car without an address, so they miss tags. Then insurance lapses. Then the car becomes unregistered. What happens next? They get stopped, towed. And once the home's on a flatbed tow truck, it's not a warning anymore. It's erasure, gone in 10 minutes. Priceless cost, $1,200, and everything you own. When a vehicle is towed, it's not just transport. It's shelter, medicine, IDs, history. You get paper for proof, but unless you can pay the $875 to $1,500 impound, nothing comes back. Sometimes they let you get personal property. 2 boxes, 20 minutes. After that, the rest gets trashed, sold, or locked behind a storage fee you'll never catch up with. The city pays most of the tow bill. You pay in trauma. Memories tossed like junk mail. Denver calls this policy. Survivors call it theft with paperwork. $14 million. That's what Denver spent on sweeps last year. $14 million to crush tents, find vehicles, throw out blankets, and push people 6 blocks down. No shelters added. No service centers built. Just motion. They don't count how many got housed, because that number is usually 0. Compare that to safe parking models. With the same money, Denver could fund 10 legal lots with restrooms, Wi-Fi access caseworkers, and working links to housing. But politicians don't get reelected for building bathrooms. They get reelected by shortening complaint lists. Residents call about trash. Police respond with citation team. Public works show up with trucks. Outreach doesn't. Enforcement is fast. Housing is slow. So guess which one gets funded? Enforcement. Every time. It creates the illusion that someone's doing something. But all it's doing is wiping the sidewalk clean for 48 hours. Because 3 days later, another vehicle parks there. Same story, different plate. Same policy. Still no plan. The city knows how this works. It's designed it this way. The 72-hour rule isn't a random nuisance code. It's the thread tying the entire sweep strategy together. It's how they justify tickets, impounds, and order restoration. But apply that logic across a city of working-class wage earners, and you'll get this exact result. For 1,000 mobile households and growing, all rotating. No exits, just more expired plates, ticking clocks, and budgets that punish motion instead of housing people. You can't solve a housing crisis by treating it like a traffic issue, but that's exactly what Denver's doing. People aren't refusing help. They're navigating a city designed to reject anyone outside a narrow definition of renter. All it takes is one disruption. Medical bill, layoff, landlord shift, and you're out. And once you're out and mobile, the rules aren't written for recovery, just regulation. Denver says it can't afford to fix this, but it's spending millions to sustain it. Once you're rotating vehicle locations, you're off the civic grid. You don't receive mail. You don't get notified when your caseworker moves offices. You don't receive your food benefits renewal packet in time. You send job applications with no address, then never hear back. You try to renew your driver's license, but it's expired, and now they want proof of residence you've never had. Paperwork breaks your progress. It doesn't acknowledge your reality, so you vanish in the systems that were built to bring you back. You're not undocumented. You're unrecognized, working, parked within city limits, circulating medical bills, storing tax returns in your glove box. And still, Denver acts like you're a ghost. You can't apply for transitional housing without address verification, but you can't secure a mailing address until you're placed. Welcome to the paper chase. Every form requires an address, and every hoop you miss resets the clock. This isn't new. It's layered bureaucracy stacked intentionally deep enough that most people give up before they even clear the first page. And if they give up, it looks like it was their choice. That's the illusion that struggling people just didn't do the paperwork right or seek help. But even with help, help comes slow, and enforcement doesn't pause in the meantime. So while one office reviews your ID reprint, another sends a tow truck. While one nonprofit tries to confirm you qualify for transitional housing, the sweep team moves your RV again. People lose progress not from laziness, but from systems outpacing them by design. Which brings us to Robert. He played by the rules for 39 years. A diesel mechanic who never missed shifts. Paid off his mortgage early. Budgeted like survival was always at stake. Then the property tax hikes came. His home went from $2,000 a year in taxes to almost $9,000, thanks to rezoning and gentrification. His pension didn't grow. So he sold, bought an RV, downsized everything. Now he parks on Brighton Boulevard half a mile from the place he worked, a full career later, and he still rotates curbsides at 66. Robert isn't addicted. He isn't irresponsible. He's precision built for reliability, but his heater only works half the time. His body has aged faster than the machines he used to fix. He used to own his house. Now he parks walking distance from it, hoping winter won't tear his brakes apart, showering at gyms, using old colleagues' addresses, waiting on a senior housing list that hasn't called his name in 3 years. When they ask what poverty looks like, this is your answer: modest, quiet, and living one leak away from frozen sleep. Then there's Angela and Marco, construction worker and grocery store cashier. Parents, 2 kids, 7 and 9. They had an apartment in Lakewood for $1,800 a month and were making it work. Then the building got sold. New owner raised rent to $2,400. They were given 45 days to sign the new lease or leave. They applied to 14 apartments. All of them wanted $6,000 up front and 3x rent in income. They had $1,200 saved. They pay taxes. They work 50 plus hours a week each, but they no longer qualify to live in Denver. So now they park a used travel trailer near the kids' school. It's 22 feet long, fold down table for homework, cold lunch when the fridge power fails. Every 72 hours, they hitch it to their truck, move to another street, rinse and repeat. They shower at rec centers, wash clothes at a laundromat. The kids still attend class. Angela told her manager, but not the principal. They're afraid of CPS, even though their kids are clean, fed, and present. This isn't starting over. This is holding on. Marco's job still withholds income tax like he's middle class. He builds the homes they'll never afford. He drills floors in new construction lofts that rent for $3,000 blocks away from where they dodge overnight tickets. Angela still bags food for regulars who have no clue she's sleeping beside the city's playgrounds. And they're one citation away from catastrophe. One tow, one sweep, one sick day. The system calls this resilience. What it actually is unacknowledged survival. Manufactured emergencies sold as apathy. And then someone like Shanice changes everything. Single mom, home health aide, lost her car, missed work, fired, evicted. For 2 months, she lived in a Honda Civic with her 6-year-old daughter, tinted windows up, no heat. Then a friend told her about a tiny safe parking program. Just 20 spots, portables, night security, case manager twice a week. She applied with 0 paperwork, got in. Within 2 weeks, she got a replacement ID and social security card. By the next month, a bus accessible job. And 90 days later, a lease. That's the only difference. A program, a stepping stone, a small patch of infrastructure that didn't ask for things she'd already lost. Today, 14 months later, Shanice and her daughter are in a real apartment. Her child has her own bed, her own room, her own lamp. It's modest but stable. And you want to know the total cost of the city for it? Less than $5,000 in services. That's cheaper than 1 tow and 1 sweep. One person helped out of the loop for good. Cities like San Diego already showed what happens when basic dignity meets basic services. 6 city-run parking lots, legal overnight stays, access to bathrooms, security, and case managers. No threats, no sweeps, no countdowns. Just space to plan your next step. And it works. 87% move into stable housing within a year. The cost per person is less than a single vehicle sweep. Denver could copy this tomorrow. It chooses not to. Los Angeles built triage centers for people living in their vehicles, not shelters. Centers that meet people where they are. Showers on site, laundry, medical vans, legal help, and housing coaches staff daily. From intake to permanent housing in under 5 months. The outcome? 85% stay housed after 2 years. Not because they're lucky, because someone gave them the tools. You don't keep people down when you build a way up. Seattle leases entire apartment buildings and subleases the units to people without homes. No credit checks, no 3 times income barrier. People pay what they can, 30% of their income, and the city covers the rest. The goal isn't fast placement, it's real roots. Half of those residents eventually move into conventional leases, because once you remove the gatekeeping, people rebuild their lives piece by piece. Housing first, judgment later. Denver has the land, the money, and the workforce to do any of this. But instead, they spend $14 million a year rotating people street to street. No housing created, no lives improved, just motion. motion marketed as action. Meanwhile, portable restrooms remain locked. Case managers are underfunded, and the neighborhoods where help is needed most are still waiting for someone to authorize the obvious. Letting people stop moving isn't a handout, it's a foundation. Repeal the 72-hour parking limit for people working with case managers. Open industrial zones for legal overnight parking. Fund mobile hygiene stations, showers and water, place where people already are. Give nonprofits the permits they've been asking for. Center the response on help, not hush. Because every time a vehicle gets pushed out of one zip code, it shows up somewhere else, just more broken. Safe parking pilots exist. They've been demanded at council meetings, mapped in proposals, drawn up by service providers. But residents push back. What if crime increases? Studies show it doesn't. What if trash piles up? It already does. With no bathrooms provided. What they mean is make this go away, not fix it, just make it invisible. So the sweeps continue, so the crisis drifts, and the people navigating it start to disappear from maps and systems entirely. And that's the most dangerous part. When your vehicle is your only shelter, you cannot afford a registration lapse, a flat tire, or a neighbor calling code enforcement. You live on edge, sleep light, drive constantly, reheat food in parking lots beside diners you used to afford. You become invisible, not because you're hiding, but because that is what surviving requires. You learn to exist quietly so that no one takes what little you have left. Robert still hasn't found housing. He's 66, parked a mile from the shop where he worked for 4 decades. Angela and Marco still move their trailer every 72 hours, so their kids don't miss school. Shanice helped others out after she got out, but the line behind her is long and the spots are few. They're not tragedies, they're preventable. And they are still waiting for the city to care more about results than appearances. The model exists, the outreach exists, the numbers prove it again and again. What's missing? Permission, approval, policy rooted in reality, not reputation. Denver does not lack vision, it lacks urgency. And while it debates, residents sleep in the shadow of the growth they helped build, still being told the sidewalk isn't theirs, still being moved like they're the barrier, not the victim. If you made it this far, you know it's really broken and what it would take to fix it. You know the path out already exists. Cities have followed it, but silence protects the status quo, and the status quo is doing measurable harm. So share this story. Talk about what you've seen. Ask your city Wi-Fi's Outpay Solutions. And when you're ready, demand better, because this crisis isn't just fixable. It's overdue. They didn't fail. They got priced out, pushed out, and parked out of sight by policies that never planned to help in the first place. Thousands of people in Denver and across America are living in motion, one 72-hour notice away from losing the only stability they have left. But this isn't about statistics. It's about people with jobs, families, pride, sleeping in Walmart lots and moving before the sun comes up just to avoid being erased. This crisis is solvable. The models exist. The money exists. Now all that's missing is the pressure to finally do the right thing. Like this video, if you believe housing should be a right, not a reward. Share it if someone in power needs to finally see what's hidden in plain sight. Subscribe if you're not done uncovering the truth behind how cities really treat their people. Because this isn't just a story about Denver. This is a warning, and it's already rolling into a neighborhood near you.
Form of gentrification is to, have a mayor from Vail contract with someone from, what was it, London, where he went and got the consultants for $100,000 and never ask people here. And also, you can find consultants from Denver. So that is kind of this high level form of gentrification, is that we have someone who doesn't have a tie to 16th Street Mall. And it doesn't roll off the tongue to say 16th Street and stop there. I hear you all struggling with that.
I do. I also want to give some credit to Yams World, who's the artist that they hired to do the rebranding. And
Where's my bottle?
He's a very he's very vocal about immigration and immigrants' rights as well. And I actually learned a little bit more about him just from meeting him, and it made me feel a little bit different about it, because I was like, oh, cool, an artist got to be a part of this process. But
shout out to Yams World.
Yeah, Yams World's
Great
awesome.
Work.
Well,
the gentrification. You called it gentrification. The mayor and so many others would say, yeah, it's people need to spend money downtown, make money downtown, because this is an economic depression we are in. Like, that is so much of his focus, because the market has turned. Downtown is suffering. The city had to do layoffs because there was not sales tax revenue coming in. Do you have a plan for that? That's the moment we're in now. We're not in the moment 10 years ago when gentrification was like displacing people and upsetting communities. We're in the moment of struggle. We need some hope and lift up.
If you were to ask the average Denverite who is struggling to pay their bills if the city should spend $100,000 to remove 4 letters, whether it's called 16th Street or 16th Street Mall, do you think they would care about that?
No, but I think they would care if the business on 16th Street would be able to have more customers and able to expand and to hire them for a job. And that's the point.
I agree with that, and that's not happening. And so I disagree with your underlying premise that, we're in a budget crunch because of the economic downturn. We are in a budget crunch in the city of Denver because Mayor Johnston misspent the budget. And the fact that people lost their jobs, their livelihoods, potentially their houses, because of that mismanagement is a fundamental problem. I know that when I was running, one of the things that I said is I want to brace actually for an economic recession. I've come from poverty. I know what it's like to wonder if you can keep your bills paid. That's how I would run the city, is making sure we spend within our means. So, I just think it was a missed opportunity to be able to have a rallying factor, bring a community together to say, hey, do you think the mall should be renamed? If so, what would that look like? I walk the mall at night. And, it's one of the safest places you can go to. There's plenty of cops. There's plenty of lights. I would recommend it to anybody. And there is not a lot to do in terms of the vibe, right? Unless you have money to go into the shops, the restaurants. There have been other cities where you can just go and still hang out and do things for free. So Denver is missing a vibe that I know that I grew up with, and I would love to bring that back.
You just mentioned this, the city workers, 169 city workers who were laid off. This was due to budget cuts. I mean, this was something the city was already dealing with. What would you have cut instead of laying those people off?
Well, I wouldn't have cut any of those jobs because we would have worked within our means. I had heard for at least a year before the layoffs from city workers saying he's taking our budgets for his housing and homeless program and hiding people into hotels and then cutting services and disappearing people. So this was a preventable crisis. As much as I disagree with Michael Hancock, he did not lay off in mass city employees. People took, I think, rolling days off. So, the whole thing around focusing more on AI than actual people to do those jobs, I think is just fundamentally the wrong direction.
The thing about homelessness, though, you're saying there was complaints that he was spending too much on homelessness. Wasn't that what voters said in the last election? I mean, maybe you took a different lesson from it the last election, but my read was most Denverites agreed homelessness and housing was a huge problem. Mayor Johnston had a huge, ambitious plan, an optimistic new approach, a new tone, and that's why he got elected. People liked his take, and so then he spent on that in order to shift the government towards executing the will of the people. That's my impression of what happened. Did you have a different impression?
Absolutely. And as a 30-year service provider, that you don't just put people in tiny houses and in hotel rooms. I mean, you remember the baby that fell out of the window because they were trying to get enough air? Like, that's warehousing people. You have to also have a very skilled and qualified workforce. Social workers, case managers. That's not what's happening right now in the urban alchemy. The new contractors who are running the shelters, they're locking people in their rooms, or you have to ask permission to get into your room because they don't have caseworkers. So that's why it is being run like a jail. So it's not enough to just say, I want to solve homelessness. There's a whole pipeline that has to happen than just disappearing people.
So how do you set up that pipeline without spending more money?
you spend money wisely. So we're spending money at the front end to keep people, one, out of incarceration, which is one of the costliest ways that the city spends money. You know, you'd look at the time from arrest to maybe investigation and probation and, you know, the jails and feeding people and the healthcare that goes into that. Like that's why they call it the prison industrial complex for a reason. You know, we know through research, and I do have a doctorate, and this is one of the things that I studied, is what actually works in reducing crime. And again, it's not rocket science. Good jobs, stable housing, deeply affordable housing. When people find that level of stability, there isn't that impetus to go out and commit crime. And so, you know, so much of the attention goes to how many police do we have and how many are we getting through the academy, and not how many homes that we have that are deeply affordable. And when I say deeply affordable, I'm talking about $1,000 or less a month for rent. So we may have a vacancy with the higher level of rent, those around $1,500 to $1,700 or more. We have available units, but not the deeply affordable units. And that's what I want to focus on.
This episode is brought to you by Denver Health. February is Heart Month, and at Denver Health, heart rhythm care is becoming safer and less invasive. Heart rhythm problems like atrial fibrillation, ventricular tachycardia, sudden cardiac arrest, or heartbeats that are too slow can affect your health and quality of life. Denver Health provides advanced treatment for patients with irregular heart rhythms, and their team offers safe, effective, and compassionate care to help patients live a healthier life. Cardiologists on the cardiac electrophysiology team are now using leadless pacemakers to treat dangerous pauses in the heartbeat. Unlike traditional pacemakers, these tiny devices sit completely inside the heart. There are no wires and no surgical pockets under the skin. This means a smoother procedure and fewer potential complications, which can make a big difference for patients. Denver Health works closely with every patient to create a personalized plan that meets their needs, focusing on safety, comfort, and long-term results. Learn more at denverhealth.org/EP. That's denverhealth.org/EP. This episode is brought to you by South by Southwest. Ready for discovery? South by Southwest 2026 takes over Austin, Texas this March 12th through the 18th. Expect the unexpected, where innovation, film and TV, music, and culture collide. Hear from global thought leaders, experience unforgettable screenings, and catch your future favorite artist all in 1 week. The 2026 South by Southwest conferences and festivals are a citywide experience built on curiosity and connection that you won't want to miss. Unlock a 10% discount on your innovation badge when you use code CityCast10 at sxsw.com/Denver. Discount on badge price only, not combinable. Terms apply. Start planning your adventure today.
I want to talk about Alameda.
I do too, because you brought it up. You brought up the Alameda situation, and this is also actually in your campaign video too. You address this. So there's been this debate over Alameda and a street safety plan that Dottie rolled back, the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure. You see on your site, you'd listen to community, not billionaire input, obviously referring to the pushback that came from billionaire Phil Anschutz' daughter-in-law, Jill Anschutz. But she also put out a petition that hundreds of people signed. Why not listen to them as well? Would you listen to them either? Would they be part of this community conversation?
Some of the organizers of the Alameda, resistance movement reached out to me actually, and they invited me to that meeting that I saw you at.
I was going to ask why you were there.
Yeah, and so I'm glad I came, because they know I am a cyclist, and I just also upgraded to an e-bike, and I love it.
Congratulations.
And thank you. And I want to make sure that we have a safe and connected Denver across our neighborhoods. They also know that I don't like hypocrisy and I don't like lies, and I will stand up to people who say one thing and do another. And that's what this mayor did. That was one of the issues that he ran on, was to have safer streets and reduce traffic deaths as a result of, car crashes. And he's completely rolled back his decision on that. You also know, Bree, being a community organizer, how much work it takes to bring community together. Those folks met, those neighbors in that area who are most impacted met for 5 years with the city of Denver. So you can't blame them for being upset when you have a lobbyist who used to work for the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure, meets with the richest family in Colorado, and then all of a sudden the plans change. Like, there's no kind of spin that you can produce that says, hey, our 5 years working collaboratively was changed on a dime because of a lobbyist hired by a billionaire. This is why this story has gotten so much legs and is keeping going and going, because everybody sees the inherent unfairness of this, the lack of transparency, and how one person or one family can have way more power than all of those neighbors who were at the table and gave their time, energy for that plan.
What I kind of wanted to ask you about this is, like, I've heard this analysis from many people. I'm looking forward to talking to the mayor about it in a couple of weeks when we have him back. If you were in his shoes now, like, let's say your head of the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure made a similar decision to roll back a safety plan and to make some changes in response to a community petition, and then there was all this blowback, what would you do to fix it?
I mean, I don't imagine myself doing that, because by the time it comes to the mayor's office, you have gone through all of that process and it's solid. Of course, you will have people who disagree with it, but you also don't disregard the people who were at the table. And now I know this as an organizer as well. I've been an organizer since I was in college. And, you know, it takes time to have people at the table. And oftentimes you'll start with a big group and then it shrinks down to a little group, and then you get that consensus and you take it back to the big group. Like, you know, there's reciprocity in planning. It isn't one directional. It isn't that, oh, let me make you all believe we are listening to you, and then when we take it back to the mayor, it completely changes. So by the time it comes to my desk, I will have asked those questions. What was the process like?
Sure.
Who was at the table? Who was not at the table? Who else do we need to reach out to? And then we make a final decision with the 5-year process and move forward with it.
But that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking this is a management question. This is, a lot of people are calling for the mayor to fire Amy Ford, the head of the Department of Transportation and Infrastructure.
And I'm one of them.
Okay, interesting. Would you fire her if you were him right now?
Absolutely.
Okay. What would you do with the plan? Would you roll back to the original plan? Or?
I would roll back to the original plan. That's the plan that was workshopped for 5 years, had community interest, investment, and they, produced the research that shows how deadly Alameda is and how reducing the lanes would reduce traffic deaths, and not the partial lane alternative that suddenly developed. I think the decision was a bad one to roll that back. And I think it goes to the lack of trust in government right now.
I agree with you about that. That's part of the crumbling I think you were talking about earlier of the democracy situation. Tough times.
Should we talk higher taxes?
Yeah. Let's just, so you have a lot of proposals.
Yes.
They're expensive.
Yes.
They're going to take a lot of money. And then I was looking, where is this money going to come from? One of your proposals, raise taxes on millionaires.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know any millionaires?
I do.
Have you talked to them about this?
We've talked.
Well, how do they feel? Are they going to move?
And I don't know many. I might know 2. and those are those millionaires came from humble backgrounds. They had nothing and built up, and they have no problem giving back to community because they're doing it now. I do have a problem with billionaires who I don't know. And people who profited and benefited the most in this city should pay a higher rate than the rest of us. The fact that people tend to pay the same rate of taxes regardless of what you make, and billionaires know all of the tax loopholes and all of that. Like, you know what? Pay their fair share. That's what we're asking for.
Do you worry about it sending a message to businesses or, other rich people who might want to have otherwise moved here to start businesses or create jobs?
That's
that-
always a threat, isn't it? And
Yeah,
I'm
'cause I think it's a real
not
thing.
worried about billionaires, and they'll be just fine. What I'm worried about is the small business owners on Colfax, for example, where I live. I just live a half a block from Colfax, and how much they are struggling. You've talked about it on this show. Keeping their doors open is so hard right now. It is heartbreaking to see their doors close or barely anybody in their restaurants. Those are the people that I'm concerned about. And that's why in my platform that I want to build in a tax holiday for those who are suffering under construction. Because right now, the only thing the city offers is, oh, apply for a grant for a few $1,000s and maybe you'll get it and maybe you won't. I was actually in a meeting at the beginning of the construction of 16th Street Mall, and they, this powerful people in there, business people. And one of them said, a millionaire who's maybe a billionaire, said, only the strongest will survive. That's the attitude. And excuse me, our small businesses are the financial lifeblood of our neighborhoods. They, once again, give us a place of rootedness, and we can do much better by them.
Do you like the BRT stations? Do you like how they look?
I know you're a fan of that.
Yeah, I am.
I
Trying to get people
am
excited.
not convinced right now. And I heard from somebody, maybe it was in your show, that they really don't. It might have been Olivia, your producer, who said they don't cover anything.
Oh, Miriam said that. Yeah.
Oh, Miriam,
Yeah.
let me just say, have her back, please. I
She's
was
great.
like,
She's so funny.
laughing out loud to have her input. But I think it's going to. I support the vision of bus rapid transit, moving people more quickly, more efficiently, but I'm not convinced it looks great. Maybe when the artwork is installed, I was like, that's it?
It's going to be a big change for sure. For sure.
Of course.
Sorry, Paul.
No, it's okay. I mean, this is kind of your thing.
Well, I want to talk to you about AI because this has come up.
Mm-hmm.
Last time you were on the show, you talked about using AI to help you analyze one of Mayor Johnson's speeches.
Mm-hmm.
He's prioritized incorporating AI into more of the city's processes and workflows. How are you feeling about AI these days?
So I go back to when I was working on my doctorate and having one of my professors say, every tool is useful and limiting. So I do believe AI is useful for certain things. So it's not the tool and the usefulness, it's the process. It's the putting AI data centers in GES neighborhoods that are already overly polluted, not having a conversation ever about those communities, about the drain on their water, the pollution to their air, the byproduct of all of that. I have a real problem. I have a problem with replacing human jobs with bots. And because, again, going back to the conversation of safety, people have jobs, they can pay their housing, all of that. So, it shouldn't be a replacement, and it should be helping humans, not harming us. And right now, because there are a few safeguards on it, I was just at a meeting in GES the other night where the community is, bringing up these concerns and organizing. Their voices aren't listened to. They weren't part of this process to put this, big data center into their neighborhood. So those are the problems that I have with it.
What else is on your mind? What else are you reading in the news? Yeah, you're always on something that I've never heard of. I remember you were on this airport thing, this concessionaire discrimination lawsuit that was interesting. What else is in your world?
Well, my campaign. I mean,
Yeah.
So
The big news of the week was you.
Yes,
really.
our campaign is We Love Denver. And we chose that on the week leading up to Valentine's Day because we are tired of all of the negativity coming out from this administration and people losing their jobs. I have some folks who have been laid off on my team. And so it's bringing us together. It's giving us a reason to be hopeful. I mean, this administration is going to change over in it's about 15 months or so. And, that's going to go by very quickly. So we're very excited. We are gathering at Su Teatro on 9th and Santa Fe. It is Wednesday, February 11th at 5:30. And people can sign up. We're actually almost at capacity. There's so much interest in our campaign. So I'm thrilled about that. I'm thrilled about our team. My website is lisafordenver.org, so you can learn more about my platform. You can sign up to volunteer. You can donate, and it feels good. We've had thousands of positive feedback across all of our social media platforms, and I'm just excited. We will have a change, one way or another. We will have a change.
Well, Lisa Calderon, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Bree.
Thank you so
Always
much,
a pleasure
Lisa.
being here.
Thanks for taking the time. That's all for today here on CityCast Denver. If you enjoyed the show, why not take a minute to tell Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson about us? Rate the show wherever you get your podcasts and subscribe to our morning newsletter and learn more about us at denver.citycast.fm. We'll be back tomorrow morning with more news from around the city. See ya. Somebody hire my husband. He's a musician. Oh my God. Okay.
Pedal boats and Surrey bikes have been a popular activity at both Wash Park and City Park in Denver for decades. Your reporter is looking into the business of these boats, and Bikes is the company who operates the rentals say the city is pushing them out and taking over their idea. Kirsten Roth, your reporter in Denver, speaks with the business owner as he scrambles to figure out what comes next.
Wheel Fund Rentals owner Josh Catron would typically be gearing up to open for a new season.
There's maybe a half dozen boats in here. We have another like 30 sets off-site.
Instead, he's trying to figure out what to do with around 40 large swan boats and dozens of bikes. He has to get everything off the city's property by Friday.
They're doing the exact same thing that we do. They saw the idea. They let us do all the hard work to figure out what works, what doesn't work. And then they're like, okay, we'll just do it.
Wheel Fund Rentals has been working on 3 to 5 year contracts with the city for 21 years. As its founder nears retirement, Catron decided to buy the business last year. He says there was no indication their latest contract, which ended December 31st, wouldn't be renewed.
Nothing from Denver Parks and Rec to say, hey, this is your last year under your contract. And of course, 3 years ago when we entered this most recent contract, there was no indication of, hey, this is going to be your last contract.
Catron is a school teacher who, in an effort to supplement his teaching salary, served as the company's manager for the previous 7 years.
I've been teaching now for 13 years, and this was kind of the perfect way. As I was starting a family, got married, have 3 kids now, it allowed me to do 2 things that I love.
He says he recently put tens of thousands of dollars into new equipment and improvements, such as resurfacing the dock at Wash Park.
The city is now the beneficiary of this and is going to use it.
Denver Parks and Rec notified the company back in October their lease wouldn't be renewed. However, Catron says he tried to work with them on a new proposal to keep his business operating.
It took a couple months for them to even get back to my proposal. And when they said, hey, no, we're done, you have 1 month to evict.
He says the city also declined purchasing any of his equipment, which left him scrambling, even resorting to Facebook Marketplace to sell the swan boats and Surrey bikes.
I can't hire a team to do all this, given that we weren't able to financially prepare.
Meanwhile, over at City Park, Denver Parks and Rec is already storing new boats that they've purchased in preparation to take over.
They're being perfectly legal, but just because something's legal doesn't make it right.
Catron is working to either sell the equipment or find another municipality to work with, but time is of the essence. Denver Parks and Rec confirmed they will be managing operations at the 2 parks, but did not answer my question as to why they made that decision. In Denver, Kirsten Roth covering Colorado First.
Kirsten, Jasmine, and Kennedy are your reporters in Denver. You can reach out to any of your Denver reporters on our website by calling our tips line or sending them an email.
Today, there is bipartisan outrage over a racist video President Trump shared on his social media platform last night. A White House official now telling MS Now a staffer erroneously made the post but it was 12 hours before it was taken down. Also, I want to make clear that we would not usually show racist content, but will because the president posted it and to inform this important conversation. You can see this post. It depicts former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama as apes in a jungle. It's at the end of a video promoting false claims about voting machines and the 2020 presidential election. In a statement responding to the backlash over the video before it was taken down, the White House press secretary said, "This is from an internet meme video depicting President Trump as the king of the jungle and Democrats as characters from The Lion King. Please stop the fake outrage." None of the rest of that video is included in what Trump posted, only the Obamas. Joining me now, Symone Sanders Townsend, MS Now co-host of The Weeknight and former chief spokesperson for Vice President Harris. Eugene Daniels, MS Now senior Washington correspondent and co-host of The Weekend. They are also the hosts of a brand new MS Now podcast, Clock It, with Symone and Eugene. Symone, as a former communications director, what do you make of the White House statement?
Chris, they think we haven't seen The Lion King. There are no apes in The Lion King. There's not one ape. There's a baboon, Rafiki. He is actually central to the story, but there's not one ape in the movie. So let's just be for real right now. There's not an ape in The Lion King. So I would have never put out a statement like that. The one time somebody thought the person I worked for did say something that was racist and inhumane, I went to my principal and encouraged the principal to apologize and explain to them why what they said was problematic, okay? So Eugene, I cannot grasp this. This is the last thing I'll say. It is not racist because it is offensive. It is offensive because it is inherently racist. The trope about depicting Black people as animals goes all the way back to white Europeans looking for a justification for colonization and the enslavement of African people. And it gained prominence in the 1700s and 1800s, and it became a racial, like a scientific theory. I'm using air quotes. And it was a mainstream theory that put a hierarchy that said white Europeans were at the top and Africans were at the bottom, and depiction of apes was very central to this theory. They were at the bottom. They were closer to primitive beings such as apes. Therefore, Black people, specifically in that time, Africans, were better suited for forced labor and domination. So it is racist because the root of this theory, this trope, this joke, okay, that the White House is talking about, is rooted in the ability to dominate, rape, pillage, and inflict violence upon Black people.
I will say, Eugene, that this post is being condemned from both sides of the aisle, including Republican Senator Tim Scott saying it's the most racist thing he's seen out of this White House. The implication, of course, is that it's not the only racist thing he's seen out of this White House. But I wonder if you think there is some line with this that has been crossed. And by the way, the posts that have been racist in the past have been posted on official government accounts. These are not individuals within the government who are posting things on their private accounts. I'm sorry, Eugene, go ahead.
No, that is a really important point, because that means that we all paid them to post a racist thing on the internet, right? That is a really important point. You're right. We're hearing from Tim Scott. We're hearing from Mike Lawler, some Republicans who have issues with this. Tim Scott, of course, being the only Black senator on the Republican side, and being someone who has been close-ish to this White House. But I will also say this is who Donald Trump is, right? And I think the Republican Party has to accept that. We as journalists have to accept that. The American people have to accept that. The world has to accept that. This is a man who spent money to take out a full-page ad calling for the execution of 5 Black and brown men. Now the exonerated 5. This is someone who spent months and years saying that Barack Obama was not born here, that the racist trope about this, this interloper who doesn't belong here, who is someone who is not a part of the American experiment, the first Black president of this country, that's what he spent his time doing. So this is the idea from this White House that this was an accident, The idea that this was just a meme that was posted, this is who Donald Trump is. And even if it is true that a staffer posted it, right? Well, I think we all have a lot of questions about that. If it's true that a staffer posted it, this person believed that it represented the thoughts and the feelings of the president in which that they serve. And that says a lot, that they thought it would be okay. It was up for 12 hours because they do not care. They think it is okay to be racist and treat Black and brown people terribly in order to, quote unquote, own the libs. And I think we just have to be really honest about what that means, because it means it's a lot about where we are as a country and how we're going to operate the rest of this presidency and really the Republican Party moving forward.
Well, let's talk about what else is happening right now, Simone. I mentioned this image of the Obamas was inside a video focused on false theories about election fraud in the 2020 election. Trump, of course, has come under fire for saying he wants to nationalize election in 15, he calls crooked states, because, quote, these people were brought to our country to vote and they vote illegally. What is Donald Trump trying to accomplish here?
It is this, I'm sorry, I just have to say, it's the 6th day of Black History Month. This is too much. I just think we need a do-over. So this idea, first of all, I do think he is trying to steal the election. And I'm not talking about manipulating votes when I say that. I think I'm talking, so let's just be clear. What I'm talking about is the actions that the president himself and the people around the president have taken. The executive order that he put out about elections at the beginning of this presidency, the call to not Georgia, but to Texas last year, asking them to find him 5 more seats. That is what kicked off this mid-decade redistricting to manufacture more seats to manipulate the voters, because the president does not believe that he could win as the maps currently stand. I'm talking about the election deniers that have been given roles within the Department of Homeland Security, made up roles over election integrity. One of the ways he will try to steal the election is he's asking these states for voter rolls across the country. Why do you need the voter rolls? Well, what do voter rolls contain? They contain personal information such as your social security number, names and whatnot. Potentially that could be used to target people with misinformation and disinformation. We already know from reporting that has at least 2 staffers from DOJ, according to Bloomberg reporting. A whistleblower noted that they had referred the actions up to disciplinary chains because these DOJ individuals had given sensitive information to a voter advocacy group. I highly doubt that those people were looking to elect Democrats. So I like the going in and seizing ballots out of Fulton County 6 years after the election was happening. If they're willing to do that for an election that happened 6 years ago, what do you think they're willing to do in the election coming up? So I think people should be very clear that the president is in fact trying to steal the election, and Democratic governors specifically have been warning about this. Governor Gretchen Whitmer, who is term limited in Michigan, she is the vice chair of the Democratic Governors Association. And I want to point people to an interview that she did with NPR, where she talked about the real concerns that she and other governors have about what the Department of Homeland Security could do and how they could be used in this election coming up. So in my understanding with conversations with a number of different Democratic entities and lawyers is that Democrats are preparing for chaos before, during, and after this upcoming election.
It is the first week of Black History Month in America, and we'll start with the sublime. It's worth reminding ourselves what civil rights leader Martin Luther King Jr.'s vision was for our country. When he stood before the masses in Washington, D.C., gave that iconic historic speech, said that he had a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed, that all men are created equal. He dreamed of a nation where his children were no longer judged by the color of their skin. And now for the ludicrous. In stark contrast, this is how Donald Trump decided to launch the first week of Black History Month in America in 2026. He did so by putting his racism on full display. He shared a blatantly, flagrantly racist post last night. It led to the rare occurrence of some members of Donald Trump's own political party drawing a line in the sand, which led to an unusual reversal from Donald Trump, but not before the White House first tried to excuse the display of racism. in one of Donald Trump's late night Truth Social sprees, wherein he shared posts filled with conspiracy theories, the kind of spree that would make a figure in entertainment or sports face questions about their faculties. Donald Trump posted away until he got to a racist depiction of President Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama, depicting them as apes. He spread that image to his 10 million followers. Now, normally around here, we wouldn't present this racist content, but we decided to do so, not just because the sitting president of the United States posted it. He posted this image of a former president, a very popular one, and First Lady. But it isn't going to be our job to edit or whitewash the most repugnant conduct and actions of Donald J. Trump. He shared this image to the world in our name as Americans, and you should see it, all of you, especially people who voted for him. What's new about this one? Well, a few things. I mean, Donald Trump's been launching racist attacks on President Obama and Michelle Obama for years now. Donald Trump championed and amplified the birther conspiracy theory that President Obama was not born in the United States, a lie. And the New York Times writes this of Donald Trump's latest display of racism towards President Obama and Michelle Obama, quote, "The depiction of Mr. and Mrs. Obama as apes perpetuates a racist trope used historically by slave traders and segregationists to dehumanize Black people and justify lynchings. There's no denying that racist history depicting Black people as apes." And I know we talk a lot about what Donald Trump knows and doesn't know. There's no idiot defense here, because the White House actually defended this. They were good with this. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt went on the attack. She tried to justify Donald Trump's post with this, quote, "This is from an internet meme video depicting President Trump as the king of the jungle and Democrats as characters from The Lion King. Please stop the fake outrage and report on something today that actually matters to the American public." Like your deeply unpopular agenda. Don't worry, we'll get to that, Caroline. And a little fact check for Lion King lovers. No apes. There are no apes in The Lion King. The backlash to Trump's post was swift and oddly, rarely bipartisan. The list of Republicans rebuking Donald Trump's racist post grew by the hour today. Republican Senator Tim Scott, a staunch defender of Donald Trump, called the post, quote, "the most racist thing I've seen out of this White House," end quote. Republican Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick writes this, quote, "Racism and hatred have no place in our country ever. They divide our people and weaken the foundations of our democracy. History leaves no doubt when division is inflamed by those in positions of power, the consequences are real and lasting. Whether intentional or careless, this post is a grave failure of judgment and is absolutely unacceptable from anyone, most especially the President of the United States. A clear and unequivocal apology is owed." After leaving the post up for 12 hours, Donald Trump then deleted it. And desperate to shift the blame somewhere, anywhere, a White House official says a White House staffer, quote, erroneously posted the racist content. That's the case. It is inexplicable then that there's still been zero apology issued to the Obamas. A blatantly racist post amplified by Donald Trump during the first week of Black History Month is where we start today. Senior White House reporter Ron Hilliard is here. He has chronicled an unbelievably shameful list of all the examples of Donald Trump's racist conduct. It took my breath away to see it the way you compiled it, Ron. Also joining us, Princeton University professor and political analyst Eddie Glott is here. Puck News senior political columnist and national affairs analyst John Heilman is here. With me at the table, host of Politics Nation, president of the National Action Network, the Reverend Al Sharpton's here. What are your thoughts on this?
I think that you raised in your buildup something that's very important. People need to understand Donald Trump began his political career with racism. I mean, we fought with him in New York for many years, marched on him when he called for the execution of 5 young men who were falsely accused of raping a white woman. was found guilty of discrimination in housing. But when he decided he wanted to be Democrat sometime, would go to social events with all of us, he decided to enter politics by saying Barack Obama is not one of us. The racial overtones, undertones, whatever way you want to call it, is how he entered the political arena. So we're only seeing the manifestation of what he said it was all along. He won the White House with us against them. He ran an administration. Don't forget, in his first term is when we went through George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, all of that. He was president and did nothing about it other than to go in front of a church across the street from the White House and said, when the shooting starts, the looting starts, the shooting starts, and threaten the protesters. So it's like full circle. Now we see, in the beginning of Black History Month, 2026, the President of the United States puts out a depiction of the former president and first lady who raised the hopes of many in this nation that we had crossed some line and made some advancement as a society. And he comes with something that only the Confederate President Jefferson Davis would have done if there was Twitter then. And there's no way around this. When Tim Scott would even denounce him, and you can't get a public apology, and somebody, if you claim somebody in the White House did it, how does someone have access to what the president can put out? And why aren't they fired? Why aren't they being walked out like you walked out Omarosa in your first term? You walked her out. Well, walk somebody out of the White House if that somebody exists. The reason I don't think you can walk them out is you have to open up the Oval Office and walk him out.
I think that's exactly right. I think it also isn't a mask off moment. It is sort of the substance of the administration is state-sanctioned racial profiling, asking people for their papers. I mean, that's what's happening in America, in Minneapolis, but all over the country.
You have state-sponsored racial profiling. Minneapolis, if you're a certain color or speak a certain language, you're an automatic suspect, even if you're 2 years old. And you also see where they're now saying, oh, let's nationalize elections. We're going to take all of your rights away. All of this inside of 1 year and a few days of being in office. Clearly, the first thing he did when he got in office this time, declare war on diversity, equity, and inclusion, DEI. That became the top of his agenda. So this is not out of context. This is not a one-off. He came in saying this, and he came in trying to, in many ways, execute this as president of the United States. And he was able to get up a lot of that of his following to go along with that until they themselves start seeing that he was picking their pockets while he was talking about blacks. And I'm not saying that everyone, I say it often, and it's been said before, I'm not saying everyone that voted for Donald Trump's a racist, but every racist voted for Donald Trump because they felt comfortable there.
Let me ask you this question, because I feel like we could talk for 2 hours about Donald Trump. But what about all the people funding Donald Trump's excesses? You've got companies, including Comcast, paid for the destruction of the East Wing. You've got tech executives standing shoulder to shoulder. Tim Cook was in a tux the day after one of the deadly ICE shootings in Minnesota. I mean, what do you think it says about the titans of industry that they're standing shoulder to shoulder with Donald Trump?
It says that they have a tolerance or an engagement themselves, one or the other. At best, they tolerate.
They either like this.
Yes. At best, they tolerate it. At worst, they engage it and entertain it. And they ought not be allowed to have government contracts, government dealings, city, state, or federal, or our consumer dollars. That's why some of us have engaged in trying to resurrect the boycott type of infrastructure, picking off some of these companies. You want to finance this, you shouldn't finance it at our dollars. I don't care if you don't love me, but you're not going to use my money to institute and implement hate. You don't ever have to love me, but I'm not going to finance you having this kind of discriminatory atmosphere or fund somebody that is blatantly and openly saying that. And one thing we've not seen is one statement, one tweet from one of the corporate giants that deal with government. We've even seen Tim Scott, I'll repeat. Where are the ones that are making all of this money off of this administration that sit around the table with him and cut deals? Where is one CEO standing up saying, this is unacceptable and we can no longer participate financially with you if this is your behavior? Where is that? Oh, I'm sorry, they're probably going to see his movie out about Milano.
The first statement that the White House put out today, this morning, about this video was from the White House press secretary, where she said this was fake outrage, faux outrage, and that all the president did was repost a video, a meme video that depicted him as the king of the jungle and some Democrats as characters from The Lion King. There is not one ape in The Lion King. Not one ape. There's a baboon, Rafiki, but there are no apes in The Lion King. So the reality of the situation is that the trope of depicting Black people as animals, close to apes, actually did not start as an insult nor as a joke. It started as justification for the rape and pillage and enslavement of African people on the continent. You can literally, the continent of Africa, you can literally look it up. And it was what the white Europeans perfected that the Americans used to justify chattel slavery. Take that all the way up to the civil rights movement. Again, the trope reappeared to justify why Black people in this country shouldn't vote. And there's a direct line from what the white Europeans cooked up in the 1700s to this particular White House that now seems to deem anyone who is not a straight white man a DEI hire and not there because of merit. So know your history. Yes, this is in fact a distraction. That don't mean we're not going to address it, though, because it is Black History Month. Only 6 days in, damn it. Y'all need to pull it together.
Well, not too much more to say after that, because it is a perfect summation, Professor, of where the country finds itself right now. My take on this today was really a hard one, because this is what Donald Trump thinks of Black people.
Yes.
I appreciate the history lesson. I appreciate the connection because it's very important. But at the end of the day, this is what this man, as President of the United States, thinks of Black people, irrespective of their title, position, their accomplishments, their successes, their failures, who they are, who they aren't. You are Black, and that's enough for me. His history, his first public discourse on the subject of race occurred in 1973-74 when he was sued by the Department of Justice for discriminating. Why? Because he didn't want Black people to live in the apartments that his name was on. So this, for me, is just a continuation of the Donald Trump story that many of us have been trying to get both Black and whites inside the party to understand and stop shilling for this person the way you have. Because guess what? You own this thing now too. You own this. So it's great people coming out today, Professor, and saying, this is the most racist. Oh my God. Where were you when there were shithole countries? Where were you when there was talking about Black people and Black women in particular, calling them piggies, calling them names? Where were you then?
I don't believe this is the most racist thing Tim Scott's heard in the White House. Okay.
Thank you.
I mean, that's just the first thing. I don't believe that. I don't believe that's the worst thing. I have been to South Carolina. I know some of the things that are said in this White House. I don't think it's the most racist thing Donald Trump has ever said. We still don't know what might be on the cutting room floor from The Apprentice, but I have heard stories because I've talked to people who actually worked on The Apprentice. So none of this ever shocks me. It also, because it's Black History Month and because of the Epstein files and because of the economy, I don't allow him to elicit my outrage.
There you go.
Because I'm infinitely more disgusted that this man is bankrupting people. I am infinitely more disgusted this man is taking away health care. I am infinitely more disgusted that this guy does not care about the fact that he socialized with alleged child rapists and molesters for years and years and years. This is just part and parcel of what Donald Trump has always been. And I'm also never impressed by Republicans who now, when the heat is finally hitting them about ICE, about the economy, about everything else, now they can suddenly say, well, I guess we can sort of admit he's racist. He's always been racist. That's not new.
It's not new.
And I can pat my head and rub my tummy And I don't have to be able to look at his racism and have that distract from the other ways that he is destroying this country.
Well, it's not new, and it's not just in the language or in the rhetoric. It's also steeped so deeply into the policies of this administration. I mean, I think back to the way Donald Trump originally came to power with birtherism, which, yes, is fundamentally racist, but is also this questioning about who is deserving of being American, who is considered legitimate in their American identity and in their power as American. And there is an absolute through line there to his attacks on voting, to his attacks on the 14th Amendment, to what we are watching play out in Minneapolis and all across this country as his deportation force goes into American cities and is in many cases taking American citizens and detaining them because the Supreme Court of the United States has condoned racial profiling. So, Michelle, draw for me a line from what we are hearing from this White House and what they're actually doing.
Well, and I think, you know, to bring it back to Minneapolis, I mean, the reason that they went in there in the first place was not because there was some sort of crisis of undocumented immigrants. There are fewer undocumented people in Minnesota than in the average state in this country. They went in there because of this demonization campaign against Somalis in particular, right? And then that's also why they went into Lewiston, Maine. Lewiston, Maine, for a long time was held up as this immigration success story, a town that had been revitalized by immigration after kind of being hard on its luck after the mills closed. Again, they go specifically into Lewiston, Maine. Then there was news earlier this week. I was in Springfield, Ohio, because there was plans to go into Springfield, Ohio, a town that's been revitalized by Haitian immigrants and that's been targeted over and over by this administration. They've tried to take away TPS status for Haitians, you know, who are here legally because they have temporary protected status. Everybody knows that Haiti is not a safe place for people to return to, and nevertheless, they've tried to claim in court that it is, that somehow the crisis there is over. So the way that they're doing mass deportation is by ethnic group, which is, you know, there's a name for that, right? And so I just think the reason that Donald Trump is president is because he channeled white rage towards Barack Obama with his birtherism conspiracy. And it's been, I mean, not just racism, you know, Donald Trump has also channels a lot of misogyny, but racism has been absolutely a through line in his two presidencies now. And the reason that this moment I think is interesting is that there's so much denial among Republicans who will insist that kind of Donald Trump isn't what we can all see that he is. And then every so often something happens where that denial becomes unsustainable. And they all, you know, it happened kind of after January 6th. It's happened at a couple other moments. It never lasts, but there's always this moment where you can see him clearly, and even they have to somehow respond to, you know, the obscenity of having this man in the White House.
Yeah, I mean, we want to chime in,
Yeah,
Jason?
I also want to add that, like, let's be clear about everybody who's responsible for this, right? It's not just that you have white Americans who are racist, whatever, but Republicans, they can't sell their racism without the active participation of Black and brown people. Yeah. Okay, we can look at Candace Owens. Okay, we can look at some of the things that Byron Donald has excused. We can look at some of the things Tim Scott has excused. Nick Fuentes, Enrique Tarrio, the head of the Proud Boys, they can't even sell racism without Black and brown people helping them. And that's part of the problem. So again, I think it's important for us to highlight what Donald Trump has always been. But we have to make sure that we look at racism and systematic racism and white supremacy and all these sorts of things as a group project. And it gets really lazy if we just say it's Trump and his administration. Right. There are lots of people participating in this kind of problem. And that's what I think America needs to understand, because as long as we just think it's him being a bad outlier and it's his party sort of protecting him, we forget about the fact that this is a pervasive problem, whether you're looking at ICE, whether you're looking at policing, whether you're looking at the Department of Justice or anything else like that. It is a larger issue than just one bad president. He is a symptom, not necessarily the cause of these problems.
Well, the problem is in America, we have never truly reckoned with how this country came to be in the first place. And so when we discuss white supremacy, we don't talk about it as an ideology, but that is in fact what it is. And because it's an ideology, Black people can be white supremacists. Come on now. Fair. Just like women can be sexist. Right? Because there's a belief in the patriarchy, there's an ideology, there's an infrastructure there. But I don't want to get too analytical tonight. I will just say that
You pride yourself on being analytical, and we live for it, Simone Sanders Townsend. On tonight of all nights, I want to hear that analysis. And I just want to tell you, I'm not sure where this happened. One of our producers jumped in my ear. The President of the United States was just asked about this by several reporters at the White House, and he dodged all of those questions, Simone.
I mean, because there's no good, because the actual answer is, you didn't think it was funny? Of course, this is what I think. Let's move on. Why is this a big deal for you? That's the actual answer, because that's the truth of who he is. But it's just a little too untoward, given the outrage from every corner of the political spectrum today, for him to say that. But there's one thing about this president. He has been wildly consistent in who he is. And so maybe I think the issue that Jason Johnson and the chairman are raising here is that there are a number of people that have yet to reckon that not only did they excuse the president's racism and sexism, right, and his love of white supremacist ideology, because that is in fact what the Great Replacement theory is rooted in. Okay, this idea that now the Republicans are saying Democrats are shipping in, they're letting in all of these brown people to vote for them, and they're trying to replace us. So we have to send them back to where they're from. That's what Stephen Miller's saying. That is white supremacist ideology. But if we call it that and we say that, then there's a lot of people that think that they're good and moderate and the good guys, okay, and that are just waiting until Donald Trump is out of here, and then we're going to go back to how it was. There are a lot of people that then need to reckon with they themselves, okay? So I don't know if the people are going to do their work. I will just say the Epstein files ain't going anywhere.
They're not. Yeah, the Epstein files aren't going anywhere, and we will continue to talk about them because the victims of the Epstein files deserve this moment more so than Donald Trump wants them to have it. Michelle, you know, I don't want to mix apples and oranges here, but there are, you really laid out the through line argument and narrative around how all this comes together. Let me ask you this, and I'm not trying to put a lot on you as a woman, as a white woman, nothing like that. I just, as an American, as you step back and look at this, how do you see America receiving this moment? How do you think this lands? We have outrage and notes from people who have profile and so forth, but someone at the kitchen table tonight, are they talking about this? Is this something, because my suspicions is this may not land as deeply as we would like it to. And that there may be more people who take comfort and may even laugh at it and think it's, you know, it's a humorous way, and Black History Month was always a waste to begin with.
Well, I think that probably a lot of people who voted for Donald Trump feel that way. And you can see in a certain way this kind of post as fan service towards a certain part of his base. I mean, I do think it has clearly landed enough that the White House has felt like it had to respond, right? They felt like they had to back off. They felt like they had to blame it on some mysterious staffer who goes on kind of posting sprees from the president's account in the middle of the night, which if somebody's authorized to do that, we should probably know about it. But, you know, look, this is a very, very unpopular president. I think that this has clearly broken through. It's why so many Republicans felt like they had to respond, like they had to denounce him, even if, you know, now some of them are already walking back their denunciations or saying there's nothing to see here. But again, I think it was one of those moments, and there are these moments from time to time when the veil drops and the sort of lies that people have to tell themselves to justify this kind of kamikaze presidency become insupportable.
Yes. My final word on this, Alicia, is straightforward to the camera, to the American people. When we elect a representative, a president, they are an extension of who we are. Tonight, I have to ask you, is this who we are? Because this is who our president is. You know, we were talking a little bit earlier in the hour about how all of this happened 6 days into Black History Month. And the complete and lack disregard for how this month resonates with Black and brown people in this country. What's your reaction to both what you heard from the president and from Leader Jeffries? Just because they both framed, I think, this moment very well, to be honest.
Yeah, you know, it is so interesting because it's like we take one step forward and then we take 2 steps back. And that's exactly what we've gotten out of this administration. And so for everyone that wanted to say that Black people were overreacting or that we were being dramatic, I want to be clear that it's not just his words, it's in his policy that he is slinging this type of hate, whether we're talking about ICE and how he deals with everyone, because it's not limited to immigrants, or whether we're talking about the rolling back of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I do want to be clear. You know, I don't give Donald Trump a lot of credit for much, but I will say this: he is the king of distractions and division. And right now, he has everyone talking about the fact that he posted something that was racist, which frankly, if you've been paying attention, it was right on par. You're not surprised whatsoever.
Right.
At the same time, this is the day after he said, stop talking about the Epstein files, as more and more is coming out, as we're being told as lawmakers that we're going to be given an opportunity to start to physically go and inspect the files. He is trying to distract, and frankly, he is doing a good job of it. We know who he is. We know who he was when he got elected the first time. We know who he was when he got elected this time. And so there's not really much to be surprised about when it comes to Donald Trump and not really having a level of respect specifically for people of color.
There's a level of respect. There's also the bravery to stand behind what he has said and done. Take a look at the President of the United States dodging questions on this very issue. Won't apologize. Just walk away. Just wave. I know it doesn't surprise you.
Oh my God.
Walk away,
He's moving
old
fast,
man,
Congresswoman.
walk
And
away.
here's the thing that we're talking about. It's not just in the rhetoric, it's in the policy, as you said. I mean, I'm thinking about little Liam Ramos and his bunny hat and the fact that a nation has rallied around the image of this child as humanizing something that we often talk about simply in numbers. You have Trump's DHS pushing to expedite the removal of Liam and his family. What does that tell you about what their objective here and politically how they are reading this moment?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that we have to guess because they have been very overt with their words, not just Trump, but JD Vance. It has been kind of this, we don't have to hide anymore. We are the ones that are being targeted, we being white people, right? There is a lack of respect for the contributions that all of us make to this country. Whether you are Black Americans who did not arrive because we wanted to be here, but because we were dragged over here and stolen from our homeland, or whether you are immigrants that are simply seeking refuge and a better life for yourself and seeking asylum, or whether it's just a matter of opportunities, because we used to have it where we felt like contributions from other people actually helped us. And frankly, the numbers bear out that they do, whether we're talking about the contributions that are paid in taxes, whether we're talking about the contributions that overall just keep our economy going. Right now, we know that this economy is shrinking, and there's a lot of reasons that it's shrinking. But honestly, a big part of this has to do with the disastrous way that they are handling immigration. As it relates to little 5-year-old Liam, I'm sorry, but that's not who he espoused to be going after when he made his campaign promises. He said he was going to go after the bad guys. Now, those of us that know Trump well enough knew that he was lying. We knew that he would go after any and everyone. You tell me how showing up at an elementary school and grabbing the kids is going to make America great. Please explain that to me. And I want to be clear about something, because Liam has become a symbol. But just like we've seen other children be symbols, whether we're talking about integration of schools or otherwise, there are other children there.
Yep.
In visiting that facility, I want to be clear, there are hundreds of children, and the youngest was 1 month old. I don't know how you get to say you're so proud of the America that we are seeing on display right now. Real patriotism means to push back against this, because somehow we haven't found a jail cell for anybody in the Epstein files. But we've got children that are rotting away in something that looks like a prison to me.
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes. Donald Trump is to his bones a racist. His administration is above all else pursuing an explicitly racist agenda. None of this is news, unfortunately. But every so often, the President of the United States does something so grotesque, so egregiously offensive, that we have no choice but to view it in the larger context of his persistent bigotry. So Last night, around midnight, Trump's social media account posted and then reposted a truly deranged video pushing 2020 election conspiracies, which he's obsessed with, that also depicted the first Black president and the first Black first lady of this country, Barack and Michelle Obama, as apes. The Obama family has thus far not responded to the video, but House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries has.
This disgusting video posted by the so-called president was done intentionally. Donald Trump and his vile, racist, and malignant behavior. This guy is an unhinged bottom feeder. President Obama and Michelle Obama are brilliant, caring, and patriotic Americans. They represent the best of this country. It's time for John Thune, Mike Johnson, and Republicans to denounce this serial fraudster who's sitting at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue pretending to be the president of the United States.
Americans of all stripes were as disgusted and offended as Leader Jeffries, but the White House's first response was to pretend they didn't know why. In a statement, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt called it a, quote, fake outrage. But as they so often do, I think the White House misread the room here. Maybe not everyone is as racist as we are. People were genuinely upset by the President of the United States in 2026 promoting this kind of just like abhorrent gutter racism, right? And the outrage was real and it was bipartisan. Republican members of Congress, including Representative Mike Lawler of New York and Senator Roger Wicker of Mississippi, condemned the post, as did Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina, a staunch Trump ally, the only Black Republican serving in that chamber, who posted that it was the most racist thing he'd seen out of the White House, leaving many to ask the question, what was the second most racist thing, Senator? And so Trump did an about face. The video was quietly deleted. The White House blamed an anonymous staffer. It's an excuse they've used in the past, and you can determine for yourself if you believe it. But if it's true, I think we deserve to know why a staffer is posting as President of the United States in the middle of the night. That's kind of weird. I think it's clear that the outcry from his fellow Republicans is what moved the needle here. And while it is notable, one also has to wonder why this instance of rank bigotry crossed the line. Donald Trump is proudly publicly racist all the time, seemingly every week. He goes on some disgusting tirade about, for instance, the Black residents of Minneapolis. He spent a good chunk of his presidential campaign lying about Haitian migrants eating cats and dogs. This is who he is. But even setting aside his personal bigotry, which is real and an animating force, his administration, using all the powers of the state, is pursuing an explicitly racist agenda to rewrite the history of anti-Black racism in this country and to force Black people out of elite institutions, both public and private. It is a whole of government approach, all the way back to the earliest days of this administration. Do you remember this? I think we've all lost it because, you know, the news cycle goes past. Do you remember they spent weeks blaming a horrific, deadly plane crash, an absolute tragedy, dozens of people dead, on DEI, right? Remember that? The implication being that if the pilot were anyone other than a white man, well, then that's your cause right there. They're inherently unqualified.
Something the president said that I think bears reemphasizing, which is that when you don't have the best standards in who you're hiring, it means on the one hand, you're not getting the best people in government, but on the other hand, it puts stresses on the people who are already there. And I think that is a core part of what President Trump is going to bring and has already brought to Washington, D.C. is we want to hire the best people because we want the best people at air traffic control. And we want to make sure we have enough people at air traffic control who are actually competent to do the job. If you go back to just some of the headlines over the past 10 years, you have many hundreds of people suing the government because they would like to be air traffic controllers, but they were turned away because of the color of their skin. That policy ends under Donald Trump's leadership because safety is the first priority of our aviation industry.
Now, we know a lot more about the crash. It doesn't really seem like the air traffic controllers were the sort of key cause of it. And as it so happens, all three crew members of the Black Hawk helicopter involved in the crash were white. The first instinct of this administration was to blame people of color. It's part of a pattern. Not long after that DEI outburst, the White House scrubbed Jackie Robinson, yes, that Jackie Robinson, from the Defense Department's website. In addition to breaking the color barrier in Major League Baseball, Robinson also served as a second lieutenant in World War II, where he was court-martialed for refusing to move to the back of an Army bus. The page, which they scrubbed, was later restored when, again, like what happened today, the White House got caught. Late last year, the White House removed 2 federal holidays honoring Black history, Martin Luther King Jr. Day and Juneteenth, Day of the Liberation of Enslaved People in Texas, from the list of days when national parks offer free admission. They were replaced with Trump's birthday. Just last month, workers directed by the National Park Service used crowbars to deface a Philadelphia memorial honoring 9 enslaved people who were forced to work for George Washington. This week, the National Park Service removed brochures at the Medgar Evers Monument in Mississippi, get this, in order to remove the descriptor racist from the KKK member who murdered the civil rights icon. Once again, they appear to have backtracked after getting caught. I could go on and on and on, but even more insidious are the efforts to purge Black people from elite institutions and government and replace them with, well, generally, to be honest, white dudes. For all their talk about merit, these people have zero conception of it. This administration is committed to a project of aggressive affirmative action for assorted fail sons and conservative white men. This graphic from the New York Times last year makes it so clear. Trump forced out the Black chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, replaced her with a white guy. Trump forced out the first Black librarian of Congress, replaced her with a white guy. Trump forced out first Black woman to serve on the National Labor Relations Board, nominated 2 white guys. He forced out the first Black chairman of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, replaced him with a white guy. He forced out the only Black member of the National Transportation Safety Board, replaced him with a white guy. Trump is trying to fire Lisa Cook, the first Black woman to serve on the Fed's Board of Governors, and those are just the people in government. They want Black people banished from power. How much more obvious could it be? There is a clear pattern here. They are pursuing a racist agenda. That video, usefully perhaps, was just Trump fully taking the mask off.
Donald Trump. Yeah, Donald Trump. Settle in for this one, folks, because he's just reminded the country who he really is. And this time, even some of his hardcore supporters can't bring themselves to defend him. Because late last night, on Trump's social media account, he reposted a vile and racist video that depicted our nation's first Black president and first lady as apes. It is an unambiguous play on one of the oldest country's oldest and most tired, let me tell you how tired it is, racist tropes. At first, the Trump administration did what they always do, defend the president and attack the press. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said in a statement to reporters, quote, "This is from an internet meme video depicting President Trump as the king of the jungle and Democrats as characters from The Lion King. Please stop the fake outrage and report on something today that actually matters to the American public." Quick note for the press secretary, there are no apes in The Lion King. And the backlash to Trump's post was swift and severe, especially from House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries.
This disgusting video posted by the so-called president was done intentionally. Donald Trump and his vile, racist, and malignant behavior. This guy is an unhinged bottom feeder. President Obama and Michelle Obama are brilliant, caring, and patriotic Americans. They represent the best of this country. It's time for John Thune, Mike Johnson, and Republicans to denounce this serial fraudster who's sitting at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue pretending to be the president of the United States.
But this time, Trump's racism was so overt, it was even too much for some of his own party. We saw multiple Republican lawmakers condemn the post. Some of them even called on Trump to apologize. Here's what Senator Tim Scott posted, quote, "Praying it was fake because it's the most racist thing I've seen out of this White House. The president should remove it," end quote. Praying it was fake? Before this tweet, surely the senator was well aware of the exonerated 5, the birther conspiracy, the Muslim ban, shithole countries. All of that fake? I could go on, but so could you. But none of those Republican members of Congress who sent out a tweet today had enough courage to say what this 3-time Trump voter told C-SPAN.
I am a registered Republican, voted for the president, supported him, but I really want to apologize. I mean, I'm looking at this awful picture of the Obamas. What an embarrassment to our country. All this man does is tell lies. He is not worthy of the presidency. He takes bribes blatantly, and now he's being a racist blatantly. He's pathetic as a president, and I just want to apologize to everybody in the country for supporting this rotten man.
And to note, the president left that racist post up for 12 hours, but then he finally took it down. Then the White House tried to claim that an unnamed staffer was responsible for the post. Now, I don't know what's more insulting, that they thought we would believe that Trump didn't post it, or that they thought we would be comforted by a random staffer posting from the president's social media account at 11:44 p.m. Even Fox News felt the need to press Trump's White House press secretary about the president's response to all of this.
It's not just Democrats. There are Republican senators, Pete Ricketts, others saying, look, we understand it was us, but the president should just come out and apologize for it and say, look, this was a mistake. Sorry if it offended anyone. Why not?
Well, look, I won't get ahead of the president, Laura, and he may be speaking with the press later today.
Okay, she doesn't want to get ahead of the president. Well, moments later, Trump had the opportunity to apologize. And this is what he said.
Mr. President, a number of Republicans are calling on you to apologize for that post. Is that something you're going to do?
No, I didn't make a mistake.
What mistake? He didn't make a mistake. The president also claimed he simply did not see the racist part of that video before it was posted in his name. Folks, I don't know about you. I don't believe him. Remember, Trump left that post up for 12 hours. The White House even defended it as a harmless parody of The Lion King. They knew, and so did he. And look, it's all profoundly disheartening. There's no doubt about that. Not that Trump posted it, but that he thought he could post it in an America that would accept it. Folks, that says everything about where this man thinks America is and what he thinks especially about Black men and women. So yes, there is a lot I could say about Donald Trump. But this moment is so much deeper than him. And today I found myself thinking about my own childhood, growing up right here in Washington, D.C. I found myself thinking about the time when my mom and dad couldn't take me to certain parts of this city, certain parks in this city, or shop at certain stores in this city. And today, like so many Americans out there, Donald Trump brought that all back. We got to relive it. We got to relive that time. It feels so foreign, but it's really real. And so today, like many of the folks who grew up with me in this town and many folks around the country during that time, we're reliving it, my own childhood. And that's being projected on me and countless other Americans by the sitting president of the United States.
We begin this morning with President Donald Trump refusing to apologize for the racist posts on his social media of former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama. Last night on Air Force One, he said it wasn't his fault.
Mr. President, a number of Republicans are calling on you to apologize for that post. Is that something you're going to do?
No, I didn't make a mistake. I mean, I look at a lot of thousands of things, I looked at the beginning of it, it was fine. And they had that one post, and I guess it was a takeoff. By the way, a lot of people covered, if you look at where it came from, I guess it was a takeoff on The Lion King. And certainly it was a very strong post in terms of voter fraud. Nobody knew that was at the end. If they would have looked, they would have seen it. And probably they would have had the sense to take it down.
Take on The Lion King or not, the racist video on his social media account was posted late Thursday, the 5th day of Black History Month. And it depicts the Obamas as apes, a longtime racist trope that has deep historical roots. The post sparked backlash with Democratic and Republican lawmakers who quickly condemned it. After nearly 12 hours online, the White House deleted the post and placed the blame on a staff member. Joining us now, Simone Sanders Townsend, co-host of The Weeknight on MS Now, and Miles Taylor, former DHS chief of staff in the first Trump administration and founder of Defiance.org. Thank you both so much for joining us, especially Simone. You had a late night with the show last night. So let's dive right into this. From the scrubbing of an article honoring Jackie Robinson at the beginning of this administration to the whitewashing of Medgar Evers, there is a consistent commitment to racial revisionism from this administration.
I think that that's
well, what's the human cost of this?
Look, first of all, there are no apes in The Lion King.
Let's be very clear.
I just this explanation.
Rafiki is a baboon.
Thank you. Yeah, and there's only one of him. He literally left his, but you know what? They need to watch the movie. They think we haven't seen it. But none of these explanations are sufficient from them about this video or the things that they're doing when it comes to the history of this country. But what this White House is trying to enact is frankly something, there's a movement across the country for this. There's a movement to revise history, to not teach all of our history, only teach the good parts, right? As though we can fully understand this country without teaching the full picture. So I think the huge cost of this is it sends a signal, which is why, even though I do believe this is a distraction, it does need to be addressed. Because if it's not addressed, it sends a signal to other leaders. It sends a signal to other organizations. It can send a signal to businesses. It can send a signal to young people that this is actually acceptable and okay. The last point I'll make is you talked about the historical race.
I don't want to play Emerson now. Fuck Emerson now. All right, y'all. Thank y'all for tapping in. I'm gonna end this now. Should have ended it like an hour ago. Thank y'all for tapping in. Join us on Friday for Grand Rising with Shabaka and Checcs. We'll see y'all then. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms. Front Line Blacc News on YouTube and Facebook. Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter. Peace, love, light, reparations, separations, and delineation chain coming. Starting off in the Mile High Income and Legal Mind for the Sea. Peace. After everybody that came through.